8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Hope everyone had a great Labor Day weekend and Labor Day. We thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot to recap over an extended weekend for the staff, and we'll take your phone calls as well. They'll be unscreened this hour. This is a no intern day, so Blazing Silverman will be with us tomorrow, but we'll see if we can't look on over, and if time allows and you want to jump in on the conversation, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, well, let's bring them the other two in, and that'll complete the good time gang here this hour, see how their weekends went. It's old Greg Burgess to my left and Michael Helms to my right. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, hey.
Everybody fired up? Here we go.
Fired up. Here we go.
Another day.
Yep.
Another day. Well, how was y'all's weekends? I kind of got an update from Greg, hadn't from you, but even though we Marco'd a little bit.
Yeah,
Helmsy,
yeah.
got an idea.
Caught me off guard where you were at yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was low key for once. Nothing going on really. I played a lot of tennis, watched a lot of tennis, dabbled in a little college football. That's about
Big
it.
one.
Yeah. So it was good. It was a really good, relaxing weekend that I needed. And
good.
No travel, nothing. Just a lot of. I even had some alone time on Saturday, where it was just me, and I hung out with some buddies of mine for a couple hours.
Good.
And like I said, it was low key. No projects around the house that thrown at me. It was kind of the perfect laborless Labor Day.
Got a little rainy where I was at.
Yeah, a little rain.
A little rainy.
Huh? Well, when you left us Friday, you had quite the day. You were taking wood to Adler's house.
We
and
did
then,
that.
And then you were going to a high school football game.
We did that.
Did everything work out well?
Everything went good. It was a good game. We had a V victory, and it was good.
Is that what you say now?
I don't know. I
Had a V.
Got a V?
Nah,
Had a V?
I didn't know what to
'Cause
say,
I
to be
thought you had a
honest.
vasectomy there for a minute.
I did. I meant to tell y'all that at the game.
Got that over the weekend.
You're recovering nicely, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
So how was it delivering wood? And I don't want to steal anything from the main show. How was it delivering wood
Hey,
with Lee?
he's got quite a project going.
Does he?
Oh, buddy.
Well, I mean, the amount of wood he's had dropped off for
Yeah.
his back deck is unbelievable.
he has quite a project.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice.
Yeah. Wow. And you were delivering wood for the ramp.
Yeah, then the original delivery. You remember he had the guy in the truck. They forgot to load some. So
Okay.
we took the rest. I think he probably has a little package about it. So.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, you said you were projectless. I was not.
Shiplap, huh?
Yo, got it done though. And I got to tell you, I mean, straight up, I think it looks nice. Terry, she started on me on Friday on build a list. Hey, we're home alone. We got kids all just everywhere, spread out everywhere. And we're home alone, and I want to knock some stuff out when it comes to projects that we've been putting off. And and it's just the smallest of little entries to one of our doors on the side of the house that come in to the kitchen area, and it's not that big. It really isn't. But for us, anything like that is, because anytime you get out of your element, you're like, okay, I'm going to try to pull this off. And we got measurements, then went to the home improvement store. And I will say this, them cutting it up for you is number one. When you give them the measurements and you go, all right, go to slicing and dicing. And so we
pre-cut.
Before you knew it, we go up to the register and we got pieces all over the place. But they ring us up, we go home, and it's all cut to the measurements that we gave them. And I got to tell you, we measured right. And so we started putting it up, and the finished product.
Doing that on the side.
The finished product, it was number one. We did that
You
on
might get your little business going.
Saturday, and then yesterday.
Shiplap with Speedy.
Shiplap Speedy.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting my days off because today's Tuesday if you're listening live. So yesterday or Saturday, we did all the putting it up and the construction and cutting it and all that. There was, I say cutting it, there was a couple of fine things that we had to do that.
You had to
get
torque it a
in.
little bit.
And then painted yesterday, caulked and painted Sunday. And then it's ready. It's
no pressure here. I don't have to have it right now. But do you have a before and after I could look at?
Terry was taking some for her little girls' friends.
Because I may want you over at my house.
I don't know about that.
Shiplap Speedy.
It's so funny just because it's the smallest of spaces, and so for people that do this every day, they probably are laughing, going, "Okay, really?"
But you took on something you'd never done before.
Yeah, and it's just and
He's
Terry
become a home interior decorator.
Well, this was Terry's baby here, and so she did a lot of research on what she wanted, and I got to tell you, I got to give her props because really my job was easy. Yeah. I mean, we went and just picked it out at the home improvement store and went to go.
City.
Yeah. And then yesterday, I didn't know my day was going to be off dove hunting, but I did.
How about that?
And I got to tell you, that was besides the two really heavy rainstorms that came through and got us like. We were so wet.
See, that happened to me yesterday. The sun would be out.
Yeah.
And then it would just become just a downpour.
Right. But
and that's kind of that way all weekend. You go from sun to downpour to sun to downpour.
But I got to tell you, it was a lot of fun. And it started Saturday late, like around dinner time maybe. JC calls, and I'm like, what's up? And I knew he had gone home with one of his roommates, and he's like, hey, I think we're dove hunting tomorrow. Do you want to go? And I'm like, I guess we could. I could. I say Saturday. I'm getting all my days. It was Sunday night, and so we went. Before I knew it, I was off headed towards the dove field, and we set up and had a great day. I mean, they weren't flying the way we want them to, but I mean, between all the rain and stuff, you could see them off in the distance sitting on a power line.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You're like, would you come on this way?
That's why I like to hunt under the power line.
Yeah. And it was like way off, but anytime
and
like
people don't shoot them off the power line.
No, let's not
because
do
a lot
that.
of times it frays the wire. We used to, when dove season would come in, we'd have to go fix a bunch of stuff.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, so I'll just leave it nameless. We know someone that built a fake power line just for this.
Well,
That's
it draws
funny.
Them.
Yeah.
Draws them,
Yeah.
It was
Y'all
just
know
for
him,
looks. Yeah,
but
it was a pretty good idea.
And I thought when I first saw it, I thought, my gracious, there's a power line out here.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was just fake for
to draw them in.
just for dove hunting.
Yeah. It was really funny because
idea.
we kind of
It really is.
yeah, it's really smart. Now you really love dove hunting.
Oh, that's quite an investment there.
But that we started to pattern the dove, and anytime like an 18-wheeler would come by, and one time I think it was an ambulance or something came by. Anything that made a lot of noise or racket, it would get them up and flying off the power line, and they'd fly over towards our field.
Boom, boom, boom.
And of course, they were coming from different areas too, but it was funny to see them coming from there. But it was a great day. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Real wet coming back. Wow. But a blast yesterday, and I'm glad he called and got to. The old Goolsby's hosted us. You don't think they love dove hunting?
Yeah.
Oh, this time of year fired up opening weekend.
Yeah.
What you talking about?
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 16 minutes past the hour, and you are listening to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We got some weekends to recap with the guys. They'll be with us for the main show, and a great podcast. If you missed RBU this past weekend, you need to check it out. Just look for Rick and Bubba University when it comes to your podcast or even on the YouTube channel. You don't want to miss this past weekend's RBU if you have not caught it yet. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. Simply Safe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As you gear up for the fall, you need the right people on your team to help your small business fire on all cylinders. LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier and to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Did you know that every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 22 minutes now past the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us right after the top of the hour. We are sitting back, looking back at a very busy Labor Day extended weekend for everyone. Hope all of you had a little bit of time where you could enjoy the weekend. At the house, a couple of things. I thought about you, Helmsy, one time because I saw Serena Williams' last match. And I tried to give that something. I didn't see the whole thing. I didn't see all 3 sets, but I saw about the last 2 to 3, I guess, of that last set. And so I saw when she said her farewell goodbye,
yeah,
and everything. And So anyway, I saw that. I just wanted to tell you I saw that.
Well,
And I thought about you. I thought about you. I did.
Yeah, we gave it a ton at the house, and so with the exception of Braden, who was at the Vestavia Thompson game. So I told him when he walked out the door, I said, if you see Uncle Greg, you make sure and say hello.
Yeah.
But he
ignored me. Nah, we were on different sides. We were on different sides.
Yeah.
And I saw a little bit of college football, but I never got to sit down and watch an entire game. I saw bits and pieces of a bunch. Yeah. And I think a couple of games that just really stood out to me is Florida and Utah. That seemed to be a really good game.
I landed on it more than I did any of them.
Yeah. Hey, wow. Either I don't know what to think about it, but Florida looks pretty good, but I don't know.
And it may be that ranking that Utah had that maybe was undeserved. I don't know.
Well, they were the chosen team from the West. I mean, they were.
But Florida looked really good.
Of course, Utah's got a chance to, win
sure,
it.
still.
They come down at the end.
That's right. The Florida State LSU game was bizarre. That was so crazy. The ending of that game when
do you go for the two?
I don't think so. I don't think I do.
Probably
I do.
I don't know. I mean, you're there in New Orleans. You probably think, okay, we can outlast them. I don't know. To be honest with you, I think they were so freaked out by the fact that they even had a chance to tie it after the way they fumbled the punt return, and then Florida State fumbles going in, and they're like, "Are you kidding me? We still have life." And then they make a 99-yard drive.
Then they have to. Before that, they have to actually get a second back. From the officials before they can even run the play.
And then they just get the extra point block, and Florida State wins 24-23. That was a crazy game. There was a couple of games that that were blowouts that were just no surprise at all, and I'm probably forgetting some games. I didn't get to see any of the Clemson Georgia Tech game last night.
I watched some of them. Clemson's defense looked really good.
They did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, I don't know how great Georgia Tech is. They got a good athlete at quarterback.
Right. The Arkansas, who they played, Cincinnati game was pretty good.
Game.
Saw a little bit of that. And so, there was just a lot of football on. Feels good for that to be back, college football. And I saw where they made it official Friday as we were wrapping up and everything that the college football playoff will expand to the 12-team format. Yeah. They had a unanimous vote on Friday to expand the CFP to 12 teams in 2026, but it's encouraging the sports commissioners to try and implement it as soon as 2024. So it's
the dollar signs somebody finally beat on the desk and said, guys, y'all please look at the money we can make.
Yeah.
Because that's when, remember, was it last year they didn't vote for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's
but that was is it the presidents that voted this time and last time it was the ADs?
The board's 11 presidents and chancellors approved the original 12-team model, which was the first made public like last summer, I guess. It includes 6 of the highest-ranked conference champions and then 6 at-large teams. And I think the top 4 ranked teams get a bye. But anyway, it was just that happened Friday, and so it looks like it's real now.
A couple random things from the world of college football. Didn't watch much of this game, okay? But Notre Dame and Ohio State.
Yeah, that's another one.
I watched the first couple minutes of it, and Notre Dame kicked their first point score.
Uh-huh.
And it looked good from the time it went off the guy's foot, and it was in. But Fowler made a comment that he barely squeaked it in. And when said that, I thought, that was strange. Well, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah,
so I didn't think anything of it at that point in time. Then yesterday or Sunday, I start seeing some articles coming up about, could Chris Fowler not see the game?
Yeah.
Because
their angle had to be
He
bad.
called one reception an interception.
That's the one that everybody was talking about. But I noticed it right out the
thing.
gate with the field goal. I thought, what in the world, Chris? That was right down the middle. What are you talking about? He squeaked it in.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I heard that, I thought he must have had a bad seat. Like, can we not put him and Kurt closer to that?
Surely they had.
I think they must have
was
had.
Was there a monitor not working? It's supposed to be.
I think he probably, instead of looking at it on his monitor in the booth,
he get hung in a stare and didn't really see it. And
probably.
Said, oh, yeah.
I remember the one you're talking about because it was pretty much down the middle. And he's like, it barely squeaked in, and it had to be the angle that he was looking at it on.
I know he's running a tough schedule right now, going back and forth from New York to his college football because he does the U.S. Open too.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
anyway, that was just odd to me. I thought, well,
I saw the same.
I would
article.
like to talk to Chris and go, were you happy with where you were put?
All right, let me ask you this, and y'all be honest here. The meaningless AP poll is out right now.
It means nothing.
Alabama's 1, Ohio State 2, Georgia 3, Clemson 4.
Georgia ought to be 2, if not 1.
And that'll move around, but we could each probably go, okay, whatever. Do y'all agree with Notre Dame only moving to 5 and Utah only moving to 7, and they're both 0-1? I understand.
When did this come out?
It says here updated the 6th, and so that was today. It says that Notre Dame is 0-1, then they're at 5. At 6, it's Texas A&M. 7 is Utah 0-1. 8 is Michigan. Then 9 is Oklahoma. 10 is Baylor.
Well, to me, the shellacking that Georgia put on a top 10 team, I think Georgia would be number 1.
I would think the same.
Because they
worst case too.
Others can't help who they played, but the shellacking of Utah State compared to the shellacking of a top 10 Oregon is just two different things.
And I know, and
they destroyed them.
We talked a little bit about it, Helmsy, on Marco, and look. Criticize Bo Nix all you want. Hey, George, if you watch that game, I don't know if Tom Brady could have helped Oregon.
You're right, by the
Georgia whooped that butt up and down the field.
You can't really put it on him for that.
No, I mean, I know that's an easy target, but hey.
And that's all you'll hear. Ooh, he's 0-4 against Georgia. Who cares? That's why he went out there, by the way, because the way everybody acts here.
Yeah, you can't. Everybody, all 11 people out there, the 10 besides him, they were getting beat too.
Man, were they?
Nobody,
Georgia, goodness gracious.
Nobody,
a bunch of monsters out there.
I started feeling sorry for Oregon.
I did too.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8-star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A2B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A2B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A2B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs to help quickly prep your taxes and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A to B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at a2b.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap, or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Rick and Bubba here. They'll join us right after top of the hour break. Kind of looking back at a extended Labor Day weekend for the staff. Hope all of you enjoyed some time with your family and friends, and we're out and about. Looking back, too, it's some college football and sports. But, you know, Greg, you said you saw something a little bizarre. What's up?
I try to stay out of all the COVID talk. And, you know, everybody's got their opinion.
Right.
And whatever.
Right.
Do what you do.
Yeah.
And the mask thing. I've been this way with the mask. When it first came out and when we had to wear a mask, I would go by the rules. I wasn't trying to be radical. I don't look at whether you wear a mask on what political affiliate you have.
Yeah,
you know, oh my goodness, if you wear a mask and you must not be conservative. None of that.
Right.
But Lisa and I were going to Taylor and Kelsey's to see the grandkids Saturday. It's hot out.
It's real hot.
So I'm driving down the road and there's a guy on a bicycle.
Like, what do you mean, like a riding bicycle?
Yeah, and it's hot.
Okay.
I get beside him, and Lisa even looks at me like, "What? He's wearing a mask, riding a bicycle around no one. Why? Why would you have a mask on? You're not. Let's say that you think you need to be protected, or you're protecting others. I'll give you that. But you're on a bicycle by yourself, and there's no one within a mile of you, except you know." I wanted to stop. I almost did and pulled over and go, I got to know.
Yeah.
And first of all, you got to be really hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we've all remember the mask thing when we had to wear a mirror. How hot?
Yes.
I don't understand who he's protecting.
Yeah.
Or why.
Can I tell you this?
Do you think he's just got some weird that if he leaves the house, he panics and has to put a mask on?
Well, I've met someone similar to this, and hear me on this.
He's outside riding a bicycle in the heat.
They believe or they think that COVID is just out there.
Floating in the air?
Right.
Like, even though he wasn't going anywhere like where crowds were. Yeah. He was just on an old country road.
Now, look, it
masked
could be
up. and
surely he
pumping the pedals.
Surely he didn't forget.
Lisa
that he
looked at
had
me.
it
She
on.
goes, "Did he have a mask on?" And I said, "He does."
I think I'm a land there. I'm a land that because I've met them that they think it's out floating it's just floating around.
I done got so far past him. I wanted to turn around and go back and go, I've got to
just
know.
interview
I've
him?
got to know.
Yeah.
Sir, I know you don't know me.
Right.
I'm not some weirdo, but please tell me when you said, hey, I need a mask.
Yeah.
Please tell me what you're protecting yourself from or other people.
Mm-hmm.
Show me anyone. Now, right now, me having a conversation with you, I'm sorry, but that's as close as you're going to be to a human on this road
might have
today.
freaked him out.
Or how about this? If you get to your destination, when you pull up, put your mask on if you're worried about people. But you're wearing it. It's 90-something. It was humid. Good
You're just on the road riding.
digging.
What kind of? What is it? One the sure enough good one or the ones
It was
that
a
don't-
cloth.
Okay, so
It wasn't one of the
work.
paper ones.
Yeah.
It was a cloth one.
Okay.
Hot. Bet it was hot. But you're right. He has what's happened. I guess is
I
he's got
think
that
that's where I'm-
phobia.
yeah.
If I walk outside, I must have it on.
I think that's what it is.
Now,
but
I'm not
know. I
around
don't-
anybody.
I don't
Not
know.
going to see people for another good 2 or 3 miles.
Right.
Because it ain't like he was riding, around the mall.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
This is a pretty rural area.
Well, because you wouldn't go back and interview him, we're guessing.
Yeah, I regretted I didn't stop masking. I said, look, I know it's none of my business, but I got to know. Who requires that?
I don't know.
I'm going to
that
go ahead and tell you
anyone-
this. And again, I'm not one of these people. If you want to wear a mask, hey, I don't care. That's fine. And like I said, I don't look at you and go, there goes a lib. You got a mask on. I don't even do that.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's got to be an idiot. That's all I can say. That's the only thing I can come down. I mean, I don't understand. They've scared him so bad that he wears a mask.
Young
90-something.
or
I
how
couldn't
old?
tell he had his mask. Mid-age.
Mid-age?
Not teenager, but not old.
Right.
I don't know.
And so you're saying he wasn't even anywhere like
No.
near.
He wasn't encountering anyone.
Because back when masks were required
about
and
me
we were
behind
doing
the-
it all the time, did y'all ever get in the car and forget, oh my gosh, I got my mask on? Just for a split
Well, I can
second.
say that, but-
I did once or twice.
Yeah.
But out and about, I'm on a
I'm
bicycle.
on a bicycle. I'm not nowhere near like maybe some people we'd see in the car. They were like, I just pulled out here. I'm supposed to pull in here. I got to get out. I'm just
Yeah.
leaving it on. He wasn't going to encounter anybody where he wasn't in a populated
Mm-hmm.
area. I'm talking about he is on an old rural road with his mask on, just digging in the heat.
Do you think it's maybe, let's go back to the security blanket side of things.
Did he think a car, somebody with the window down, may come out and blow on him?
I don't know, but you remember the football game that I was at last week with UAB.
goodness.
I saw a lot of people in the stands, and they had their masks on, but they had it pulled down below their chin.
Well, now see, that's another.
and I think,
idiot
do
thing.
you think some people they feel like it's just part of their they got?
Don't you want to go to him and go, hey, just letting you know, you got a chin strap on.
Right.
You're not doing anything.
Right, and I didn't, but I mean, I'm just
If
saying.
you're
Do you
gonna
think
get it out and wear it right?
we've done it for so long? Do you think that's just part of their security of having it? It's like it. They feel like
I think it is. In this case, it has to be.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that there's not one documented case of someone getting COVID while riding a bicycle with no one around.
Well, you have disappointed us by not going back and interviewing him.
I really almost did. I thought, man, I got to know. I got to know what this mask is about.
Yeah.
What's it protecting you from? But anyway, that's it. And again, I don't care if you can put 4 masks on, put one on your butt. I don't care. But that right there is stupid. That's all I'm saying.
All right.
Waste of time.
Couple other things.
How you feel about it, though?
It's
Stupid. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard of. Idiot.
Didn't see that this weekend. Did see Pujols hit 695.
Uh-huh.
So in case y'all
Getting a little
wondering,
closer.
he's getting closer. And I've noticed the Braves are now
They're all throwing him meat.
they're
trying to-
Braves are trolling the Mets with the Timmy Trumpet deal. If y'all get a chance to watch that, it's funny.
Yeah.
The other thing,
They're only
Greg,
one
and
game
you'll-
behind the Mets too.
You'll
Bubba.
appreciate this. There's a at the U.S. Open there was a blonde sitting in the stands last year, and they showed the camera. Speedy, you have to deal with this at UAB all the time with cameras and angles and shots. Well, they put her up on the big screen. It had to be on TV as well, and she killed a beer. She had a beer in her hand. She killed it. Okay, everybody goes nuts. Well, then they found her this year. Okay, this happened like Saturday or Sunday.
girl.
Same exact woman. She's sitting around the same area that she sat last year.
Got the
Well,
same beer.
they go to her, and she doesn't have a beer in her hand. she grabs one out of the person sitting next to her's hand.
Because of her fame is she's
because
known for
she's
the
known
beer
for killing the beer.
Oh, wow.
So she reaches
I know
over.
her parents are proud.
All I could think about was, what if that was my daughter?
Yeah. Hey, honey, there you are again. We just now got over this from last year.
So that's what you're known for.
Yeah.
All right.
Chugging beer.
Hey, Amanda, Maddie's back on TV.
down.
She's got a funnel this time.
But they showed her, and McEnroe and whoever was on the call at the time and Fowler, I think, was like, well, too bad she don't have a beer. All of a sudden, she's grabbing, I guess it's her friends, and starts chugging. And of course, everybody's going nuts. I just thought that was a funny story.
Of course, Fowler didn't see her get it. He kept saying, well, she didn't have one. He never saw her recover.
Hey, how did Corso do this weekend?
I didn't see 1 second of game day, but I know Rick was texting some with the group.
I should have watched just for that.
I didn't. And some lighter side of sports, even though it's kind of serious. This Texas quarterback.
That's funny.
He
Quinn Ewers.
He gets a start, right?
Yes.
And then his
plays well.
Car gets towed.
Yeah, he goes to leave, and they've towed his car away. First of all, where's he parking? They be a threat of that. I don't know where the players
are you not with the team?
And then, maybe give campus police heads up on where the players park. Now, how does that happen?
Where did they play at home?
Yeah.
Was that at home? Well, you know what that is. At campus parking, man. You ride around long enough, and you're like, I got to park.
But I feel like maybe they have an area for the football team.
It means he was running late.
Wouldn't you think?
He's been on campus for months.
Yeah, wouldn't you think they had a place for the football team? So they don't have to look for parking space?
He was running late.
Yeah.
He had to park.
He ditched it and got in his meeting.
And look, and y'all know they didn't say in the article, he's probably got a really nice vehicle, because he's got a big NIL deal. Considering he skipped his senior year in high school.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of NIL deals, the Ohio State quarterback that bought everybody's suits.
Yeah.
Right? They what's his name?
C.J. Stroud or something.
Yeah, Stroud, yeah. They mentioned that in the broadcast about him buying his team
Did they all
suits.
look fly like he wanted them
I didn't see him getting off the bus, but they did confirm he did do that. So. And this defensive tackle for LSU.
Oh,
this stud of a tackle.
This is...
So he's just celebrating a play and jumps up and lands and tears his ACL out for the season.
And he wasn't doing some weird dance.
No.
It's like they stopped. And he's like, and jumped up in the air.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you see him grab his knee. And then also the second half he's over there with crutches.
Couldn't believe it. He could not believe it. Like it hyperextended when he landed, kind of.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing worse than to get hurt celebrating.
Y'all, he's out for the season. Non-contact sport. Just jumping up is all he's doing.
He's good, too.
Boy, hey, real good. Real good. Good night.
If you get injured during a play, that's just football. You hate it?
Yeah.
But when you get injured because you were excited.
Good night.
Golly. And I've seen it happen before.
Yeah. I've seen guys celebrating home runs and want to jump up and land on home plate, and the team get around them and jump up, and before you know it, they're hobbling around. They're out. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big. It's the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ad paid for by Case Legal Media. Attention, this is an important message for anyone that has been diagnosed with cancer after using such products as Johnson & Johnson Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Recent media studies have shown that use of talcum powder can cause ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer after using these products, then you may be entitled to significant compensation. In July 2018, a jury awarded $4.7 billion to 22 women whose ovarian cancer was linked to Johnson & Johnson's talcum-based products. Don't wait another day to see if you're eligible. Call us at 800-867-5835. That's 800-867-5835. Our network of attorneys are ready to fight for you, and you'll pay nothing unless there is a recovery in your favor. Time restrictions may apply. So call now. 800-867-5835. That's 800-867-5835. Again, 800-867-5835.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I did a site visit, and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
That looks delicious.
Yeah, it's Taco Bell's double steak grilled cheese burrito. Don't know if you heard, but it has double steak, cheese grilled on top of it, and nacho cheese sauce inside.
Ooh, let me have a bite.
Nah, you're already cheesy enough with all your dad jokes.
And I keep all my jokes in a dad-a-base.
Leave me alone. I'm hungry.
No, you're Dave. Hungry is a country.
Taco Bell's double steak grilled cheese burrito is back. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary. Double the steak claim is compared to the steak quesadilla.
We've learned that our busy schedule does not mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh takes care of the shopping and prepping, which saves time and stress on those hectic weeknights. Plus, they save you money. HelloFresh is not only cheaper than the grocery store, it's also 25% cheaper than getting takeout. HelloFresh lets you choose from over 30 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items every week, including quick and easy meals to delicious snacks and sides. And just because summer's coming to an end, that doesn't mean the fun has to. HelloFresh now has family-friendly baking kits featuring do-it-yourself sweets the whole family can get on, like peanut butter cup brownies with chocolate coconut ganache frosting. Get 16 free meals across 7 boxes with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com. You'll find them right there under the sponsors button.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
It is 10 minutes. Leaning on 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Oh, this portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Cook's Pest Control. Raise your hand if you love Cook's Pest Control.
Look
right there.
Yeah, coming.
The unbeatable combination for termite protection. Folks, look, I just had my inspection, a week or so ago? They came by. Everything checked out great.
Yep.
Man, I tell you what, having that comfort of knowing that they're in charge of taking care of your house or business is really top notch. As we move into fall, it means that we're now dealing with a lot more bugs and critters. Some easy solutions you think that are available that you realize, man, I thought that was easy, and it's not. Why don't you just call Cook's Pest Control? Let the best take care of you, and don't mess around with the ants, the spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches. I hate roaches, guys. Bugs and critters. Just call them. Just contact them right now. cookspest.com. And then what you're going to do, you're going to get a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. There's no obligation either. They even offer services for contractors and new home construction, so keep that in mind if you're in that market. But check them out, cookspest.com for a free, thorough inspection, no obligation, cookspest.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I've got a little bit of...
Greg's got an email he wants to read.
Well, I know. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
People hold on to things a little tightly.
Yeah, I know.
It's okay.
I got a little bit of...
Roll Tide.
Greg.
He told you.
No. Greg,
What,
we were looking at the top. The new
First
AP
of all,
poll
the
is
polls,
out.
This poll means absolutely nothing.
Right. And we said that. With the new AP poll is out in the top 5, Alabama in this order, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson, and Notre Dame. We asked the question, so Notre Dame lost and they still are in the top 5. And then you mentioned, well, the way Georgia beat Oregon, playing a top opponent, they should be number 1. Of course,
if it's going to be a meaningless poll, which it is, it's a meaningless poll.
And then Ohio State beat Notre Dame, which was a top 5 team. Weren't they 5 this past weekend?
Well, that's right.
But anyway, Alabama destroyed. Who did they play?
Utah State.
Utah State destroyed. Man, they look so good too. And someone was dogging you about saying they should slip in the polls.
Well, I just like to keep them on their toes.
Well, and I don't think it was a dog at Alabama. I just think it was more about the other. It's all going to work itself out. I can promise you
Alabama
that.
fans of that nature, you can't tell them that and them listen.
And plus, it's kind of fun to do that.
It is. It is. They the fact that we're stirring them up on purpose, and it worked.
Yeah.
So well done, Greg.
Yeah.
So
we wanted to see if it worked, and it actually did.
It did.
We have
and these other emails, the guy on the bike may have had allergies, but I still not as hot as it was. I would take the allergies before first of all. Never mind.
Well, if we're going to throw all the ideas of why he could, it's your fault. You could have gone back and interviewed the guy.
I started.
That's a good point.
I guess allergies
Next
could be on
I'll
the
stop
table.
and ask him.
Yeah, maybe he did. I don't know. So
as hot as it was.
on the Cove, the road the cul-de-sac that we live on, about 13 houses. This little small
Y'all have
street.
big week 1 party?
No, we actually were pretty busy, but there's some things going on in the neighborhood, and it's got everybody riled up. And I don't
going
like
down
it.
in the neighborhood.
Somebody putting upside pineapples out there?
No,
pineapple flag.
So this is a fairly new neighborhood, just a couple of years old, probably 3 or 4 years old. Homes built at different times throughout those years.
Yeah.
But I would say in the standards of neighborhoods, it's a pretty new neighborhood. Mm-hmm. Homes aren't that old. Well, apparently the developer, whenever they built these homes, you know how sometimes these developers, they'll go in with somebody and go, hey, we're going to do all homes, or we're going to send fiber there, and they're an AT&T home, or hey, we're going to do Spectrum, or we're going to do something different, you know. Well, we our little subdivision, it had fiber ran to the house and nothing else. So if you had other companies, they really didn't. That you wanted to use, it really wasn't available. You kind of had to use what you had because it was the house was wired that way and everything.
Yeah. That's how they get you.
Well, I've noticed that other companies have been coming and their trucks have been going really slow through the neighborhood, and they've been surveying and doing some some research on maybe adding other services to our road. And I guess the city approved one of the companies to provide services if the neighbors desire that. But this means that they have to dig, trenches all the way down the neighborhood of existing homes that have nice yards and all this stuff. Well, most of these companies, they contract it out to a different sub that just come in from another state or a city, and they just start digging everything up. Well, I noticed there was a lot of spray painting and different things.
Little
out.
flags. Showing you where the power line is, showing you where the water is.
But apparently the company forgot to do 1 or 2 other checks. You know how you're supposed to dial 811 before you dig and all that. Well, I started hearing rumblings midweek last week of neighbors saying, hey, my cable and my TV's out or whatever. These people are cutting through all kinds of stuff. And they had not gotten to my house yet. So the city official comes out and shuts them down and says, hey, y'all missed a step.
Y'all ain't marking them.
Right. Well, then the company that they cut up is out, and now all those guys are mad because they're having to go back and fix everything. And today is the day they come back.
No.
And the neighborhood is on alert. I know today. I know today my yard's going to get hit today.
Uh-oh.
Oh. No. And so I went out like some of the others did and said, look, if you've got like the Pet Stop underground fence and little things like that, you need to flag where that is, or they're just going to start just chomping right through the yard. And so I did. And so I just put up the little, where the perimeter is and where the fence is. I don't think that they're going to have to hit that spot, but yeah, they're digging up. What they're doing is they're digging, and then they're pulling that cable through at different points, and then and going to put up little boxes on the side of of the edge of the property and stuff. But man, hey, they started cutting through everything, and so it was Thursday, and college football was starting. And you would think,
oh no!
And a lot of the Cove, and seriously, a lot of the Cove, they work from the house. A lot of them are in the IT field and different things like that. And so you
talking about need an internet connection?
They're churning and burning from the house, and they're all coming out.
Boom!
Hey, they're coming out going, "What have y'all done?" Of course, the company doesn't care or doesn't act like they do. And then the city official luckily came out and said, now we're going to get involved, but man, it was a mess. So one of my neighbors comes out and goes, "Hey, we got college football." It was funny. One neighbor was mad because that they work from the house. The other one was mad because college football was starting. He's like,
both reasons
I have no TV at all. Golly. But luckily that was restored before all the games started and we got into the Labor Day weekend. But yeah, that's so there's just mounds of dirt everywhere. So the city official made them fill all their holes back up and come back. And so once you go into our subdivision and into our little cul-de-sac, my house and about 3 others are the only ones that haven't been touched, but every other house has mounds of dirt, just all through the yard.
They'll clean it up.
Yeah. Oh, well, hey.
After they cut you.
Well, they claim that it's going to look like pre-construction time when they leave. I can't wait to see if that's going to happen or not. We'll take a break. We'll come back. But that's going to happen today, boys. That's going to happen today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's just uncomfortable. We don't think about it a lot,
Well, no, you know why?
As you're going to
can I tell you why we don't
today,
think about it a lot? It's not a pleasant thought.
Well, as you're going to your job today, no matter what it is, some of you may teach, maybe in the medical industry.
Right.
You may be an engineer. You may be an entertainer on some level, and I use that term loosely, looking around this room.
Right.
There are people whose jobs today it is to put dead bodies in an oven and cook them.
Wow.
You're right.
And you just don't think about it much.
No. Because you know why? You'd rather not.
No.
I wonder, I just don't think it would be my thing. I'm glad people do that, but I'm
going to unpack this a little bit.
Bubba, I'm going to step out
the
with
people doing it, what was their second choice that didn't work out? You have to wonder.
Well, I will go ahead and unpack this a little bit. A lot of the things that if you see, and I'm going to handle this with kid gloves because I understand that we're under grace now and all that, but a lot of these things that you look back, the tattooing, for instance, and piercings and things like that, a lot of these things you look at and say, well, I noticed that at one time within the faith, these things they seemed to almost be taboo. And I'll tell you why. Because a lot of the things that you see that we're all going, now why is that? Is because these were pagan practices. Yeah. The pagans would tattoo themselves and pierce themselves for their gods, and then people come out and say, well, if that's not your motivation, though, I'm open to that. I don't think somebody's got a tattoo, they're not going to heaven. Don't misunderstand me. But the reason why there was such a discussion about that is God told his people, don't do that. Don't do what the pagans do. So a lot of people took that to say, well, the pagans burn their bodies.
Right.
So we shouldn't burn ours because that was a pagan practice. Yeah. So that's where some of this comes from. Now I'm not saying that, your loved one's not going to heaven if you cremated them.
No, I ain't got nothing to do with it.
What I'm saying is, because it's whether you're under the blood of Jesus Christ or not that's going to decide that.
Amen.
But if you're if you're asking why was this what's one time considered to be something that, and still some people won't do. My wife has the point. We talked with one of our sons yesterday, and again, I don't have I'm not saying that, because I know some people that are devout followers of Jesus Christ, and they've even put tattoos on their body to Bible verses or to acknowledge Christ. And, of course, I always remind them, be sure it's tattooed on your heart, not just your body. But the point is, and my wife makes this point to our kids, and when our kids become adults and, they make their own decisions or whatever, she said, my deal is, if God was ever against something, I just don't want to do it. If at one time he said, I don't want my people doing that, then she said, I know it may not be required, but it's still something I'm going to adhere to.
Yeah, why walk the line on it?
Right.
And here's the thing about the cremation. When the Lord comes back to the clouds and he calls all of us up, it ain't going to matter if you're in a box, you're ashes, you're in the water, you're blown to smithereens, you coming together, Well, that's the thing. It ain't going to matter.
If the Bible addresses those that have died in the water, that the deep will give up its dead first, I assure you those bodies are not intact.
No, and it's just a longer trip up.
Yeah, so I mean, it's even it's even.
I got to get a head start.
It's and I got news for you. If you bury it in the ground, it's not intact anymore.
Right.
No, yeah.
No, dust to dust.
Yeah. So that is a different point.
Yeah, and I know some people make that point. That's why I want to address it.
No, you're right.
It's not. It's not a point.
If you really want to go back to
when he says "come forth, baby," you coming forth.
Yeah.
The atoms are going to obey too.
Right, yeah. Guys. We know that he took dry bones and turned it into an army.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, the point is on this. If you're trying to look at it, I'm not saying on the air that if you are a follower of Jesus and you've cremated somebody that you've done something that's sin. I'm not saying that at all.
Nobody said that.
I'm just saying, and nor do I say that about tattoos. But if you go back and look, the reason why these things had taboo tied to them is they were pagan practices. It's why some people don't like calling the crucifixion, the resurrection, Easter, because that word has a pagan history to it. Because the Christians, when they were persecuted, would celebrate Christian celebrations and acknowledgments, hiding under
the cover of other traditions,
because the Romans would come and kill you, and they didn't like the church a whole lot.
But see, it was about their heart and what they were trying to do, and do it wisely,
right,
as we are told to do. Which that verse, been studying it, I'm disturbed by it, but it's opened up a lot of things.
Yeah. So anyway, 15 minutes past the hour. So it's happened again. So hey, look, more motivation to lose weight.
Maybe we need bigger ovens. We got to open MRIs.
Well, they said that we're, as a society, we're fatter than we've ever been, and maybe the crematory.
It's just a size issue, right?
We sell
easy word to say.
We sell more double X and triple X shirts than we did a long time ago, didn't we?
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, daylight's come and me want to go home.
That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the guy who was forcibly removed from his seat, dragged off a United Airlines flight. He has settled with the carrier for, sadly, an undisclosed amount, which somebody will tell us about who's not supposed to. So we'll get it. We'll get it at some point.
But that was part of the agreement. Hey, we'll pay you this sum,
you can't tell,
but you can't say,
because then people be flopping all over the planes trying to get drug off.
But they always say that, and it always comes out anyway.
Yeah, but he
ask Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah.
United Airlines says we're pleased to report that United and Dr. Dale, we've reached a resolution. We're both happy with it, of the unfortunate incident that occurred aboard Flight 3411. We look forward to implementing the improvements we have announced, which will put our customers at the center of everything we do. Well, this customer was at the center of everything you do, but we were dragging him off a plane and beating the tar out of it.
Yeah.
So anyway, and we did kill one large rabbit this week, which was we're really
tragedy. Tragedy.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome to a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. And we hope all of you enjoyed some time off over a long holiday weekend. We start this hour, as we have since the attack on America back on 9/11, with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba platforms. Adler settles in now to go forward with the rest of the show, as does the boys. Bubba and I will join them, and we'll get a brand new hour started. Looking back over a long weekend, a lot to cover. We look, football season, week 1 has started in college football. The NFL coming up this weekend. We like football. The show that we do is about anything, so there'll probably be some recaps in here, part of it. But we'll try not to land there too long if that's not your thing. We have a lot of other things to cover as well coming off of a long weekend. Your phone calls always help at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we look forward to chatting with you as well. But first, we got to get him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. College football in general is back.
Yep.
Not a weekend will go by between now and the end of the year without it.
Nope.
How about that?
Everybody now.
Hope everybody had a great weekend.
Yeah. It was...
you know what that means this week, don't you?
Short week! I tell you, every now and then we'll put together 5 in a row, but I mean, so...
We're trying to avoid it.
Yeah, but anyway, we
Short week!
It was nothing, for me, extravagant.
Short week!
But I'll tell you one thing, those that aren't extravagant sometimes are some of the best.
Yeah.
No real plan. Got a lot of things done. Like I say, where we live, a tremendous amount of rain. As a matter of fact, some places in the Deep South had major flooding issues because of some of the flash flooding that went on and caused some problems in some places. So anyway, looks like another a wet week for a lot of us on and off this week and getting into next weekend as well. Wet week. So we'll see. But this is that I was laughing pretty hard about where we live in the deep, deep South. I don't know who this guy is, but there's a lot of people that do these funny comedic things. And he was doing a bit like he was the South, and he was calling the fall. Wonder if it was they were still coming. and the fall was doing that like people do. Oh yeah, but he hadn't left yet.
He's running behind.
and he was like, hey, he's still here. And you look, Summer's hanging out in his kitchen.
Yeah.
And he's like, so are you coming? He's, oh yeah, I'll be there eventually. And then somewhere December maybe.
You know there was one morning last week. I can't remember which morning it was now, but if you get up real early like we do, you'll go, hey, wait a minute, something's different.
Yeah.
And then the next morning it's right back to wet blanket.
Sure.
But it's poking around out there.
Well, yeah, Sherry and I made the mistake yesterday because we had a lot of rain, and the rain stopped, and it felt like it might be cooler. And Sherry's like, hey, you want to, after dinner, late afternoon, you want to go for a walk? And I'm like, yeah, sure. We stepped out there, and that sun came out from behind the clouds. Yeah. And the air was just like a tropical rainforest.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that sun,
you can almost see it.
Yeah, and that sun came out, and I said, well, we've grossly miscalculated this.
Mm-hmm.
And so you know what that meant? We all got to go home and take a shower. because we sweated profusely.
Yeah, I bet.
But anyway, so we'll unpack that. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Man, I got a lot of good feedback. You know, the good news is we've been getting good feedback on a lot of the Rick and Bubba podcast. Rick and Bubba University podcast over the weekend. Bob Cornuke, fascinating conversation, and a lot of you this over the weekend saying, "Hey, y'all need to do a series with him because there is a lot to cover." And maybe, you know, it was one of the things too. Our pastor Sunday was talking about the validity of Scripture and how it matches up against the other. And you and I've had this conversation before, Bubba, but how it matches up against all the other historical documentations that we don't even question.
Right.
And it gives more than any of those have ever really brought to the table. But yet we question it and don't question the other.
Right.
But anyway, Bob Cornuke says, you know what? There's a lot of archaeology that it keeps revealing. You know, for the longest people got so excited because they had not found any documentation of King David.
Right.
And they were so excited. And they were so hoping that we would never find it. Well, this is a made-up
because
person.
it's a big part.
Hey, this is a made-up person. Of course, you know, then archaeologists found it.
Yeah.
You know, where all of a sudden you look, here's a monument to the house of David. And they're like, well, I guess he was king for a while. So anyway, I think God allows these things to be found when he's ready, and also going beyond and above to be sure we get our best shot to go, you know what, there's a lot of accuracy here.
You know, I remember when they found it's the grave, what our word would be grave for it, esophagus or whatever they call it, of the high priest.
Yeah.
Caiaphas.
Yes.
And you know, that was another one they were having a hard time to actually
document
that from he was the high priest during the trial of Christ.
Yeah.
But they did find it. And it was amazing.
And for those that try to say the Bible is not valid, the Dead Sea Scrolls, big setback.
Yeah.
Because when they found those, they're like, well, it looks like here's the Old Testament.
And somebody was writing it down and hiding it out here somewhere.
Right. It looks a lot like all the other manuscripts we have.
Right, exactly, word for word.
Yeah, but anyway. So anyway, that's if you haven't heard that podcast yet or watched it, that's a doozy. And he said that they've got a big find that is going to take world history and set it on its ear, involving the history of Israel as a nation. A huge find that really it's been found. They're just trying to get all of their ducks in a row because this announcement is going to cause a lot of stir.
Yeah.
A lot of stir.
You know, the most interesting thing to me, because a lot of the things that he is talking about and pushing and bringing forth does not go with what am I trying to say? The current thought process, where Mount Sinai is.
Oh yeah.
So when we got to the well, you know, I told you I didn't sleep well last night.
Big Eyes got him.
When we got to the Ark of the Covenant,
yeah.
I expected, you know, I said, well, you know, a lot of people think it's in the church over there in Ethiopia. And I expected him to shoot that down like he was some. He goes, no, it's there.
Well, my favorite.
He said it's absolutely there.
My favorite's when he said it's there, and then listed how many times he'd been there.
Right.
You know, it's they let you. I've hung out with him. I know the whole deal. Been there several times.
And here's what the walls look like inside.
Yeah. He also said he's glad Noah's Ark's not on Mount Ararat because it's no fun to try to climb it.
Oh, I know.
Said it cuts the horses up and everything. They get all upset.
Do you remember how good that documentary was when you were a kid? That when Spock was doing the narration on it.
And for some reason, because Spock was saying it, you thought it was legit.
Yeah, it made it more real.
Of course, this guy said hogwash, but all right, we'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of that, did you see the story about the Waffle House co-founder?
No, what happened?
See that?
Very upsetting.
There should be a national day for this person.
Well, Thomas, this is a death update. Just be certain.
Oh, well, easy, Bubba.
Well,
he did.
It's in the story. I
did.
feel good about it. And there's a bigger issue here we need to keep in mind. Thomas Faulkner died at his home in Johns Creek, Georgia on Wednesday. The 98-year-old co-founder of Waffle House in the 1950s with Joe Rogers Sr. The duo grew the Atlanta company into a chain with more than 1,000 locations. Now, the co-founder, Rogers Sr., passed away at age 97 in March. And then he passed away, just shortly after that.
Yeah.
Man. I mean, the two co-founders literally within 60 days passed away. But I think the key part here for all of you who are critical of the Waffle House diet.
Yep, I love it.
One of them 98, one of them 97, happy as they could be.
And in their picture right here, they look pretty lean.
Yeah, and probably extremely wealthy.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
They buried them in those paper hats.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably some idiot out there saying, if only they'd eaten healthier. Yeah, they might have made it, to 104?
Yeah, right.
I mean, they're 98, 97, and they enjoyed waffles and bacon and eggs and hash browns scattered and covered.
The way
grits.
we forget things, at the level we forget things, there's no way I could remember, if I'm the cook, the Waffle House order being hollered out at me.
No.
We got two this, what I backed up, and he's just or
Slam
she,
it, scram it.
Yeah, and they never repeat it.
I don't think that's one of them.
I don't think they say slam it and scram it.
I think you're confusing this with the varsity, Greg.
Yeah.
Flip it and dip it. And
No, that's not it either.
smother it.
Yeah, the reason why I know that I could not do that is because I was required to do something similar when I was a preloader for UPS, and I couldn't pull that off either.
Now, one of the sons said he and my father never envisioned the company would grow into what it is today, nor how thousands of associates would be positively impacted by the opening of the first restaurant.
Hey, and they're always open.
Can I tell you
always.
Can I tell you what I love about going into Waffle House? They moved one down at the bottom of the hill. I tell you, I'm really living the life of Riley last night.
Yeah.
Now I've got a Waffle House. Literally, I could throw a rock and hit it.
It's a nice one.
It's a good one too. And now I've got a Dreamland.
It is.
And now I got a
One he's talking
Dreamland. I
about's
got a
nice.
Dreamland one way, and I got a Waffle House. the
now
other.
you're bragging.
I mean, it is
And
so.
you still got Brewster's ice cream at the bottom of the hill.
Brewster's. I don't even have to throw hard to hit it.
No.
No, I mean,
There's rumor.
You got a crow hop to hit the Waffle House, but you can just go straight.
There's a rumor, and I might have to call the mayor, that there's a Waffle House coming to where I live.
Uh-oh.
Little old sleepy town of
Don't
Helena,
y'all have
Alabama.
a
Did you
huddle
get that
house?
done?
Oh, you don't?
No.
So this is
No, I got to call.
Really? Well,
Call the mayor.
What I
See if
like
it's true.
about going to Waffle House is no matter, and usually for us, it is if we have a Saturday that is uneventful, and we all sleep till we want to get up, and then we just kind of meander down because you can have breakfast anytime. And we meander down just to get us some breakfast down at the Waffle House. And what I love about it, it doesn't matter how badly, how little effort I throw into what I'm wearing, I'm always dressed appropriately.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, when I walk in there, I'm either the best dressed person in there, or I'm right there with everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm never the worst dressed. Never. You know what I mean?
Well,
if you just comb your hair, you take a step up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Well, Greg, you are very outspoken about how you don't like breakfast at night.
I mean, I
Correct.
don't hate it, but it's not my,
See, I
my
love
first
it.
choice.
So, but do you go to a Waffle House in the evening, or is
but
it more of a
I
morning
normally
thing?
order like a hamburger.
Okay, so you
Really?
That's interesting.
If it's supper time.
You don't.
Hey,
What's the name of their chili? They have a sign up. It's It's called like Uncle Joe's Chili or something.
But yeah, it is, by the way.
Then it says world's best. I always think of Elf when I read that.
Congratulations, you did.
Congratulations.
But I will say this. Now, if it's the middle of the night, which I used to eat there a lot in the middle of the night. No, when I used to have my other job, we'd eat there a lot. Mm-hmm. I could go either way. I may go breakfast. I may not.
Did you ever go?
I may do a combo of a steak and eggs.
Did you ever go hamburger and a waffle? I did.
No, that's kind of weird.
No, like waffles like my dessert. Oh. Come on now! Don't wait a minute! Don't jump on it till you heard.
I was thinking about them together,
No,
but
not together.
separate. Yes.
No, not together.
So I pictured a hamburger in the
No,
waffle.
I got the hamburgers. I did the hash brown, moved it out, and here comes the waffle.
And I'll tell you what else I'm not
You
scared
used
of.
the waffle as a dessert.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've done that many times.
Yeah.
Don't be scared of the patty melt.
Yeah, but I got to.
Don't be scared of the patty
Birch
melt.
chili.
Jason's in Louisville,
Bert.
Kentucky.
Thank you.
Jason, go
Birch's
ahead.
world famous chili.
That's it.
Our Uncle Joe.
great
World's
figure,
best.
guys.
Hey, buddy.
That's close.
Hey, just giving y'all a heads up how they remember the orders at Waffle House without yelling them back out.
How?
They put little markings on the plates, like if you got half.
All right, we're back. 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number as we work our way back. We'll let you know what all's going on this week because it is a short week. So, we lost today on a 3-day weekend, so everything is boom, boom, boom. It's going to happen a little quicker this week. Boom, 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 boom. Will of Mead may happen this week for sure. There'll be no Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this week. No podcast this week, but that'll start back next week. Also, need you to be aware of some upcoming events. I'll be in Dothan, Alabama this Thursday night. Fire Up. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com, and look forward to being with those men coming up this Thursday night at Ridgecrest. So make plans to be with us in the land of News Talk 103.9. All right, so Bubba, speaking of news, you're saying that there was in Oklahoma, ABC affiliate news NBC affiliate news anchor Julie Chen actually started having early signs of a stroke on the air.
Yeah, that's what we hear. We have the video of it, so we can kind of look at it and see it happen right before us.
Okay, wow.
Flown, NBC News, Cape Canaveral, Florida.
The Tulsa Air and Space Museum is hosting a launch today at the event. The event features live. I'm sorry, something is going on with me this morning, and I apologize to everybody. Let's just go ahead and send it on over to meteorologist Annie Brown.
Now, 2 News Oklahoma weather.
Julie, we love you so much. We love you so much. We have those days, and we are all
feeling well.
Get through. Dense fog advisory this morning.
There they go.
Not feeling well.
Not
feeling well.
So what happened was they actually did call 911, and she was suffering early stages of stroke.
How about that?
Wow.
I know, on this show.
So-
Good. I mean, that is so mild compared to what happens on here weekly.
I hope that she is okay, but
She is
But
now.
my biggest takeaway from this is that we should call 911 more.
Yeah, when did the stroke happen? I didn't catch it.
Right. Are we not calling 911 enough here? I mean, that's my concern. Because here it seems like we just let people fly. Just work through it.
Yeah.
Okay, she says the episode seemed to come out of nowhere.
Right.
She said she felt great before the show. However, during the course of the first few minutes, she said something started to happen. She could tell something wasn't right. She said she lost partial vision in one eye, and added a little bit later, my hand and arm went numb. Then I knew I was in big trouble when my mouth would not speak and the words were right in front of me on the teleprompter.
Yeah, she said she wanted to release the video of this so that she could help show, signs of what to expect. And then she also sent out another tweet that said she was okay and doing well.
She said she also wanted to release it because she knows the elections are coming up and wants us to look at her video, then watch the president try to talk.
Okay.
Well, just saying.
I know, we all thought that.
Mm-hmm.
The vision thing, that makes me feel better. I've never had that. I've sounded like her before on the air, but I've never had
What are you talking about? I sounded that way last segment.
Yeah. I mean, I've sounded that way. I've sounded far worse than that.
Yeah.
Not even.
I know.
Yeah.
I was like, what's the big deal?
Yeah. I mean, really bad.
Yeah.
But you're right. The going numb.
Yes.
And the loss of vision. I needed to hear that.
I needed
because
to hear
if it was just her speech, then we got real problems.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, man.
What are you talking about?
I mean, who am I? So anyway,
we're
right.
living that one out, ain't we?
Yeah.
It was really funny about 12 years ago.
Well, watching that happen to her made me actually reach for my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad she's okay.
Yeah. So she is okay.
She's all good.
Well, having a stroke's not good. She can't be okay.
Well, I don't think she had the full, but
Mm-hmm.
she was, in those early stages, and because she got, the proper medical help, they were able to take care of that. So,
Really?
Yeah.
How do you medicate somebody for strokes?
Oh, they have.
Right.
Without being too technical on this, there's really two things can happen. You can have a bleed in an artery.
That's true.
In your brain, or you can have a blockage. And if they can determine which one it is, they have a clot-busting drug now that will go in, and if they get you early enough, it absolutely will minimize the effects of the stroke.
Oh, no doubt about that. I've actually heard commercials about it, too. Here's what she says. Doctors think I had the beginnings of a stroke, but not a full stroke. There are lots of questions and lots to follow up on. But the bottom line is I should be fine.
Yeah,
the main problem.
There's the picture of her in the hospital showing that, hey, I'm doing well.
Mm-hmm.
The main problem
still
is
a lot of questions. Though.
If you're having the type of stroke that is a brain bleed, you don't want the clot buster shot because it could kill you.
There you go.
But the majority of stroke, from what I understand, what I've read, like everybody else on the internet, the majority of them are actually blockages.
I hope you didn't read it, WebMD. It'll convince you you're done.
I know it.
When you told me about the testing they were doing on you, I regretted ever reading WebMD.
Yeah, you can fall in there pretty deep.
Right, yeah.
But this clot busting shot, and I can't remember the name of it, has been a lifesaver for a lot of people.
Thrombolysis or something.
You know what? That's as good as anything I could come up with. But it's a clot busting shot that if you are given it early enough can almost nullify the effects of it.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid to try to pronounce it because if I do, y'all call 911.
Right. Yeah. Get you all locked up.
Right. But I'm glad she's okay. And the key is, it was the early stages. They dealt with it, and now, they can start working on why it happened and see if they can't keep her from having.
She looks a little young for that,
Well, with all the stuff out there now.
You have to wonder.
Well, we're living in a time because of the fact that we've all been fighting worldwide a novel virus.
Yep.
And that's caused us to have to try to come up with some way to combat it
quickly.
And I think right now, just from discussions you've had, Bubba, discussions I've had with people in and around the medical field, I think we're all just confused right now. We're doing the best we can, but we're going to have to be the people that get experimented on, and then there'll be some things that'll help others down the road.
Well,
but I don't think that we're so confused right now.
Well, if you're a general practitioner and you're not in a big metro area per se, involved in a big managed healthcare thing, you've heard so much, you're just like us, you're confused.
Oh, wait till we give you the ivermectin update today. We've had an update on this thing so many times in two different directions.
Oh, I know.
It's crazy.
What do you believe? What do you believe?
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Browns. They put a couple little hash browns on the plate that's sitting right next to them, and they turn the jelly a certain way to figure out how to cook the eggs.
Good deal.
Okay.
I got it.
That's why
I
they do
Nothing
that.
wrong with that.
What a minute.
That's good information.
Excellent.
Wait a minute. What do you mean they turn the jelly on the plate next to them?
Like, they'll go
sunny
here
side
like
up.
this.
It's a sign.
So they lay it all out there, and this tells them to remember what everybody ordered.
One sunny side
There's
up.
signals on the plate say this plate gets
I don't
this.
remember
this plate
seeing
gets
jelly on the
different
plate before the eggs got on there.
Yeah.
No, jelly pack.
jelly pack.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm sure they took it off.
I think usually goes last.
You got to sit at the
Well,
bar.
I'm talking
and
about
look.
they might move it before they bring it to you, but they use it as a marker.
I'm gonna watch them a little closer.
I am too. I'm gonna have my eye on that. Now, I'm gonna tell you what; those plates are heavy too.
Yeah,
good old heavy plates.
Oh yeah,
If
you
don't
can drop
believe
them on the floor, won't even break.
If you don't believe that, ask the man whose wife hit him one the night I was in there.
And who orders?
I'd never seen anything like it. I'm
Who
talking
orders?
about they a two-hander too. It was fantastic.
Well, it's a family restaurant. I remember Adler busted a fight up by
Yes, he
screaming
did.
that out
It's
in
a
the wall.
family restaurant. I was like, what restaurant are you in?
Yeah.
What? How about this? You go to the Waffle House, there's no telling what might happen. That's part of the fun.
And you never know what you're going to see.
I even have my ears open for disagreements. Oh, there's something brewing over here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's in our Rick and Bubba University intern program. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Let's get everybody on the field. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is. Bubba, I can't imagine how many times you've been sent this story. Horrifying story. Yeah. Horrifying. Animal story. You want to talk about it?
Well, Rick, I've been sent this 1,000 times.
Sure.
And
It's the email of the day for you.
I know when some of you saw it, you could not get to your computer quick enough to click and send it to me.
Right.
Shoppers at a Walmart in Arkansas over the weekend got an unwanted surprise when they found dozens of snakes in a big pile in the parking lot.
Hey, just a pile of them.
The police department there, is it Paragould? The police department said they were called to Walmart Sunday after concern. Shoppers noticed a pile of snakes.
Look at that pile. I like where that car's positioned, though. He's about to run right over him.
Well, did they crawl up under there or whatever? But, one of the lines here in the story, you look through it. I mean, I don't want to make more out of it than there is, but it says, poisonous or not, it's dangerous when you put snakes in a busy area. It could cause a panic with people trying to get away.
It'll cause a panic. Bill Bubba Bussy, if there was a pile of any snakes, not one, not two, we're calling the term pile.
Mm-hmm.
There's a pile of twisted, mangled pile of snakes in the parking lot of any business. Would you, sir, ever return?
Well, Rick, to start with, I would go get my flamethrower and take care of the problem.
Right, yeah.
And then, you'd have serious doubts. Somebody brought that in, dumped them out. That's good.
How much to sit on top of them?
Are they poisonous or
no?
non-poisonous?
These are like, aren't they like garter snakes? Or something?
No, they're all types. It says.
How much?
It said we learned that.
Yeah, I'm saying if they're not poisonous, how much?
Copperheads and water moccasins, right?
No, it says we learned that they were.
Hey, we got a story on it if you want
I
to
thought
hear
it
it.
said they were garter snakes.
Here's what it says. I've got it in front of me if you'd like for me to read it.
$3,000.
It says we got one of our officers who apparently some sort of snake whisperer and learned that they were non-venomous garden snakes.
I'd sit on them for $400.
And he said the poisonous or non-poisonous, like Bubba said, you can cause a problem. You would sit on a pile of non-venomous snakes for $400?
Well, let's make it 5.
I'll go 1,000. It's not going to take much for me these days either.
Non-poisonous.
Wait a minute.
Now, poisonous,
Y'all
we're
got
going to
me
have to get on
rethinking.
up.
Y'all talking about
poisonous, I'm not. I don't. There's no amount of money.
How many
for
What if they're
How long do I have to sit on them?
What if they're standing by and you're going to live? They're going to have to give you shots.
Then I'm game on.
10
with
Mississippi.
with poisonous
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. Absolutely.
But we're
With
in-
my current tax situation, absolutely.
$10,000 then.
For poisonous?
Well, that would handle
go-
that, but I was thinking more than that. If I'm going to do poisonous, it's going to be.
I'm not going to do it. I'm going to shoot them with a shotgun.
Non-poisonous, I would sit in them for $500.
Non-poisonous?
But I don't have to sit in them long, right?
Okay, no.
I'm going $100 a snake. There's 40 snakes. I'll do it for $4,000
With non-poisonous?
for 1 minute.
What about poisonous with the anti-venom standing by?
There's a part of me that wished he would have had the math wrong just so we could have made fun of him.
How much to bend over and just kiss the top of the pile?
Kiss it? Where am I kissing them?
Just right on one of them's back.
Non-poisonous?
And that's all I got.
They're still going to buy.
That's all I got to do is just bend down, kissing.
Yeah.
I'm
I
out.
feel like a rusty fish hook.
I'll do that for $400.
Yeah.
Appearance fee.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Bubba, any amount of money?
I rode a bull for
none.
$400.
Even with
Remember that?
non-poisonous?
None. I ain't
You know
playing.
what,
I
Rick?
ain't playing with Satan's little hand puppet. You don't know what's riding gun on that thing. You know it.
Rick,
Don't forget.
This is for two people who rode bulls for $400.
$35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is our sponsor, and they are trying to work with you to find qualified candidates if you have a role that needs to be filled. The next time you fill a role with your company, your choice is going to either be an asset or a detriment. Be sure that you're not wasting your time when you finally start doing interviews. Nothing worse for you to go, look, these last 5 people we interviewed, they didn't even have the basic skills we need for this job. Why am I wasting my time? I don't have this kind of time. So use all the tools that are provided at linkedin.com/Bubba, and then you'll interview only the most qualified. And then you pick the person for your company from the best of the best. And they do that with some screening questions and working through that. There's 810 million people on LinkedIn. There's 40 million job seekers that visit LinkedIn every week. So we're going to let you post your job for free by going to linkedin.com/Bubba. You heard me right. I said free. You saw Speedy's head look up. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or you can find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. And especially if you're trying to make a successful hire and not waste your time, there's the help you need. All right, so Bubba, you're not going to believe this. If you and Adler, if Space Bros had actually gone to see the launch of Artemis, y'all still wouldn't be back.
Yeah, I know.
And you still would not have seen the rocket.
Yep.
And what was funny, and I don't even know how this happened, you talking about those moments in time, you probably sensed something where you were, you just didn't know what it was about. So I'm just flipping around on the channels because, I was just, I was, laid back, swerving like I'm George Jones. You know what I mean? All weekend long, just chilling. And so I flipped around, and all of a sudden, I don't know how, I think it was C-SPAN or something, they were broadcasting the press conference after the scrubbing of the launch.
Right.
And it was NASA having to answer questions on how much money it's costing the taxpayers.
Mhm.
And I know that flips a switch with you. So it was hilarious for me. But to watch these very, very smart people have to deal with the press is an interesting combination, because I've realized that the press, they're in over their head, and then the Artemis people are kind of not accustomed to being questioned like this. They're just accustomed to doing their job and trying to launch big, rockets and try to, see if we can't get to Mars.
Right. Move civilization, exploration,
it was
space
like
forward.
it was like two groups of people that should not be in the same room.
Yeah.
And that was the press and all the scientists working on the Artemis project. It's like they just should never be in the same room together.
Well,
And it was so awkward that I landed and watched it for a minute. I mean,
it's definitely two different worlds.
Yeah.
When you look at the rocket scientists versus the
Right.
media, and they thought they were going to have a lot to talk about with the rocket. It should be on its trip now, but
Right.
it's a brand new deal. They're going to have
Mhm.
problems with it. Same thing they had issues with Apollo back in the day. Well, they'll get it worked out. It's just going to take a little time, and then it'll be like clockwork.
Can I tell you the part that I like the most, and I don't remember what.
You remember SpaceX? Remember they were
Yeah.
blowing up things left
Yeah.
and right,
Yeah.
and when they got it dialed in, it's worked good.
Well, that's the private sector. See, if they blow things up, it's their own money. So people don't, they're just like, okay. But what was interesting is one of the scientists or whoever this person is, I don't know what their title is, but real smart person who works on rockets.
Right.
And finally they kept being pressed on. The press wanted a number
on
how much money it cost
to scrub.
Yeah, how much money have we burned right now not taken off?
Totally. Yeah.
And so to watch them try to figure how much fuel they'd burned. So finally, one of them had enough, and which was what I was hoping for when I stopped. He said, "Let me just say this. Now, this we can say unequivocally. Whatever it is, and we don't have that number, just so y'all know. What you're asking, that's going to take some calculating. Okay, we don't have that number. I know y'all want a number. Could you speculate? No. Here's what I can
round it off.
Here's what I can tell you. It hasn't cost near as much money as it would have cost if this thing had crashed. Okay, and if we had launched it when it was unsafe to launch, it would have cost the taxpayers more money.
Right.
Now that I can tell you, and I thought that was a good answer.
Yeah,
Yeah. Now if this thing blows up and we lose all this, now there's you some money.
That's a big bill.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's they have a little different approach than Elon does, and they have to because it's public money.
Of course,
and,
yeah.
They try to have it exactly right before they go. Now Elon would have it half right and launch it and say blow it up, and we had a fuel leak. We'll
Build
fix it
another
on
one.
the next one.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, and what's happened though, because you've talked about this for years, and to me you're 100% right, is we need this to be the show that the private sector is. Well, the problem is when people plan their days off and try to go down there to watch it, to the tens of thousands of people.
Oh, Rick, did you see the numbers? How many they thought?
They thought it was
actually
what,
there?
200,000?
That was
Something like
more
that?
than that. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
That was the last number I heard. So
that's a lot of disappointed people.
A lot of disappointed people.
Greg, now the hotel people don't care because they're coming back again.
Exactly.
Greg, a lot of disappointed people loading up their chairs.
Yeah,
but
I'm happy about it.
But it's not like a concert where you can just say rain or shine.
No.
I mean, and so there's so many factors.
It's your own risk.
And you're trying to figure. I mean, I don't know how many people can say, well, I'm just going to take 2 weeks and hopefully it'll launch at some point as I spend 2 weeks down in this part of the world.
Right.
But
that's almost how you have to do it. You just decide you're going for a period of time and go, look, nothing happening. We'll go over to Disney. We'll go over to Universal. If we got a launch, we'll come out here. And not only just with NASA per se, but there are so many launches going off right now. You got SpaceX, you got, all the other things going on, and the Atlas rockets going up from Boeing all the time. And so United Launch, so there's a lot going on. That's why I said it's a great time if you're a space and rocket guy. The next few years are going to be a lot of fun. And I think SpaceX is due to launch a couple of their heavies, which is the one where the 2 rockets come back and land, the 2 boosters, this year too. So, and then you're going to have Artemis at some point. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Are you thankful, though, that y'all didn't flush all that money?
Well, yeah, I mean, anytime, we scrubbed our mission before they scrubbed theirs.
Which I think was good.
So, but it was funny. I was talking
I don't like the way you had to scrub it. I wish that wasn't the case. Yeah.
I was talking to somebody yesterday, and it said it's almost like Artemis is refusing to launch until you come back.
There you go.
And I said,
I thought the same thing.
I said, it may be a long time. I don't know if they've seen the calendar for a while, so it may be a while.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think there's all kinds of rain and storms and stuff coming through this coming weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be busy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't heard anything on the latest repair. I assume they're going to roll it back into the vehicle assembly building and tear down that part they're having a problem with.
What did they think was wrong with it?
They had a fuel leak. There was two things. They had an engine that wasn't bleeding properly, and which means they couldn't cool it down, and the sensors were not showing that, although the pressure sensors on the gas said it was where it was supposed to be. So I think that was a sensor issue. The other is a leak.
Yeah.
And, when you're dealing with this high-pressure, highly explosive stuff, it ain't like a water pipe around the house, and it's specialized, and you're going to have this till they get all the kinks worked out.
It was just interesting. That press conference for me, I couldn't believe I was watching it. But I was so interested because it looked like a bunch of nerds were invited to a sorority party.
Yeah.
And the sorority girls were trying to talk to the nerds, and the nerds were trying to fit in.
Right.
And it was
kind of like Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. It was really interesting to watch because there could not have been a bigger gap between these two people on the things they knew. And a lot
of times the media people covering it try to talk like they know what's going on, and you can tell they ain't got a clue.
That makes it even
about.
better. Yeah. That's exactly what we were getting to. It was fantastic.
Well, you know what? The rocket didn't go, but hey, we had some entertainment.
Well, I was entertained by it.
Yep.
I mean, I literally stayed there a few minutes and thought to myself, I'm going to give this. I think I missed some key plays in the Notre Dame game. So, college football week 1.
How about it's back?
A lot of things, and there's a number of things people are discussing today that happened in some of the bigger games, and we'll unpack that a little bit, and we'll all overreact to the week 1 like we always do. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
I mean, still hurts. I understand, but
off the mark.
I think y'all go too low on
I
that.
have $4,000. That's pretty good.
Bubba, think about it. I was on it like 2 seconds. That's $400
and you
in
still
2
have
seconds.
a limp.
Yeah, I'm a little banged up from it. I'll give you that.
All right, Bubba. Obviously,
boy, I got a good story.
So put it this way: I'm talking about let's go back to early days. They may turn my power off. I'm eating bologna sandwiches. We need money. We need it bad.
No,
I
ain't dealing with no.
And
snakes.
somebody would give you $5,000.
Rick, there's more than just the physical snake. You don't know what Big Red's got in that pile,
right?
Huh?
Non-poisonous.
They might be all kind of things riding shotgun on there.
So you're saying I'm trying to feed the family and everything?
One of them brought down all of mankind. Rick, why in the world am I going to play with them now?
Because you got to feed the family.
It's coming.
I mean, you've broke out in shingles under so much stress, and all of a sudden, there's $5,000 if you'll go to a non-poisonous pile of snakes, and
I'm commanded to bruise
non-poisonous for $5,000. I'll do a snow angel in them.
Yeah,
I will too.
Yeah.
Well, all that hissing going on.
You're gonna get bit, but it's gonna be like a
briar scratch.
It's gonna be like old briar scratch. But how about this? I don't like to be scratched by briars.
Who do you know that wants to do snow angels in a briar patch? Okay, that's
for $5,000.
Naked.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Naked. Now we're naked.
when did we get naked?
Why
I
keep
will
adding
pull
to
the
it?
naked back.
I'll go in this right here and do it in 10 minutes.
Talking about the bulls.
$5,000.
Do y'all remember when I did the bull, fell off immediately? The next year, the same group, they came with this great idea. They said, this year, Greg, if you stay on the bull, we're going to give you $5,000. I said, well, to make it $1 million, because there's no way on earth that I can they act like that they were stepping out. Tell you what,
well,
you might as well just say $1 million, because there's no way that I'm going to stay on it for 8 seconds. It's impossible for me to stay on. I'm not a bull rider.
Right. Yeah,
but I'm a snake snow angeler
for $5,000.
Yeah.
But see, I'm getting that no matter what. I have to stay on the bull for 8 seconds for 5. It's not, that sounds sharp for them to do that. But like I told him, I said, well, you might as well say $1 million because you don't worry about it.
I'm wondering too with the pile this snake is in. If you went there and kind of got on top of the pile,
that's what I'm saying.
And they're non-poisonous. There's a chance you might, by the time was up, it might not invite you.
They're not gonna,
They may think you're another snake.
Right. That you're going to get bit on the butt.
I ain't saying
But
just
what
dive
about
on
the
them.
guy who's throwing the pile together? What if he gets one, he misses one, and he puts the wrong one in there?
Now, you're going to have to go up and just kind of slowly lay
you
on them.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't just spook
No,
it.
no, like if this right here is the pile, you just basically go here.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
Yeah, here he goes again. He's going over a pile of non-poisonous snakes.
Now, where do you get your expertise in this?
Yeah, he's thinking. Where are they at? Are you over them yet?
Oh, he's getting.
Wait, watch that camera.
That camera is a goner, by the way.
He's in the fetal position. That's how you do it, fetal position.
By the way, I think he's right. I think that was it. I don't know why I think that.
I got to
there's
tell
no
you,
precedent.
I kind of want something covering up my eyes. Too.
How long have you got to lay on it? Good blind. How many minutes?
You gotta lay there 1 minute.
Well, if I'm getting,
at least.
Am I still getting $4 or $5 grand?
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna stay there one song.
Oh wow, that could be 3.5, 4 minutes.
Yeah, if you'll play
I hope
a
it's not
song.
Hillsong.
Now you got to take the doctor bill out of it after you've been busy.
All right, Speedy, you're in position.
Rick.
Now let's start with American Pie.
So you give me nothing on that.
You hope it's not Hillsong. Those Hillsong, buddy. I'll tell you what. Hillsong's never said, "Hey, y'all, just a couple of rounds."
Yeah.
Hillsong will. They don't believe in the short song.
All right, how about this? The Rick and Bubba theme, the long one. Somebody plays it. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's only 1 minute.
Yeah, that's less
There you
than
go.
That's my song.
All right. Dawn.
Don't y'all think that would have worked?
Dawn and
Show
Lincoln.
us again.
Yeah, Dawn's in Lincoln. All right, Dawn, go ahead.
Hey, I saw a story yesterday about a young man that kissed a cottonmouth and wound up getting bit and got taken to the hospital.
Well, usually if you kiss a cottonmouth, you'll end up on the way to the
We had
hospital.
that story. Was it?
Yeah.
It's really
happened?
a while back.
You
Oh yeah, his face was all swollen. Yes,
Dawn,
jacked up.
I'm completely shocked by that story.
Yeah, he was drunk, right?
Now I will say this: that scenario,
I will tell
will
you
not
too.
participate in.
People that play with a loaded gun with a barrel pointed at their head often get shot, and
Yes.
people that lay in the highway will get run over.
Yes. All the same people.
Yep.
Cottonmouths have never said they don't even like to be kissed.
You don't need to play games with them.
No, cottonmouth's bad.
We're
And
going
that's an aggressive
non-venomous
snake.
here.
Very aggressive.
That's an
too.
aggressive snake
Yep.
too. There's no money, I don't think, for me to be bitten by a copperhead.
No.
See him on the golf course a
Or
lot.
a cottonmouth.
And
or
now,
a
if I
rattlesnake.
have to be bitten by a venomous snake, it would probably be the copperhead.
Yeah, I'd go with the copperhead over the cottonmouth.
How
yeah,
big?
or the rattlesnake.
How big was his head swollen up?
Oh.
He looked like an alien.
Oh, he looked ridiculous. His
Oh,
lip
yeah.
was out to here. That was one of them watch this deals.
It was.
I can't even feel sorry for somebody that does that.
No, you're right.
You don't. You almost think, well,
Yeah.
Go back to one of my other statements. I'll let it rest for now.
we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us as we make our way back. Hope you all had a great Labor Day weekend and enjoyed a Rick and Bubba replay yesterday and caught Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, over the weekend. Maybe went and watched some archives, listened to some archives, whatever the case may be. But we did have week one of college football, and we, like all sports people, will overreact and think that we know where every team's going to finish because of one game.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the AP poll means nothing, but there were some interesting things over the weekend that happened. I was kind of scanning around. I didn't really watch any game from beginning to end, but I probably saw the most of the Arkansas-Cincinnati game, the Notre Dame-Ohio State game, and the Florida-Utah game. I probably saw the most of those three. In Georgia-Oregon, I saw a good bit of that.
I saw a good bit of that.
Ugly.
I tell you one that was good. I don't know if you saw any of the LSU-Florida State game, but what
I
a
did not.
crazy swing back and forth that game was.
Well, I know that a lot of people, it's again the overreaction. I saw all the jokes about, this has been a terrible hire, and Kelly, and this is awful. First of all, I know that he was fun and he got a national championship, but Coach O left that program in terrible shape. And as far as the blocked extra point, this is the most basic football blocking thing that you're taught at the high school level. Block down. Don't let anybody come to your inside. Bubba, then you get into the laws of math and physics. you want to give the rushers the longest distance to your kicker.
Right.
So let me tell you what the shortest distance is if they come to your inside.
Yep.
So if you get overloaded on one side, you just block down. And if they block down, I saw the guy on the edge, he doesn't get there. If you just simply block down, you tie the game and go into to overtime. Now, there's people screaming, well, how come you think Kelly can't even do basic? Well, it could be the kid was taught to do that, and he screwed it up.
Yeah, he just didn't. I doubt they taught him to do it that way.
I doubt he was not taught to block down. What he did, like a Nimrod, he reached out to the guy on his edge and let the guy go right inside, and that's not the way you block that.
But Rick,
he probably wasn't shown to do it.
There's not a scheme any coach is going to put on the field that doesn't require players to make plays.
The way we got to that, though, was so
Just
crazy.
block down.
The game was back and forth. Florida State's got the ball. They're up a score. It looks like they're going in to ice the game. They're inside the 5-yard line. The announcers,
after the LSU punt returner fumbled.
Oh yeah, well, it's been crazy back and forth. I couldn't recap all of it.
But he's crying on the bench, thinks he just lost the game. You know,
even Greg McElroy is saying maybe they should just let them score here, so they get the ball back, and then they have a chance to score onside kick, and you make up 2 scores. Florida State runs a quick pitch inside the 5. The guy fumbles it. They get the ball, I'm going to say the 1-yard line thereabouts.
That's what.
They have to drive the field with a minute 20 left. So Florida State goes from we're about to ice the game to, oh, my gosh, we fumbled. LSU has a long way to go. They go down, they score. You have this bizarre play where the kid's trying to get out of bounds, but his knee goes down in. We don't know if we're going to get a 10-second runoff. The game's going to be over, and it was an extended discussion about that. So you have all of this. So you have, LSU is happy, then they're sad because they fumbled. Florida State's happy because they think they're going to ice the game. Then they fumble. Then LSU drives the field. They're ecstatic, and then they miss the extra point. Gets partially blocked, and it still almost went in. I mean, it was fluttering and hit the crossbar and went down. So it was, far as an exciting game to watch where I didn't have any skin in the game, that was a great game to watch.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it, but just hearing that, and I heard all that being talked about, all I saw was the blocked extra point and saw the kid not block down. But you have to, and look, LSU may be in a mess, and Brian Kelly may not work out there, but the way we do as fans, don't you have to give some credit to a team that put together a 99-yard drive to give themselves a chance to tie the game and put it in overtime? Wasn't that quite a feat with a minute and something left? They went 99 yards. Don't you give some credit for that?
Yeah, Rick, coaches can get too much credit, too much blame. I mean, Brian Kelly is in charge. He is the ultimate person.
He gets paid a lot to be in charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But Brian Kelly doesn't block anybody. He doesn't make any plays. I mean, but it was strange because he's very stoic on the sidelines. Like, I didn't even see him speaking into the headset as opposed to Coach O, who's out there, doing all his things. So it was a shift of gears, so to speak.
Talked to a guy yesterday who went to LSU. He's lived in Baton Rouge most of his life, and he's in Birmingham now because his kids now have kids. He wants to be around his grandkids. And I just asked him straight up. I said, hey, I hate to bring this up. Just want to know what your thoughts are. And he was pretty upbeat about it. It's not going to hurt us in the conference. He was very frustrated with the targeting call he should have been targeted.
Yeah,
that's the hit right there.
That was ridiculous.
He was frustrated with that player for that,
Watch his launch.
But he was very optimistic about it, and this guy could be a little negative at times. I was pleased with he's pleased with what's going on up to this point. He said that they've got a young guy, freshman on the offensive line that's probably struggling, and he said he's okay with the quarterback play. He was referencing a lot of good things. He said the kicking game has been subject the entire time and questionable, so that didn't catch him off guard.
Right.
So
I thought the quarterback for Florida State, I was impressed with him.
I was too, and I was also impressed with that Wilson kid, the receiver for Florida State.
Yeah. How about number 11 for LSU that got the targeting call that we just watched?
Gay, I think, is his last name.
I don't know, but it's bad when you're looking at your own replay on the sideline. He went, oh, yeah. And he even reacted.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm out. I'm gone.
That'll do it for me.
Let me get my pads off.
And I didn't know that Mason Taylor, the tight end for LSU that was trying to get out of bounds, is Jason Taylor's NFL great's son. I didn't put those together, but he's a talented tight end that plays for LSU. But.
So, and this kind of brings in a rule thing, and we were sitting around watching it, trying to figure which way it was going to go, because Rick, the tight end is trying to get out of bounds, and he gets out like with 1 or 2 seconds. Well, then they go back and look and said, hey, his knee was down before he got out of bounds. And I thought they may give him a 10-second runoff and the game be over.
Yeah, just block down. Just block down.
They come back and said, hey, we're giving LSU one more play. Because the LSU coaches were they were saying, when you hear the whistle, snap the ball. You got no count. When you hear the whistle, snap the ball. And then the referee was kind of like, no, LSU's going to get one play here. Okay, there's one play. So that was kind of odd. You don't see them describe it that way.
Well, I didn't see the game, but other than the highlight of the block. But what I saw, y'all are now confirming that what was weird is it was obvious that the kid did not get out of bounds.
Right.
But did LSU just run the play so quick they couldn't overturn it?
No, Rick, they had a 5-minute break to discuss it. So, and LSU was lined up ready to go, and you could see the coaches going, they were saying, when you hear the whistle, snap the ball. We have no time. You got to snap it when he blows the whistle. And then the referee, no, we're going to let LSU have one play, which we're like,
yeah, that's the confusion part, because I thought the replay showed that they should have lost, that it should have run the clock out.
It should have.
Well, no,
what's the replay for?
Well, it was a first down, so they would have been able to come and set the ball, and then they might have gotten a playoff. I doubt it, but doesn't it takes 3 seconds to
haven't they ruled it takes
a ball,
3 seconds to
clock
officially
a ball,
run a play?
But because the situation was what it was, and they were going to be able to get a playoff when the whistle started, I guess they said, hey, they get a play. I don't know.
But I've never heard it described that way.
I haven't either.
LSU's going to get one play.
Yeah.
Play ball.
Yeah, but that was a bizarre game.
Of all the teams that I saw, and I didn't see every team, I did not see a team all weekend long that looked better than Georgia.
Oh.
Georgia.
They look like a machine.
Georgia is loaded. And the quarterback now is settled in. He's playing better than ever.
Yeah, he's looking Heisman-like now.
I mean, that team. Hey, and the
numbers. Just look at his numbers.
Hey, the replacement for the defensive players they lost, pretty good players.
Yeah.
And they still got 3 hosses over there.
Oh yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't know what it is about this show and how difficult it is to live here. I will tell you this: if you can live here, work on this show, be around these people, you are ready to go out in the world. I mean, we've hardened you. You establish a Rick and Bubba callus. You know what I mean? You've just been pummeled so much about every little thing, everything you wear, how you look.
Is that why Adler just ran from the room?
Yeah, he just finally sprinted from the room because we're cutting today's
Discovery
daily documentary, and I heard some discussion going on about whether one of Adler's ears is bigger than the other one.
Who spotted that?
Speedy, of course. And so I hear it going on, and I casually walk up there thinking, well, they're pummeling Adler, trying to make him paranoid. And then I notice it.
Right.
And then Bubba, of course, the person that I appreciate your attitude, let's just solve this once and for all, and brought out a measurement of each ear.
And it wasn't a measuring tape. I just marked.
I got it.
And when you walked over there, you didn't even know which ear was supposed to be which.
No, I measured one. I went to the other, and it was 2 letters bigger than the other. So.
Right, yeah. So he does have one ear that's
you think
larger.
It's some ear gauges he used to wear? You think that might
that's what I was going to go to.
Can we measure them? Because, I'm official now.
Oh, you've got a tape measure.
Speedy wants to measure his ear. So
Adler, would you mind if we measured?
It's just higher than the other, and it's an optical illusion.
Is it? Well,
one being higher than the other is not very normal
Look at me.
So you do?
No, it's really not.
You admit that
one's
one
like laid back.
I guarantee you,
down
Rick, when he was born, they had to use forceps. I guarantee you. That's what did it. That's what did it. They couldn't get him out. They got them salad spoons out and brought him on.
Go get the salad spoons.
You don't think it was his number 6 gauges he had in his ear?
It probably had a lot to do.
Go get the head on this thing is unbelievable.
This kid's got a noggin.
This kid's got a noggin.
One is higher than the other. When I was a kid getting glasses in 2nd grade, the lady says to me, the optometry lady.
In front of everybody.
In front of everybody. By the way, I'm in 2nd grade.
Oh,
7.
no.
She goes, one of your ears is way higher than the other. I'm like, awesome, lady, thanks.
And also bigger.
Thanks, lady. 2nd graders are so understanding about such things.
Great. I didn't have self-esteem problems at all before this. Now I'm great. I'm also easily tricked and kidnapped. Why don't we do that while we're at it?
I'm the smallest guy in the class, and you pointed out I got weird ears.
Thanks, lady. Also, now I have to wear glasses too. What a wonderful day.
That's second grade heaven.
Yeah. It is. All right, let's get a real
we'll get it over with.
measure.
Here we go.
And I'm going to film this real up close to make sure you're not like.
So you claim that they're just one's higher than the other, but they're the same size.
Can I ask this? Have you actually, because of what you just said, have you actually measured them before?
I think
I've never measured my ears before.
I think it's an eighth of an inch longer.
I
Maybe
do
a quarter.
I don't even measure parts of my body, okay? I don't do that.
I got the first one at an inch and a
Right. Yeah, sometimes it's best just not to know. Go ahead.
Look, it's not the size of your ears; it's how you listen with them.
That's well said, Louis.
That is really good.
Can they discern?
All right.
Okay.
Do I need to do anything here?
No,
Am I going to the bottom of the lobe?
we're going lobe to whatever the other thing is called.
Up to the top of the ear.
Tip.
Whatever.
Areola or something?
Well, what is that, Speedy?
I got 2 3/8.
Okay. And we're assuming Speedy knows how to read a ruler.
It's actually on there. I wish I did. Have you ever wanted? I wish I did.
I know how to read a ruler.
We all,
buddy, I know how to read
Should
a ruler.
Greg
It's
come
not
do
that
it?
hard.
Should Greg come do it? Should Greg or Bubba come do it who've actually measured things?
Yeah.
Huh?
I need glasses.
Cut twice, measure once, guys.
Thank you. All right.
Isn't that the saying?
No, it's the other way around.
No, you're.
Oh, you're scrunching it. You're scrunching it, man. You're scrunching it.
What was the
you can't
number?
be scrunching it.
I could see. I could see from here it was 2 inches only. I could see from here.
All right, don't scrunch it.
It's an eighth off. It's an
You
eighth.
just joined us. We're measuring Adler's ears.
Let it lie. Let it be rigid and let it lie.
I can tell from here.
We're measuring his ears.
Oh, it's 2 1/4.
Okay. If I knew math, I'd know that was different, but I don't.
No, it's substantially different. It's like a 1/4 inch off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
About a
That's
quarter.
what Bubba said.
Bubba called it.
My gosh, there's numbers to be.
I don't think 2 3/8 and 2 1/4 is a quarter inch off.
No,
but-
that's not even
I'm
close.
just shooting in the dark here, big guy.
Yeah.
Well, I just
But
know
it is off.
I just know fractions.
They're not the
Okay.
same.
Yeah.
All right, it's off. It's off.
Okay,
so it's off.
So not only is one of your ears
Can you give
higher
it to
than
us
the
in
other,
16?
as it was established in the second grade,
We're getting precise then.
1/8.
but what you're saying is you do now.
But it is.
You now know that one of your ears is also larger than the other.
That's good to know, guys.
And they're not even.
I bet if you measured everybody's ears, they're off.
Maybe.
Yeah, but
Can
not like
we?
this
All right,
one.
come here.
One looks like it's laying back in the recliner, and the other
Right.
one's sitting up.
One's at
Back to the
attention.
back to the
yours.
forceps.
Give me yours,
Yeah, I
Mr.
got
Mr.
him.
Measuring
Rick, you may
tape.
have a point. He may sleep on one side more than the other.
Cut off the circulation.
Or there's one
You can
side
measure
where his
mine. I'm
wife
okay
pops
with
him upside the head. One or the
How about
other.
Hams? He's got bigger ears than I thought he did.
Oh, I got big ears and a big nose.
Me too, Hams. I got big nostrils.
All right, 2
Yeah.
5/8 on one. 2
Wow,
5/8.
those are some long ones.
He don't.
Oh, yeah, I got some monster ears and a monster nose.
The bad news, they claim they keep growing. Older
I
you
know.
get.
Yeah, I got a wide nose.
I hope that's not true.
It's exactly the same.
Okay, sorry, buddy.
It's exactly the
Adler.
same.
It's all right. It's all right.
Adler, I really, if you'll research it, I think you can get a check from the government for that.
Well, you may be able to.
I'm serious.
Ear deformity.
Do we not know a guy that got a check from the government for acid reflux?
Yes, he had GERD.
Speedy, no, measure the thing on his head.
Speedy and
Don't let. You're off. You're doing it again.
3 inches even.
Wow,
I saw that.
that's a big ear.
I can't say
Y'all
that.
thought my ears were big.
God, know it. Speedy's the way they sit on their head. They don't look as big, but they're pretty big.
There's a lot
And that
of
one's
acreage.
like just a tiny fraction smaller, but not evidently not like me, the freak weirdo of the staff.
You're not
How
the
about
freak.
when I'm an old man, I'm gonna have really large ears.
They're going to be very long.
Yeah,
I
very
didn't realize
long
how long your ears were. I guess because of the being bald.
Do I have really long ears?
Hey Dumbo, you
Yours
want
are
a
longer
peanut?
than mine.
Hey, Dumbo, you want a peanut?
Okay, tiny ear.
Hey Dean, the Basset Hound called. He wants his ears back.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to some of your phone calls this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we move forward on the short week. Hope you had a good Labor Day weekend. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
So, looking over the weekend, again, it's really early. You know, we really like college football here in our culture. NFL starts this weekend, but it looks like when you look at some coaching changes, I'm not saying they're going to go on to win some championship or anything like that, But I thought Florida playing a good Utah team, and I think the team proved from Utah that they were good. They had a chance to win the game on another really impressive drive to win the game with just a little bit of time left through a pick. But I thought that that Utah looked good, and I thought that Florida, compared to – because Florida, it's weird for those of us in the South to see Florida not be good. And they've really struggled the last few seasons. They looked unorganized, and they just looked bad in that uniform. But I'm not saying that Napier, I don't know how his time there will be, but the team, if I had hired a new coach and I was looking at my team on opening week against whether the number 7 ranking we think was warranted or not, they were
a good Utah team.
Yeah, a good Utah team. It's not like we're playing, some team we paid to play us.
Yeah.
What's that team you always refer to, Greg?
Sisters of the Poor. Sisters of the Poor.
Yeah.
No, you saw people were predicting them to be in the Final Four.
Yeah, right. And got a great quarterback.
And look, they
Which,
drove
by the
down at
way-
the end like they pulled it off, but just not quite.
I'm always interested when really good athletes don't look like good athletes.
Yeah, that guy. All of a sudden, Rick, you were all over that. He took off running, he's flying, but it didn't look right.
I was like, what's that kid from Calhoun County flying?
When Richardson took off with it for Florida, it was a whole different look.
And by the way, see, to me, that's a mark for Napier right there. Look how much better he looks.
Oh, wow.
I mean, because they've always kind of thought he had potential, but he just didn't look.
Yeah.
I mean, he looked like a legitimate quarterback. He looked organized. He looked like he was, making good reads. And
you're going to have to account for him. I'll tell you. Don't turn your back and cover one. And turn your back on him because here he comes.
So I think if you're a Florida fan, you feel really good about this hire and your team. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be some championship season. I'm just saying.
So you're saying they're going to win it all?
No, I didn't say that. But I'm just saying.
Oh, you said they're better than Bama. I heard it.
No, they played a good team and they looked better than they've looked in recent years.
Yeah.
Rick, I feel good about that.
Florida State looked very much improved. So both of those teams that are traditional powerhouses are going to be much better, I think.
Yeah. So I was impressed with them. I think Arkansas looks good.
Yeah, they do.
I'm not sure I believe in the quarterback like everybody does. I think he can do good things, but I'd like to see him be a little more consistent. Great player, but I think that at times there's just something about him that concerns me. But
play good defense too.
Yeah, but they're physical. I think that coach is settling in. You see his personality with them. They look good. Georgia, as I said, looks phenomenal. They're loaded and look ready to play. Now I know that Oregon, always underwhelms us when they play Southeastern Conference teams, but and I'm not saying that Oregon is to the level of elite SEC team, but they showed that as the way they finished last year. Right. They didn't finish well last year, but so there may be some concerns there. But I don't. You got to give Georgia some credit. They were a dominant team. So did not. So I thought they looked good. I thought that Notre Dame did not get embarrassed. I thought they looked good. They were definitely physical.
A lot of good coaching and a lot of pretty good teams out there for week 1.
Yeah, but Ohio State, the way Notre Dame handled this, I mean, going into the game, all the so-called experts, I thought Ohio State was going to score on every team this year 140 points.
Right. Yes, that's the way.
Well, they're playing an unstoppable offense, Rick.
And Stroud, you might as well go ahead and give him the Heisman.
Right.
Everybody tell
Notre Dame pretty much stopped it.
Yeah.
I mean, if Notre Dame can do anything offensively, they win the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they did. I was impressed with that.
And Rick, you're right about Ohio State's coach.
I told you. What's up with his face?
He looks like. Have you ever seen the Hunger Games?
Yeah,
I have. Yeah,
he looks like one of those people to me.
He looks like if you're watching
that are in charge of the Hunger Games.
Really dark hair.
You know what he looks like when you see him? He looks like almost like if you're watching like a live stage show of say Aladdin.
Yeah, they made him up.
Yeah, and they put makeup on him to be the evil person. His eyebrows look like they're painted. His hair looks like it's painted, and then his face has these weird red. I guess it's rosacea, but it makes it like he's got rouge on, and then the dark and then the dark eyebrows. His face is weird to look at throughout the game.
Looks like he is focused.
It's almost like you go, well, that the guy doesn't. I mean, I don't understand that mascot. Oh, wait a minute, that's the coach.
Yeah,
and it looks like somebody dressed up, like he has a costume on. So it's weird.
Welcome to the Hunger Games.
Yeah. So I saw a little bit of that, and didn't see all of that. But I did not see, believe it or not, living in Alabama, I didn't see Alabama or Auburn play. Because when they're playing those kind of games, I just am not interested in it.
I mean, we
saw a little bit of both.
Yeah. Those games don't interest me. But they both, won big, and Alabama won big, but and they're great. We know they are, but I'm just let's get on to a good
all
game.
that was on around. Some of those games were all on around the same time. So the Utah versus Florida.
Yeah.
And,
I was
and
just
Notre
looking.
Dame and
I wanted to
State.
see big time matchups.
Yeah,
that's what I was fired up.
I had
Texas even make a game of it.
I don't know. I don't.
They got
know.
a true freshman quarterback.
Yeah,
going against.
Now, say I'm fired up about
a
that.
really, really good.
I think the 3-score line that Alabama's opened is being very conservative.
Yeah, Sark is already trying to get out in front of it, saying that this game doesn't define Texas. So he's already trying to get out in front of it a little bit.
You agree?
Of course, the Texas quarterback. I don't know if y'all heard that earlier. He starts and goes out, and his car's been towed.
Yeah, after the game, they towed his
has
car.
an awesome game, goes out, and his car's gone.
Right, yeah.
Which means he was late, and he just parked somewhere.
Sure. He didn't park in the team parking lot.
Right. That's funny.
Stuff like that owns him.
No, I love stuff like that. And I'm trying to think, did I see
He had a pretty big day today, strolling out to his car.
Where's
my car? Got my first start.
Had me a
Could've sworn I
decent
parked
day. Got towed. So
Could have sworn I parked right here.
Where is it?
Of course,
He'll learn his way around the stadium.
Of course, I made the mistake. Here's one thing I've discovered. I don't think in the same season of my life that I should be asked to watch Lee Corso and President Biden. I mean,
a lot of similarities.
I should only be asked to watch one of them.
We're gonna have to go to you for this because I didn't see any of college games.
Well, when he referred to the Carrier Dome as a Superdome. Syracuse and him trying Syracuse, they're coming in the Superdome. I'm like, I think that's the Carrier Dome. and poor old Kirk Herbstreit. You know that thing.
Kirk's been battling blood clots, and now he's got to deal with this.
I know, but you're talking about Kirk Herbstreit. You think to himself, he got to that point. Every year he thinks, I've been a good person. I've looked after this man.
Right.
I've done good things, and my payoff is coming. I'm going to get a college season where I get to hang with the rest of the guys, and I have to be the sponsor for Lee Corso. And he's doing a good thing, and hats off to you, Kirk Herbstreit, for being so kind. But I can tell it's wearing on you.
Yeah,
you know that thing.
It couldn't help but wear on.
I hate to say this is going to, wow, Rick, but we all know it. It's one of these things we know. You ever had something you're like, man, I really look forward to something?
Yeah.
And you think, well, this year they probably won't go or they won't be with us. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden you get the word Corso's back and you're like, what? And you thought
I'm finally going to get to relax.
How can it be?
You thought, because he used to enjoy college game day. Mm-hmm. And then, now I'll tell you one thing. Let me tell you when he is thrilled when he gets on that flight to go do his game that he's going to do.
Yeah.
Because they don't make him look after Lee for that.
Yeah.
But game day's been ruined for him. Completely ruined. And then we get into this mode where you're not allowed to bring attention to it. Then Reese Davis gets on to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but it's uncomfortable. I'm loving. I think I'm the only one that loves Lee Corso because this is not treating him well to put him up there in this situation. And in poor old Speedy, he'll never watch game day again. But I'm talking about I literally at one point I felt on my forehead, I'm like, am I sweating? and my forehead was getting droplets of sweat every time they would pitch to him.
Yep.
For all right, Lee, what do you think? And then you just
when he puts a mascot head on now, it's getting awkward because he don't
see how it feels.
He'll miss his whole.
Now y'all know.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think we should have to be put through
backwards.
That. Lee Corso has done a great job, and I think I did not dream that we retired him once. I know that happened.
I thought we did, and
right. It was like that was Rick. That was a good 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And am I crazy? I know I remember that.
I do. Everybody was emotional about it.
They
Cooked to squalling.
They showed us the first head he ever put on, which was the Buckeye.
Yeah.
What's the Buckeye called?
I'm gonna go with Bucky. Maybe not.
It's got some name.
Brutus.
Brutus.
Brutus. Not sure why, but yes.
Had a kid.
We'll go phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look, Adler's on top of that.
That's good. Hey, I loved your work in Operation Dumbo Drop as an extra for the elephant. Oh!
He's injured. Look, tiny ears injured.
How
For
good
a
did that
second, he forgot about his freak show ears.
By the way, how did it feel to be Greg for a few seconds?
It was awesome.
All right, I'm gonna measure y'all's.
All right.
I have tiny little ears.
I got big ears.
Oh, look, Speedy, don't cut my ear with that thing.
He don't have a
that
knife.
thing
For my
sharp.
size, they're not very big.
No, I'm cautious, and I know what you
Bubba's
do.
looks small, but he's like me. He's got a big head.
Yeah, that my big head covers it.
I'm the same way.
3 inches exactly.
That's
That
wrong.
might be an average ear.
That may be the average ear. I'm hearing that number a lot.
Bubba's ears look a lot smaller on his head for some reason.
They do. They look.
Yeah.
They look
You're
tiny.
3 inches.
Both
But
of
if
us,
you
because we have
measured my
huge faces.
head, I win going away in here. I mean,
Bubba, you're 3 inches.
Mine may look small
My
because
ears,
my,
thank you,
my
Speedy.
face is so big.
Oh wow! Oh, Daddy's got.
I got a good earlobe.
ears. Hey, no, your earlobe is huge, man.
It looks like a pork chop. It looks like a pork chop.
Florida.
He can't read the ruler. He don't know.
I'm pressing it down.
3 inches.
You're right, 3.
Just a lot of lobe.
I got a lot of lobe.
You don't have a lot of cartilage.
I'm lobe dominant.
You're like
He's lobe dominant.
50% lobe. You're like 50% lobe.
He's lobe.
Hey, ears are weird if you just really look at, especially Adler's, but everybody's on.
Okay. All right, Rick's getting.
Idaho.
Yeah, I know. I got a weird.
All right, you're just under 3 inches.
So
You're-
3-inch ears
you're
are pretty
2
common.
7/8.
Oh, yeah. That's,
All right, let's see this one.
Adler's got one tiny ear and then one regular one.
That's not true.
2 7/8.
That's
All
not
right.
true.
You're the only one with it.
Yeah, so we measured everybody's ears, and they're exactly the same on each side.
Except for tiny air over there.
I think you slept on it, cut circulation off too.
I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh,
didn't-
yeah,
and
no,
it-
we all know
Hey.
stuff. Yeah, you guys all know stuff.
What about, you remember you had that tissue stuck in there for like a year one time? That may have done it.
I forgot about that. I really did have paper in my
Hey,
ear
that
for
was
a year.
bad.
I didn't even know it.
That was really bad.
I've got weird ears. Awesome.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where did we go wrong? There they are.
You betcha.
Newly inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right? ELO, there they are. So, Mr. Blue Sky, that's one. You know, that one comes around not as often, and we'll sneak that one in. It's no
That
sweet
was
talking.
another one of my record club selections.
It's no sweet talking woman, but it's a good little.
It's the one that had the spaceship on the front of it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. You know, I was trying to get ready. You know, Mother's Day is next weekend, and for all the moms on your list, and you start thinking about, you know, and we do a lot of marketing here, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's why we're here. I mean, we're not going to be here if we don't, you know, have advertisers, and we have a store where we try to come up with stuff and try to give you good deals. But at the same time, we're running a store, and I thought, you know, we need to start talking about Mother's Day. You know, you can shop the Rick and Bubba store for the mom on your Mother's Day list, and I've realized Simple coming up in June. All right, now picture this. Simple, what would you say? Well, I'll tell you what, we got the Rick and Bubba spatula, and we got that. Every day it should have it. I start trying to think of things to talk about for Mother's Day, and I realized how some of it, first of all, I don't know that I know women grill, but you just don't, I can't imagine giving my mom a spatula. You know, and then I start thinking, well, you know what? We can get her an apron. Well, you know what our apron says? Never trust a skinny cook.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, that woman's not going to want that. I mean, you can't give her that.
That's
you know, because I was, you know, for Father's Day, we kind of combine those two in a nice little grilling package. But I mean, you can't get that. You know, if you give your mother or the mom on your list, your wife, the mother of your children, nobody likes a skinny cook. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
You know, and then you start thinking about all the different things. So I guess, you know, there's some, you know, a T-shirt or something. Maybe Mama. I thought, well, hey man, get her a Mac Daddy hat. But I don't know that I would see, you know, Mom getting a hat that had the American flag on the netting and camo on the front and Rick and Bubba making radio great again. I mean, maybe. But,
you know,
I mean,
some of them might want a spatula.
Maybe.
You know, that's that's still pretty popular.
Stay away from that apron though. Don't do that.
Yeah, I would do that. That's more for the dad.
Right, sure. I mean, you can't have nothing. Don't be
No.
mad with me. I mean,
Right.
you just start thinking for your mom, it's a little more. You got to get a little more creative in there. But there may be some stuff. But it was funny. I was actually trying to think of that because I was talking with our merchandise folk, and they were like, "You got anything you want to put together for Mother's Day?" I'm like, "Well, I ran a couple of those by you, and that didn't seem to go very well. But I mean, you know, I'm looking at the ladies today. Like one of them has on the. 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our first opportunity to chat with you. We'll start with Gary out of the great state of Alabama. Gary, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, buddy. What's on your mind?
I was going to talk about the LSU game.
Sure.
I want to say they ended up adding another second, making 2 seconds left in the game to run the final play.
Okay, so is that because some people said 1 second? Well, Bubba had pretty much, Bubba had pretty much stated they finally said we're going to let LSU run one more play.
We're going to run a play no matter what.
Yeah. So anyway, so thanks for that. Let's go to Candy. Candy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. It's actually Candy with a T, but that's okay.
Okay, Candy, go ahead.
Okay. So I was calling to see if you guys saw the preview for the new children's show called Little Demon.
I couldn't believe what I saw. I mean, I honestly could not believe what I was seeing, and I heard, and I thought, well, I didn't see that right. And then I saw people talking about it over the weekend on shows and some stuff on social media, and I was like, I guess I did see that right. But Sherry and
I'm out of the loop.
Oh, Bubba, you don't even want to just stay out. I mean,
yeah, it is heart-wrenching.
And is Disney involved in this, or is that bad information?
So I was reading on it, and apparently it's coming on FX, but I think Disney owns FX.
Does Disney own? I didn't know that. Does Disney own FX?
I don't know.
Yeah, I saw the preview of it, and it's one of those things, where you're not paying attention because it's a commercial break on TV, and you might be getting up moving or whatever. And it was like, did I just hear that and see that right? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, they are involved.
I mean, it's unbelievable. You think, all right, but this is not one of those things like when we used to laugh on the show when somebody would do a comedy, like what was that one, Bedazzled or something like that.
Yeah.
No, this is a cartoon that is going to take on. Like somebody's mama was impregnated by the Antichrist, and the main character is the little demon that was the spawn of the Antichrist, and his mama. It's unbelievable. I mean, you won't believe the storyline. I mean, you truly won't, and it's like a cartoon.
Disney acquired FX in 2019 from Fox.
Okay,
so
wow,
Disney does own it.
Yeah. Yeah, so Tandy, I'm afraid that what we heard and saw was right. Kyle in Birmingham, ZZK. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're great. We're great. Man.
Good. I didn't know if y'all saw this, but the $1 Million Band's not going to travel to Texas with Alabama this weekend.
Well, that's what Speedy just told us. Yeah, Speedy said in the break that Texas makes the visiting band sit in the upper deck.
Yeah, it's some bizarre seating arrangement.
Yeah, well, how do you feel about that, Kyle? That's not much spirit.
Well, if Texas is afraid that much, you know what I mean?
Say that again.
I said, if Texas is that afraid of us,
Well, I mean,
they won't let our band be down to the lower section. It seems to me like that would be a safety hazard, having some of them bigger instruments go up high,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obvious that Texas is scared of the $1 Million Band. Yeah. I mean, we know how dangerous they can be.
They don't want to hear that sound when Bama scores.
Yeah, they don't want to hear it. But I think they do that to every band.
They do.
But that's okay to take it personal as a Bama fan because that's the way we are. Because everybody's out to get us, and nobody believes we can do it.
No, not one song.
There's most.
You know who else is against us, Kyle? The media.
Most teams will put the visiting anything in a terrible spot if they can.
Absolutely. Well, it was one of the things
because you want those high price, club members of this that, or I don't know what Texas calls theirs. That's helping to raise money, get those lower bowl seats, and you stick the visitors up in the corner somewhere, which is pretty standard.
Well, I heard did I not hear right that Jacksonville State's new coach Rich Rod said that he wants it to be more miserable on the visiting team at Jacksonville State. He said, "I hope their experience is miserable."
Well, if they play people like Davidson, they won't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see they get drilled.
Well, no, Jack State won, but Davidson didn't have any fans there.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah.
There wasn't anybody there to make miserable.
Right. I think he was talking about the team when the team comes in, give them bad dressing rooms, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we've all heard of that. They turn the heat on.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Paint them pink, all that.
Look, I played on the road before. You go in the visiting dressing room, and there's a toilet in the middle of the dressing room, in the middle of the room. Arnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I know it's kind of a more of a out there sort of game, but Iowa, South Dakota State. Final score was 7-3 with Iowa safeties and a field goal. That game set our sport back several years, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I didn't see it, wasn't aware of it, but I did see someone talking about the trials of being an Iowa football fan. I guess that's what they were talking about. I love when people get down on their team. Let's go to Jason in Oxford. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I was curious, since Bubba's had his gallbladder removed, did anybody tell him about how that post gallbladder? When you eat, it's kind of like a Russian roulette.
Oh, we did. Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we've been working through all that.
And we watched him run a few times, so he's learning it. Katie in Athens, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to give you a little bit of info. I saw the commercial about the little demon and did some research as well because obviously disturbing. And it's actually geared towards adults. It's produced and created by a lot of the creators from those adult cartoons for Adult Swim and some of the others that were on Comedy Central in the early 2000s. But Disney does have the distribution rights.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter what audience it's for. The topic matter is
bizarre.
Evil, wicked, blasphemous. I mean, and the fact
I agree,
that
100%.
it works at that kind of programming, good gracious. Tony in Birmingham. Tony, go.
Hey, guys. Along the lines of things that are blasphemous, what did you think about the 430-pound defensive lineman wearing number 21 for Florida this week?
Yeah, I saw that, and I hated it. And the only thing that made me hate it even more is I'm sure somewhere there's a person that plays offense who wears the number as well. The two, it looks ridiculous. It absolutely looks ridiculous. I'm almost okay in a weird way when they wear single numbers. That some reason doesn't look as bad as 21. 21 looks ridiculous.
I mean, 21 is usually a very fast running back, you know.
Yeah, but I hated it. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. We have more to cover on the program today, and you will walk with us if you so desire to stay for more Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Quarter sleeve Rick and Bubba softball shirt, and I noticed the other day when we were up here changing for a game, my wife went in there and I said, "Do you have a Rick and Bubba shirt you would like?" And she picked that one that she has on. She said, "I think that looks cute."
Yeah.
You know, even though a guy can wear that and too, but I think girls that's cute. And then do you ever notice that women use the word cute a lot?
Yeah.
Hey, do I look cute? Are my shoes cute? What do you think about my hair? Do you think it's cute? You know, what about this dress? Is it cute? And I'm like, I don't know if I'd say cute. I don't know. They talk cute a lot. No matter what no matter how far they're always everything's cute. Oh, that's cute. You ever hear them say that a lot?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
But anyway,
usually I think it's best just to say yes.
Right. Common sense is a superpower. I mean, that's kind of a non-gender shirt, I think.
Right.
Man or woman can wear it, and the other intern has that on. So I don't know, but you can go there and shop for mom, or maybe you want to just get her, a Stream Club membership, maybe something like that. That'd be good.
That goes a long way.
So anyway,
it's all kind of things.
Yeah, I was just trying to think. Father's Day would be much easier to market. You know what I mean? And I started thinking about that. All right, the devotional, how to be a man. Well, that don't work.
Right.
I mean, so there's just you have to really work. But you can go in there and get creative with it. Going forward, I mentioned Wheel of Meat Wednesday, so we'll give away some stuff there. And, of course, 1-800-Flowers.com's got some stuff on there. So there are some things for Mom on the wheel today. Looking yesterday politically, budget, that didn't seem to go real well. That not actually a happy story today. There's
probably some things there that's in the works we're not fully aware of, but I think a lot of people were kind of unhappy and disappointed. I heard Vice President Pence giving us the sales pitch on it, and they did accomplish some things in that they got rid of this dollar for dollar idea in the Congress that any increase in defense has to be matched in some other programs. But some of the pet peeves that people put them in to do, they didn't see changing, and that'll cause some friction. And but they, I heard Pence say that clearly, getting the defense budget where it needs to be, considering the threats we've got. And look, I'm listen. Nobody is a bigger hawk than me, but my goal is to cut the defense budget. I mean, not to a dangerous level, but spend less so we can spend on other things. We used to call it the peace dividend back when the wall fell. And I think that should always be our goal, is to spend every dollar wisely and plan and use our technology and things like that to be able to compete. It shouldn't just be a black hole we throw money down, but clearly we've got some threats right now that needed beefing up.
No, look, I've said it 1,000 times. I know this is about to be an outlandish concept. I don't have an issue with our taxes and the revenue that we collect. We, as you said, we can discuss how to spend it and how to collect it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, the Constitution calls for us to have a defense and to protect the borders, and I'm for that. I don't have any problem with that. What I have a problem is there's things that are not in the Constitution that we didn't fix,
right.
I got a real problem with that. And we did not fund the wall.
No.
So and so I got a real problem with that. Got a real problem with Planned Parenthood, major problem with that.
Right.
And those were all things that we were told they were going to fix, and they didn't fix. And this is what I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I'm talking about my mind is boggled. I'll go this far. Why we did the short-term thing, because that whole strategy was, we're going to do a short-term, so then we come back in April, then we're going to get it done. At the end of April, they said at the end of April.
April or September? Or
no, that's the next one.
Term.
No, they're doing it again.
Right.
See, this is that kick the can down.
Right.
What they're conveniently leaving out, and people were calling them on it. No, you said you were going to do it in April. That's why you did a short-term budget the first time.
Right.
So you said you would come back to April and fix it. Mm-hmm. Now you're telling it's going to be September. And so it just sounds like it's just kick the can.
Well, I'm not too sure that possibly, and I don't know, I'm just speculating that some of this defense spending may be going toward a wall. They ain't calling it a wall, because they have to have 60 votes in the Senate to get it approved. So I don't know. We'll see.
Anyway, if you want to be part of that, go to the contest button too. You could win an opportunity to be there with us on location as our special guest.
I know Gene's always out recruiting, and I heard that he was really working on some big names to bring in this year.
Yes,
even some coaches you might not expect to see in this.
Right, and now we made the deal that if we were going to be part of it, you had to be listed as one of the celebrities.
That's right. Yeah, well, that how that sometimes can fade. I will tell you this. I got out and I did something that I usually don't do a lot, and that is hit a few golf balls before that. I play one time a year, usually during that event, and boy, I tell you, it was ugly. Woo.
All right, we're back. It's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for your phone calls. We'll get more of those in as the show goes forward. Well, it's already happening out of email on the Upside app. Got this email just a few moments ago from Ginger that has been listening to the show for a while. Here's what she said. I finally downloaded the Upside app, and I have used the app, and I already am getting money back on just one use. I'm glad I downloaded it. Well, yeah, so there's Ginger who did this. Go to upside.com right now. If you're doing one of these things where you're doing some reward program or whatever, it could be better. The Upside app, with inflation, with the situation we're in right now, not seeing much that's going to change anything anytime soon. So start using the Upside app to get cash back on every purchase that you make. Very straightforward app. It's kind of like if we were to create one of these apps, it's how we would do it. Anyone who buys anything, gas, groceries, you're dining out like we all do, you'll get some money back. Just download the free Upside app like Ginger did. Use the special show promo code BUBBA25. Now, why am I using that, Rick? Well, that's going to get you 25 cents or maybe even more on every gallon of the first tank of gas you pump using the Upside app. Okay. After that, just claim, an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, and you'll be saving immediately, just like Ginger. 3 times more cash back with Upside than a lot of the reward and loyalty programs that are already out there. And 3 times savings is going to add up really, really fast. Current users on Upside right now saving $1 million a week. Yeah. So go to Bubba, use Bubba25, get the free Upside app. You also find that direct link at rickandbubba.com and start getting cash back on every purchase and 25 cents at least on every gallon on the first fill-up you do when you get it, okay? All right, so we got to get Nick Saban in. Love Coach Saban's press conferences, especially if he's got another great team, which he seems to have every year, and he's played an inferior team. And people start wanting to look ahead, especially after how well Georgia played again, and they want to ask him about down the road, and he just absolutely
Rick.
He just absolutely hates it.
That is such rat poison, isn't it?
And I love rat poison. Now he cusses this time, so Adler is going to have to help us in there.
Thumbs up from Ad.
Yeah, here is Coach Saban, who is not thrilled with you asking about anything other than the last game and the next game. All right, so here we go.
We got to play one game at a time. All right, so how can Alabama lose to this team? How can this team beat Alabama 3 months from now? Who can?
Oh, good job. This is the Hey Coach show, right?
I mean, how about this game? How about the church of what's happening now? All right, like now. Can we focus on what's happening now? How come no one's interested in that? Why do we have to go all the way? Anyway.
All right, so that's the coach's call-in show, which I bet is a thrill a minute for Coach Saban. I wish I could be a caller on that show, or could be a reporter at a press conference.
I think being a caller would be safer, Rick.
Can I tell you this? Y'all would love me so much because I can get exactly what we want out of him.
All right.
If I could get on the phone with him and say, "Hey, Coach. Hey, Rick. Hey, man, just love what you do here at Bama. All right. What'd you think about Georgia? You think we can beat them?" Golly. I would do that so fast. I would just absolutely love it. And then just be sure we were all recording.
Yeah.
And then bring it back in.
Just go to the site, Rick, on location, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Just do it live.
Okay.
Live mic.
Oh, what if I was out in the audience? Did they let us talk? Now, did you see this guy over the weekend?
Oh, Rick.
I sent this out to all of us, all my friends that try to make fun of us in Alabama and our love of football. This guy was put out. This is the guy getting ready for week 1 for Bama. Have y'all seen this?
Yeah, I did.
I've seen him before, Rick.
Yeah.
We need to find out if he's got a driver's license.
Okay. Oh, really?
But I have seen him before.
That's a
I
good
have not
point.
seen this one. So just give y'all a heads up.
Yeah,
on
this was our week 1 celebration.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Think Alabama finna pull it out?
Oh, I know they're going to pull it out. The greatest team in the world.
What did the man tell you at the store a while ago?
He told me Tide gonna lose. I said, no, hell they ain't. They finna kick some booty.
They didn't have no shirt on or nothing like that.
He ain't had no Tide pride. Talking about he was an Alabama fan. He wasn't nothing. But I shut him up right quick.
Let him know real quick, like we finna fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter belongs to the Tide. We ain't gonna do nothing but kick butt. And if you don't care nothing about the Tide, we don't give a turkey.
Won't give a piss about
nothing but the Tide. Blitz, Bama, blitz.
Let's go. Roll, Tide, roll. Let's get it.
Roll Tide. That's he's ready, wasn't he? He's ready.
Oh my goodness.
You think everybody at the store doesn't tell him I don't know if they're gonna pull it out?
Just to get a reaction.
That's what Greg would do.
That's what
I
you
would
would
do.
know.
You got the feeling they may have a little something going on.
100% I would.
Yeah.
Every time I saw him. So
man.
that's I love the fact that he doesn't respect any Tide fan that doesn't have some sort of Tide shirt on.
Yeah, Tide pride. You
Yeah,
gotta
that's
wear
right,
it,
baby.
He doesn't have a shirt or nothing.
He ain't nothing.
Gosh, that's good. Don't give a turkey.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that is. You're dialing him in, by the way. Also, Bubba and I, and it was, I don't remember how long ago it was. It was at least 20 years ago. Okay. That
I'm all ears now.
That we attempted a restaurant.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And it was called Rick and Bubba's. We did find out there's still a brand that's doing quite well to location. So it was not the location.
Right. We can mark that off.
Yeah. And so somebody over the weekend saw this in Decatur, Alabama, and they asked if we were trying something different. And this was actually seen in Decatur, Alabama. Now, when it was first sent to me, the shadow almost makes you think it says Rick and Bubba's, but it's close. It says Nick and Bubba's, beer, bait, and backer. Now, I was surprised how many people that I know that I sent this to didn't know what backer was, and that hurt me.
Yeah, as in tobacco.
Tobacco. And I did send to all of them and to all of you. If we had gone this route, we'd probably still be in business today.
Yeah.
Right.
For
sure.
Yeah, we probably need extra parking spots.
Yeah, I was asked if the lawyers will call them. I said, no, it says Nick and Bubba's, so they're free. It's close, but it's Nick and Bubba's beer, bait, and backer.
That font's getting a little close too.
Right. Yeah. Right. Somebody saw it in Decatur, Alabama. And
I thought at first it was probably shut down, but
Right.
they got gas. I mean, they got propane tanks that
Oh,
you
yeah.
can get,
Sure.
and the trash looks like it's being used.
Yeah.
So this is
It's happening, man.
But
I gotta think they listen to the show, that it is playing inside that store.
If we had gone with beer, bait, and backer over what we went with, there would be about 40 locations today. All over Rick and Bubba land.
Probably so.
You couldn't get enough money to franchise one. We'd say we're full. We just don't have.
Yeah.
We can't take any more franchisees.
Full up. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. So, but.
So sorry.
But whoever saw that is.
Someone sent it to
gold.
us from Decatur, but it was seen in. Is it Hollandwall, Tennessee, or somewhere in Tennessee?
The person who sent it was from Decatur, so I didn't know where the actual place is.
It's in Tennessee. It says a Nick and Bubba store in Tennessee.
Okay.
Tennessee.
It looks
according to the email.
It looks like it may be a one location, but I bet you could franchise that. Baby.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
That
Greg
place,
would have a remote every other week.
that place is hopping, Rick. What are you talking
Probably
about?
been there for 25 years.
No, at least.
At least.
At least.
So there you go. Thanks for that picture too. All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big. More stories to cover today. And we've got some really interesting ones here, including this terrifying video from India on a carnival ride. Well, what's up with carnival rides now? And
That is scary.
And Biden's still strange. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well,
played 9 holes. I think I lost 10 balls.
I think waiting for you to be listed as one of the celebrities by Gene Halban is like me waiting yesterday for a budget I would like from the Republicans.
Yeah. We say until the Republicans stand up and make it happen, until we just don't go.
Right, I know.
Stand up.
I know.
Say,
we'll see how it goes. Now, you did something else yesterday that I busted you on, and I want you to explain yourself.
I don't know what you're
I was
talking about.
calmly sitting at home last night, trying to have a relaxing evening, got home after practice and had dinner, and I was settling in. And, a lot of you, I've talked about it before, the neighborhood that I live in is really just a street called the Crest. And, we talk about, the people where, the Crest looks out for each other, the Crest doesn't forget, the Crest is watching. Crest Lives Matter.
Right.
That
have all that.
That kind of thing. So I get a picture last night from one of the Crest members, and it appears to be, and we have the photo, and I do remember you in this exact outfit. The shorts, is that not Bill Bubba Bussy right there? Can we all agree that is?
There he is.
I think I even see your
got his capri pants on.
There he is.
I mean, Rick, clearly. What is that?
Yeah, you're at a soccer match.
Oh wow!
Now, how can you tell it's a soccer match?
Well,
no one's there but you and two other people.
Right. It looks like there's 4 people, so that's a sign.
What was your tie, Bubba?
And there was
Clearly, put that back up. Let me. That's photoshopped. You can tell that's photoshopped.
It's like one of them black cats.
Did they also Photoshop Hunter there on the track?
I don't know who that is.
Right. So,
oh boy,
were you at a soccer match? Yes or no?
As a matter of fact, Rick, I did attend the first soccer match I have ever been to last night at the high school level.
Is this high school level?
Yes. Yes. The state playoffs are going on, and our school, Briarwood, is in the second round, and they hosted Trinity from Montgomery last night. So, and we have some friends there at Trinity that we know, and I have a friend that plays, and Hunter has a friend that plays on the Briarwood team, and I'd actually told him at some point I was going to come and see a soccer match. So
did you kick
I
the first
fulfilled that obligation and kept my word last night.
Did it kick grass?
It was a very electric atmosphere, and there was a great crowd there. By the way,
looked like it
last
night.
Well, no, you can't. You're getting a picture of the end zone there.
I'll see you in silver hair.
I was kidding.
Yeah.
So what?
And our principal is the coach of the soccer team.
Really?
So that's kind of interesting watching that.
Yeah.
And
What
was really strange, Rick? I was sitting in between.
Nobody else to do it. What happened?
I was sitting in between two football dads, and the football coach was behind me.
Yep.
So I was. I really know nothing about the game, and. So, anytime a whistle would blow, I said, somebody just scream what's happening, because I don't know what it is. Let me know what's going on.
So did you leave there saying, hey, you know what? Or did you leave there going, okay, you know what? Everybody to each their own, just still not my thing.
It was a big victory for Briarwood last night, 1-0.
Oh, boy.
And
another insurmountable 1-0 lead.
And look, the kids play very hard.
Sure they do.
It's just not something I grew up with and know a lot about. It's something I'm supporting the school and the kids, but it's not a sport that I know a lot about. So,
Well, I conveniently
Can I leave it at that?
I conveniently doubled back on the Crest member who's
There's a lot of people don't like tennis, and I understand that too. And
right.
to me, it's
Yeah.
very exciting.
Yeah,
but it's
right. Yeah,
it's I guess it's kind of what your thing is.
Yeah, but we grew up with the big three.
Yeah.
And and I've even got outside the big three, and I get that that's not for everybody either. And if I didn't have a kid in it, it probably wouldn't be for me either. It wouldn't be that I would go out and suddenly start following lacrosse if I didn't have a kid in it.
Right.
And I'm sure I know some of them, I know for a fact, are now following soccer because their kid's in it, not because they would have done it without their kid being
right.
in it. And we all do that. But because I used it back on them when they sent me the photo, Bussie's at a soccer match.
I clearly told them no photos.
I sent back, well, how did you get the photo? It appears you were there as well. You know what I mean?
Busted.
And they gave the same deal. We're here supporting, now the family that has the kid on the team that, that we all knew from football. And even at one time he played some lacrosse, and he's a good athlete. And this year is senior year. He loves the coach, who's a great man of God, and he wanted to play for him and try something new. And so they're there and they're supporting him, and I certainly understand that. But I had to bring up, it's not like the kid lives on the Crest. He's just connected to people on the Crest.
Right.
You know what I mean? You didn't have to go that far.
No, I think they had a huge crowd last night, and very rowdy crowd. I don't know again a lot about soccer, but
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of your phone calls coming in as we look back over a long 3-day weekend. More stories still to come. Chad's out of Birmingham. Chad's listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Chad, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Chad.
Good morning, guys. Hey. How are y'all?
We're great. Fired up, all we know.
Man, I love listening to you guys, long-time listener.
Thank you.
I want to throw out a couple things real fast that you guys are my social media network.
Okay.
I don't listen to Facebook or none of that stuff anymore.
Understood.
I downloaded the Upside app. I got a bottle of Calitrin right here in my hand.
Oh, you're ready.
Been taking it for 3 weeks. This stuff rocks.
Yeah, it does.
It literally rocks.
It really does.
Roll Tide fan over here, but so glad to see some football weekend back in action. We love SEC here in the South.
Roll Tide.
Want to talk real quick. Roll Tide, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Want to talk real quick about the Florida State LSU game.
Yeah.
LSU got a new coach. They struggled the whole game, had this amazing comeback towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last second of the game, they scored a touchdown to be 1 point under. My question is, just simply put it out there, as a new coach with your beginning of the season game, that game you struggled, we're going to forget all the mistakes they made, but that last second to me is a coach decision. They made the touchdown. should they not have gone for the 2-point conversion?
You know,
Because if they went for the
we had a
and missed it-
discussion. We had a discussion about that because I actually told Hunter, I was watching the game with my son, I said, he's going to miss this extra point. Now, he'd had a kick blocked earlier. He's a freshman, big environment. You know he's a little shaky. And I said, you got all this momentum, go for two. Go for two, win the game. If you lose, it's a beginning of the season. It's not a conference game. You're not going to get penalized for that. Go for the win, you know? And I kind of thought the same thing.
Lose going for it, not lose playing safe, because now you look like you just made a stupid decision instead of being aggressive.
Well, now, if my kicker had not had a kick block and he'd been knocking them down at 50 yards, I might have just played for the playoffs. But you kind of could see that was a little bit of a shaky situation.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think in normal circumstances, you kick the extra point, you go to overtime. That's in every script ever been given to every coach. But in this situation, when the program is has had a bad run, you're the new coach. Nobody's expecting anything this year. You know, try to see if you can take what had been kind of an ugly day and turn it around. But
and the momentum they had on that drive, Rick, they went 99 yards in a minute and 20 seconds. They looked the best they'd looked the whole game. You just felt that momentum was on their side. And you run a little RPO out with their athletic quarterback, and I think it's 2 yards is easy.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's if you just block down, you're in overtime. But again, you're in overtime. You didn't win the game.
Right. Then you got to deal with it again. So.
Let's go to Jay in Mississippi. Jay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're great. We're great.
Oh, I was wondering if I saw that story about the middle school teacher that referred to one of her students as apparently not her preferred pronoun. She got suspended. I think this happened last spring. Anyway, she ended up suing the school district and got paid out like $95,000, I think.
Oh, really? So she did win her case? Or his case?
Mm-hmm. I think it was just a couple days ago, I think. I think it was her.
Yeah, I mean, we've just carried this. This is beyond
That's interesting. That's an important ruling, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just got ridiculous. So good for them.
It is, yeah.
And less money the school will have to teach the kids that they so desperately need.
It is okay and reasonable to all of your points and to this ruling, apparently. When you have teachers stuck in this crazy world they're stuck in right now, You may even say, look, going forward, whether we like it or not, try to remember what this person wants to be called and try to adhere to that. Because you could just make a mistake because you see a female and you can call her. Might just be a mistake. You don't mean any ill will. You're not trying to be mean. You shouldn't be fired over it, which I guess is what the ruling said. So I'm glad that happened. There's got to be some level-headed, sensible stuff here.
Right.
If you want to do these things in your own private life and you're not harming anybody, there was a time, by the way, that we would tell you we're here to help you. Now, for some reason, we want to validate what really is mental illness, gender dysphoria. And, of course, some people don't even have that. They're just trying to be
sharp,
trying to be weird. This is trendy. But you can't put teachers in a position that if they don't get it right every single time, they lose their job.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. Nobody's going to bat 1,000.
Let's go to Daniel in Mississippi. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, I was seeing if y'all heard anything about the plane crash or the stolen plane in Mississippi.
I did see
Tupelo.
that.
Yeah,
I did see that.
What a crazy story.
That is crazy. What are you doing?
He's saying that.
I sent a link to Adler. I don't know if he got it yet. It's got some of it.
Yeah. Apparently, the guy, I saw that breaking, I guess, days ago.
He threatened to run into a Walmart.
Yeah.
And then
had started evacuating a couple of them.
And they arrested him. So.
And wasn't it that he
was an employee at the airport, but he didn't have a pilot's license.
Right?
This is all the stuff I was hearing.
The first time I saw it, Daniel, was what y'all said. We have a plane that is in the air that's threatening to crash into Walmart.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
We didn't know if it was a terrorist thing or what.
But it looked like it went belly down in some field. Somewhere? Isn't that how it ended?
I don't know how it ended. I know
I saw a picture of
there.
I thought I saw a picture of it on the ground on a bunch of like it looked like a farmer's big field.
Okay.
With soybeans or something in it, but I could be wrong. Maybe that wasn't a picture of the plane, but I did see that. But that's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chad in Alabama. Chad, go ahead.
Chad.
Hey, fellas, this is Chad Horn. Y'all just played mine and Willie's bit on we don't give a piss about nothing but the tide, and we don't give a turkey if you don't like Nick Saban.
Right. So this is the guy that owns the account?
Yeah. So is
owns the account.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you and is
And
it
look,
with?
we've been lifetime friends. We've been lifetime friends, and we've been lifetime listeners to the Rick and Bubba show, and we love the show, man, and appreciate y'all playing our bit. We need to come up there and do a live stream with y'all one day.
Well, now let's not get carried away. Yeah.
Carried away.
Look, we've all had Willies in our communities, and they make the community just a little more colorful.
Yeah,
they really do. Thanks. Let's go to JD in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. JD, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Basically, in a nutshell, we're putting all these kids and these small, minute population in mental hospice by throwing our hands up and saying there's nothing we can do except just try to make them comfortable the rest of their life instead of helping them push through and create some mental toughness. And it's terrible. It's where our society's going, though.
No, it is, and I saw a lot, and I'm glad that it's starting to be addressed. I've noticed, which is kind of good, and we've talked about it on this show for years, because we kind of smelt some of this coming. I mean, I could never predicted the details of this, but I mean,
how far it's
going. that it's not wise. We want to protect our children as far as our role as parents before they become adults, but to coddle them and to keep them from experiencing struggle is a huge mistake. Because it is sending a bunch of dysfunctional young adults into the world that have no coping skills whatsoever.
Well, think about this, Rick.
The struggle, that's why God allows the struggle. It's a refinement process that's good for us.
Yeah, there's processes. Your kid has to learn how to eat, has to learn how to walk, has to learn how to go to the bathroom, has to learn how to deal with controversy. Oh, wait a minute, we've removed that one.
That's right.
So think about, what if you remove one of the others? What if you were an adult and you didn't know how to go to the bathroom?
There you go.
Or how do you feed yourself?
And we think
Same
it's not
thing.
so important, but
you
it
think
is.
you're doing them a favor. You're not.
That's right.
You're not.
100% right. And, I mean, there's no way to avoid struggle, so you have to prepare for it that you can handle it.
It's just another process of growing up, and you better know how to deal with it.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have an outstanding day. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll do a top of the hour break, and we'll come back. More stories to unpack from the long weekend. More of your phone calls. Will of Meat back in play this week. As the Rick and Bubba show continues, Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know when the referee holds up a yellow card, if it's on your end of the field, you stand up and scream and stuff.
Right. So it's.
And there were several soccer things I'm not really familiar with.
You mean on the pitch?
It was on the field.
Who was pitching?
Right.
Yeah. I'm just, the terminology's foreign to me.
Mm-hmm. Did the football coach find another kicker for next year?
The football
what he was there
coach,
for.
Coach Yancey is very knowledgeable of soccer. He told me he actually coached a year or two. So he was telling me some of the finer points of it that I did not know anything about.
Right.
Like you can't be offsides on a breakaway. Like a snowbird, something which I still don't understand.
Right. What?
So I guess I have to slow down, let the other guy get in front of me, then I run by him.
Did you know that a lot of people who want soccer to get better think that rule should be changed? They think it would help the game.
I think it would too.
I would too. I would vote for that. That and the ball on fire.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tour, but they're playing in about 3 stadiums. Somebody's put together. You know how these big corporations. You got.
You know what this means?
It's
Don
Fleetwood Mac.
Henley's divorced again. That's all this one.
He's got another another
Mac,
alimony to pay.
Fleetwood Mac, the Eagles, and I think Steely Dan on one bill at the
Really?
stadium. Yeah, and then one time it's the Eagles, Fleetwood Mac, and the Doobies, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, the Dubsters.
The Eagles do a good show. I saw them twice.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Oh, they're so talented. I'm just saying, it ain't gonna seem like the Eagles without Glenn Fry. I mean, come on.
Now we did not.
Can't get a Fry lock up there?
Well, I guess they're gonna have to.
You go with Jackson Brown. You might could live with that. I could hear him singing all the Fry.
But I don't think that's official. I'd heard a rumor of that.
Yeah.
But I don't.
You don't want to step out on it.
I don't want to step out. People just go buy a ticket and think Jackson Brown's going to be there.
All right, we discussed the.
I mean, I don't know.
We discussed
Crap,
it was,
I know.
We discussed it was going to happen, but we never talked about it. When Journey was inducted into the Hall of Fame, we now have all the information. And I really think, as upset as people may have been that Steve Perry would not sing with them, I think when you heard him talking, and he was extremely high road when he gave his speech. The band obviously had made up, and there were no issues there. He was very complimentary of every member of the band.
A lot of hugging.
Very complimentary of the guy who's taking his place, the Filipino, thanking him for keeping the memories going, keeping the legend going. That guy's very respectful of Steve Perry. He was like, look, I'm not worthy to be in your presence. Thank you for, giving me this shot. You created this for me to come along and actually just keep it going. So it all was very good, and I know as disappointed as everybody was that he didn't sing, when you heard him talking, you realize his voice has had some struggles, and you may have come to the conclusion that maybe for the first time ever, an artist did what we would really want them to do, and he didn't tamper with the memories.
Right.
Because if he'd got out there and he'd have been subpar, it would have sounded bad, a la Meatloaf.
Can we hear him talk? I haven't heard or seen this. I've just
see if you can find his speech.
reports of it.
But at the end of the day, if he cannot sing, Steve Perry is a very high level, and if he couldn't sing the way he needed to sing, it probably was better off for him to just talk about what the band meant to him, how good, how impressed he was to be able to be part of it, to compliment the guy who's taking his place. He handled himself very classy.
Yeah.
But really, the gift that he may have given us that we don't want to receive is the gift of not tampering with the memories. He may have said, look, I'm not going to get up here. You trust me, you don't want to hear me sing Open Arms. You really don't.
No, that's true. And I will say this, too. The speech did have just a little bit of language in it. I do want to warn you of that, yeah. It's just when he talked about when he went and saw them perform and how they played the instruments and how talented they were, he was like, man, who wouldn't want to be a part of that? And he had some language in there. And this is a quick find here, so I apologize. Just be careful.
Okay. I didn't hear him notice that. So.
I'm going to keep my cheat sheet here because I got a lot to say. I'm going to start with when I was living in Los Angeles. I was looking to get a record deal, trying my very best. It was tough to get signed at those times. And I would always go to the Starwood to see Journey perform because these guys had the most.
Rick, this is where he talked about how good they were. And he goes on to say, the guy he sent the demo reel to, if he had never responded, then they wouldn't be standing there today. And
though their musicianship was absolutely.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's a good edit right there, Rick.
There was one instrument that was flying above the entire city of Los Angeles. That was the magic fingers of Neil Sean's guitar. Somehow, one of my demo tapes fell into the hands of Herbie Herbert. I would not be here tonight if it was not for Herbie Herbert.
That boy Herbie. That boy Herb.
Because
care about your health.
He did not have to call me. He gets tapes all the time. But there's something about the demo tape, and he called me. And the next thing I knew, because of Herbie, I was writing music with Neil Sean.
Let's go. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Looking ahead to the week, a couple of opportunities from themanchurch.com. Coming up on Wednesday night, the 7th, tomorrow night, Rich Wingo speaking at Landmark Landmark Church in Montgomery, Alabama, the home of I-92 WLWI. They're moving through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. This is their next gathering, and Wingo will be speaking, and they'll go back into their small groups on the curriculum they're working through. We have 3 of those curriculum now. They're all 40 weeks. Our 4th one coming in 2023. Also on Thursday night, I'll be kicking off that same strategy, very first gathering into the small groups at Ridgecrest Baptist Church, Thursday night, Dothan, Alabama, News Talk 103.9. If you want to find out more about these, you can go to rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com. Look at events. Bubba, welcome back for another hour, my friend.
Rick, glad to be here. You know, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day, and we appreciate it.
Other than that, do what you want. So we had some projects when we left the show on Friday, stuff happening within the show. And one of those projects is the ongoing project at Adler's house. He is redoing a deck space that had been at the house for years when they took this house on. It's a really, really large deck space. It needs to all be replaced. It's already involved Little Lee Hubbard and also a fan of the show and sponsor that helped him get the wood there. And then when I was leaving on Friday, Bubba, you and we heard some rumor Greg's son was coaching a ball game here in town, but somehow Greg was tied into delivering more wood to Adler. What's going on?
I'm calling this the great wood off.
Yes,
it is. We had some sheets of plywood we had to deliver.
Yep.
Got there, got it done. Adler's got a big project going.
Does he?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of material.
Now, how much of this are you doing, Adler?
I'm doing as little as I can, as I possibly can, but I'm still doing a lot of it. So Lee Hubbard and Greg on their way to the Thompson game, they roll up to my house, and for some reason they keep calling me, updating me how close they are. Like, all right, we're 4 minutes away.
That's good.
We were 6 minutes away. Now we're 4 minutes away. I'm like,
not
all right.
sure.
And then they're like, all right, wave at us when we get to your house.
There's a lot of turns.
Wave. It is. It's a turny neighborhood. So I asked, they're like, all right. So I go out there and I wave at them, and for some reason they blew past my driveway. What was that all about?
Greg,
y'all missed it.
How'd y'all go past?
I don't know.
And so
Lee's a lot of turns in there.
Who's driving, Little Lee Hubbard or Greg?
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, Lee's driving. He's in his big truck, sweet truck, by the way.
Yeah,
Lariat, nice.
Yeah, sitting on the phone book,
and he's he's backing up. I could tell that he was more nervous backing up but he also wanted to do it in a hurry.
Yeah,
that's the effect that Greg has on people.
He does. He'll rush you
if you go too. Yeah, he'll rush you. Then you get all nervous and stuff.
I kind of wanted
him.
I wanted him to hit the mailbox.
You know why you were getting the updates? Can I let you in on the updates? I'll tell you what this is all about. I've studied this guy for 57 years. Okay,
sick.
Well, that's right. You've only been here for 6, haven't you? Yeah. So he's got to get to the ball game. And he don't want to be.
He wanted you to be ready to load that wood off. He
didn't even want there to be seconds.
And we were making great time as far as that.
He didn't even want there to be.
We had time to visit.
He didn't even want there to be seconds that he had to look for you or whatever. He wanted you to be there ready to grab a piece of plywood.
I wanted good parking, right?
You know, he wanted to get to that game.
Worried about parking.
Oh, he'll worry you to death if he's got to go somewhere. I mean, he'll worry you to death.
And he has to eat, so throw that in there.
Right. You hadn't had a sandwich yet.
Nope.
I was ready for him though. As soon as they got there, I busted out this pack of working gloves.
See his work gloves?
I got some work gloves for Greg because his hands are paper soft now.
Yeah.
So I
was glad to see him.
Yeah, and so we unloaded the plywood here, and guess who was
Ruby?
That was my next question. What was it like to have your nemesis at your house, and how did Ruby take to him?
Ruby is like, what are these two weird dudes doing?
Before we left, she loved us to death. She was laughing and carrying on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, she did good.
Was she a little standoffish with Greg when you first got there?
Sure.
Which is wise.
Well, that's the language.
Yeah, it's the language, it's the yelling,
all that good stuff.
Telling everybody to hurry.
Yeah. So they got
rubbing his head because he
had to get to
we
the
were
ball
making
game.
good time.
I mean, if we left right now,
yeah, but we were actually, Rick, seriously ahead of schedule. I couldn't believe it.
Okay. Well, I bet because you've worried everybody to death.
Well, yeah, I got us there.
Right.
Ahead of schedule.
And so we did have a little bit of extra time.
Lost.
And so I got Greg up into the G Lab.
Yeah, we
here.
went into the look.
Oh, look, Bubba, they went in the G Lab.
Yeah, this is the gym
Oh,
lounge.
Greg's throwing some combinations.
Okay. Adler got him quite a dojo there.
Yeah, I got a dojo in my basement. It's called the G Lab. It's the Gym Lounge Archery Bunker. G Lab.
It's awesome.
And so I got Greg on the mitts here if you guys want to check this out a little bit here. Here we go. 3, 4. There you go. All right, let's do it a little bit faster, Greg. Greg's doing some boxing up here in the G Lab.
You love your G Lab, don't you?
I love the G Lab.
All he thinks about the game right here.
3, 4.
Yeah.
Oh! All right, that time it did hit me. Greg did make the gloves hit me.
I'm
in the
sorry,
face.
buddy. I didn't mean to. I got into it.
You got so much power, Greg.
That's what it was.
Greg looked pretty good. Like, you cover your face a little more.
Yeah, but
hands up, Greg.
Again, all he could
I
think
knew he
about
wasn't
was the
coming back
game.
at me.
Greg, you know all I was thinking about is how can I beat you?
Yeah, but
Right.
see, I knew he wasn't coming back.
Right,
at
I
me.
got you.
Warriors.
He was training me, Rick.
Right.
Come on.
That was good. That was
Look,
good.
right, you know what that needs to be on the scoreboard at the Warriors game.
There it is.
See that big T on the back, and you throwing that left.
I'd like to get a video tour of the whole setup there.
Yeah, the OG Lab.
Oh,
Listen,
it's legit.
Adler's got a beautiful place. And look, when he gets this new deck there, woo.
I'm excited. I'm
Greg, this
excited.
deck gonna be awesome.
Yes, it's huge.
Now, didn't you tell me it's one of those kind of decks? It's basically where you play in the backyard.
It's going to be our backyard. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a lot. There's a lot of material laying there ready to get up there.
The main living section of our house is actually on the second story. It's one of
okay.
those houses,
Yeah.
you know. So if you go out straight out the back door, if there's no deck there, then you just have a drop off.
Not
so
good. Not
that's
good.
what we have right now. I keep making that joke about I'm going to take the trash out, to my wife or whatever, going for the door where there is nothing. I
Right.
would just fall.
Oh, no.
Story down.
Right.
I keep doing it. She's like, you got to stop doing that joke,
Yeah.
please.
All right, so
please.
you're not tired of it yet. But she is.
She's done with it.
She is.
Yeah, that's that. I can tell you about those.
Yeah.
But Greg, do you feel like that Adler? I mean, has he got a nice setup? I mean, has he got room to
man.
park the RV he's gonna buy?
Oh
Yeah, once he gets all the material from building the deck, he'll have some room. Right now, the driveway's full of
Little mess
some
right now.
wood.
I know. It's like I feel like I'm in like a construction zone. Like my
Yeah.
life
Well,
is a stockyard or something right
There's
now.
nothing more intrusive than a home project going on. I mean, it's so intrusive.
We watched on Labor Day. We watched some of the teardown through the window, and I'm sitting there with Ruby, and the dude has like a crowbar on the stairs or whatever, and the whole stairs just goes down in one thing. And from the kitchen, we just go, oh, like that, and the working man just like looks up at us like, you people, y'all, what are you?
I do this
Do
every day.
something. Yeah,
I do this every day.
I can hear y'all screaming, ooh, through the glass.
Yeah.
I know this is happening.
Yeah. When we were downstairs in the fight area, Ruby's got a swing down there.
Yeah.
And she got in that swing, and buddy, she liked the swing.
Oh, did
Lee
she?
was over. She even smiled at Lee during the swing.
Did she lead in it?
We both said the same thing.
Did she like little Lee Hubbard?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Yeah.
Oh,
Lee
he
was
had
good
her
with
laughing
kids.
for us.
Because she sensed that Greg was a granddad.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Greg,
right.
y'all. Greg tries to pretend like he's all mean and stuff.
He
but
loves kids.
He loves kids, and on his way out, he even goes to me before getting in Lee's truck. He goes, "You have a beautiful home."
He didn't do
And
that.
got in the truck. He did.
didn't
Greg
say
pretends
that.
to be mean, but he actually
He
has
does.
good
He didn't
manners.
say you had a beautiful home.
Well, he
Greg
does.
has
And he's-
manners. Greg has manners.
He's a total fraud.
He does have a soft underbelly.
Yeah.
But that's because
Adler, I mean,
He's like
remember,
old turtle if you get him out of that shell.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, when I first met Adler, I never imagined he'd have a family and a nice home.
Well,
I mean, you know what? He was a hippie. I mean, he had ear gauges.
Miracles can happen.
Yeah, I'm
Miracles
proud of him.
happen,
Rick.
Be
guys.
careful,
Excuse
Greg.
me for being proud of him.
Hey, be careful. Greg's trying to repair his image real quick, and he's willing to go after you.
You're in the crosshairs.
Careful. But you and Greg had a nice few moments together.
Yes, it was great. Greg, you need to work on your jab, but everything
I
else
do.
is
I didn't want to hurt
coming
you.
along. It's coming along, buddy.
That's a pretty good one right there. That was a pretty good left right there. That was
You
good.
got me, Greg.
There you go.
What did I see over there? Did I see an umbrella?
That is
Little cartoon?
Yeah, is
That's all I want
a
to see
sheet,
the whole
yeah.
tour.
Is that
It's like
Yeah,
a,
Ruby swings in that direction.
okay?
there we go.
So you talking about the G Lab has a little bit of area for Ruby?
Yes, there's a little kid slide in there and a swing.
She swings while he works out.
This is
That's good.
It's actually really helpful because Ruby, and I think most kids are like this. There's that umbrella thing you were talking about, Ruby.
Yeah.
That's just a sheet hanging up, honestly, or a tapestry or something. I found it in my garage. I don't even know where it came from.
Okay.
This is her little slide thing. and she's got a swing down there, and it's great because I think this is common from what I understand. When Ruby gets a mosquito bite of any kind, one mosquito bite, her arm will go, double the size. With every mosquito bite she gets, we're like, all right, no doctor, no doctor, no doctor, no doctor. Okay, no doctor. And then you wait for the next one to happen.
Benadryl.
She blows up. We do the Benadryl.
My daughter was
thing.
the same way.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have an indoor area too, especially during these buggy, these buggy months.
It was cool in there. You talking about living in a rainforest?
They let the dog lick it. It's dog days. I'll take care of the mosquito bite.
I don't know if that's the science still. The science has changed.
Get Kevin on that.
All right, Kevin and Franklin, come on in.
Their mouth is cleaner than a human.
That's what I hear.
What's up with the cross eyes?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Here's a
Just be careful again here.
Well, anyway, so he goes into all of that, and
Rick,
it's just good to see him again.
I know Bubba's going to be disappointed. They did not let Randy Jackson be inducted as a band member.
No,
I know Bubba's disappointed.
He did one tour.
Well, I thought he was just a hired gun.
He was. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
How about they put two of the drummers? They've had a few. They put the original, and then they put the guy that was there during Dynasty. That's back now, I believe.
Yeah, Steve Smith.
Yeah, he's back. They put him and Ainsley Dunbar, who was original. And then the two keyboard players, Jonathan King and Greg Raleigh, who was the original singer, remember?
Yeah, I was hoping Greg Raleigh got in because really,
he was actually a founding member.
If you look at Greg Raleigh, he may have had he had the Bubba move, and that was I paid my dues.
Mm-hmm.
I sang the early stuff. I'm a founding member of the band, meaning I still get checks. And hey, let me introduce you to Steve Perry.
Yeah,
and
you remember the
I'll tell you what, y'all bring me another keyboard player. I'm gonna sit at the house.
You remember when
I'm done singing after y'all heard it. There were a couple of them they sang together.
Yeah, he was still the lead guy. And then Steve Perry would just come in for a minute.
If I could, now they performed a couple of songs, "Don't Stop Believing" and some others, and they were playing a lot of the videos and the songs as they introed. The lead singer for Train came out since he was from San Francisco and introed them, and you hear Steve Perry singing. And then
you hear him singing?
From old footage, and they talked about how they would sell out the stadiums and how they tried to go to rural America, to the heart of the country, and get that fan base first, and then once they knew that, then they could branch out to the larger markets. And then the guy that has been keeping the band going, the Asian man that sings, you thought for a while, and I did too, man, his voice is just as good as Steve's. There's nobody that was as good as Steve. And he's performing here. This is them performing Don't Stop Believing. Now, don't get me wrong, he's still good.
Yeah, he's not Steve Perry.
No, and now one good thing for me, and I talked to Greg and Hobie about this. You know how I can't watch live award shows. I can't. But for some reason, I can watch bands perform live, which is weird. I don't know why.
Well,
is.
Well, because usually they pull it off. That's why.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing. What you don't want to see them is get up and accept an award. You're fine seeing them do what they do well.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. I'm glad you didn't hear this. I tried to find videos of it, and a lot of people just had their phones. Mm-hmm. You can, Speedy, do you not want me to tell you?
What?
There were people saying, "Hey, maybe Steve's gonna come out, man. Come on!" Mm-hmm. And they're the whole time they think he's still gonna come out and sing a song with them, and it doesn't happen. You hear him talking. You think he's gonna come out? I think he will. And so I hate that.
Well, the fact that they let the Filipino come out at all would tell you he's not, because the Filipino wasn't even inducted.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The fact that he sang it all. You knew he wouldn't come.
Yeah, and now one good thing is they never showed
and I
after
refer
the
to him as the Filipino. I just don't remember.
Right after the acceptance speech.
We're just calling him the Filipino.
Maybe we should learn his name.
Steve Perry left. Mm-hmm. He got off the stage, and the guys got grabbed their guitars and everything. And then once that happened, they didn't show Steve anymore, which was good. I didn't want him sitting over on a stool watching or something. No, I'd have been really uncomfortable.
If you ever wondered what Greg Raleigh sounded like before Steve Perry came in,
I like their music.
And this was, and then he gradually would let.
Open my eyes to a new kind of way.
That was Journey before Steve Perry.
And then he was still in it, but he would just sing parts.
So this is the guy that was singing to begin with.
Are you feeling?
The guy who cashed out.
You feeling that way?
What is it?
Or am I just?
Now listen, then he'll let Steve come in.
Am I just a fool?
Wait, that's not the. Wow. He's letting everybody know I'm about to leave. And look, then he comes back. So he's getting us ready. He's about to make transition.
Am I just a fool? A new road's waiting. You touch my life. Oh.
So that was
God, they do it.
Yeah, that was him.
And
I'm mad at you for cutting that off.
Greg Raleigh
Good song.
also sang Black Magic Woman in Santana. Him and Neil Sean were in Santana when they were teenagers.
Forgot about that, too.
And he's the one that sings Black Magic Woman.
Do you know I had a Neil Sean moment backstage talking to him with Ryan Greenwood?
Is that when Bad English was on tour? And we all got to go meet Sam? Was that
No.
it?
It's when, actually, it was the time I got burned on the arm.
Oh,
Remember
the little fella.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back, 866. We be big as our number. Looking over the weekend, I will, it's projects. But I forgot, and Sherry actually was talking about this with some friends of ours. I must send her some pictures. I forgot that dove season opened this weekend for a lot of states. And Speedy, you went dove hunting.
I did, and didn't know I was going either. Typical kids.
Those are the best.
Y'all got a bunch. They call you the night before, right? Hey, Dad, you want to go dove hunting tomorrow? What are you talking about, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, one of his roommates was gonna take him dove hunting with his dad, and so I went along for the ride, and it was fun. I mean, we and Adler showing a couple of pictures, but this dog here was unbelievable. When one was shot. And they weren't flying the way we wanted them to fly. We had a couple of rain systems come through that kind of messed things up.
Raining on
We
and
were
off.
trying to hunt between the
You
the
can't
shower.
even have a dove hunt.
Got soaking wet, but that dog would run in and come out with a dove, and I'm like, that is amazing to me. But
a working
anyway.
dog is really fascinating to watch. It really is.
So the plan was, hey, let's meet, and then with Labor Day being the next day, I got a call Sunday night. I'm like, man, it's really late to go. Do I have enough ammo? I'm not set up for this. Well, let me check the shotguns.
Shells have been a little hard to
got.
find last year too.
Yeah. But we have a 12 gauge and a couple of 20 gauges. So I thought, well, we'll just use a 20 and a 12, and then here we go. So we all pile in the truck and we head that way, and we get to where we're going, and we all spread out, and you could kind of see rumblings of rain coming. But, then everybody says, well, they like to fly when it's overcast. Everybody says that.
I don't know. I've heard every scenario you could possibly ever hear about hunting and fishing.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even matter if they're mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
They'll still do it anyway.
Yeah.
They live on.
Well, you're the same guy that told me a clear day is what we need. Now you love this cloudy
Right.
day.
Yeah. They hate sunshine.
Yeah.
They hate it.
Hey, let me tell you when doves love when it rains on and off.
Right. And I've been dove hunting, but just not a lot. And so I was asking questions, to the host, like, do they fly in the rain? I wouldn't think they do, but do they?
They just put little rain jackets
Yeah.
on.
That's good.
But it's almost like if the doves could like play with us a little bit, like just mess with our mind, this is how they would do it. Off in the distance, there was a power line. And they would just land on the power line and just sit there like they were heckling us, And then every now and then an 18-wheeler would go by, and then one time an ambulance came by, and that would spook them. And it seemed like when we would shoot, they would start to fly a little bit and just kind of fly around. Then they would come over, and then you had some coming from different directions. But it was funny. The running joke was, there's 8 on the power line. Y'all see that? Yeah, they just landed there. So we get through a couple of the rain showers, and we're shooting a few, and then the 12 gauge that JC was using was only shooting one, and then it wouldn't discharge the shell and continue to fire and pull the other 2 up. It was like it wasn't getting jammed. It's just like it wouldn't come back, and which was strange. So you have to shuck it and then load another one, and that became such a handle. I thought, well, it needs to be oiled, so we started squirting all oil in it to try to see if that would work. Nothing worked. So he ended up just using the 20 gauge that I had, which did fine. So then I became video guy and heckle everybody guy, and I became the guy that screened birds. Well,
did you ever scream low bird? Now you're that guy.
Yeah,
low bird.
Yeah,
no, girl, they call that Dick Cheney.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And so a couple of players here were Tyson and his brother Trevor, and then you got Jake and his dad Drew. And those were all the guys that were. So I would start messing with them. Hey, Tyson, here comes one. And there wouldn't be, just to kind of mess with them a
people
little bit.
love that, don't they?
Yeah. Well, it was after the rain came through, and at that point we were soaking wet, and it was raining so hard. I was like, "But I haven't seen anything for 15 minutes, and we're dripping wet." I go back and Drew, the dad, had set up a tent behind his truck, and they were all standing under it. And I'm like,
right.
Did you do this on purpose? Why didn't you come get us? Why didn't you text or anything?
Right.
What about us?
Yeah. But it was a lot of fun getting out, and I know a lot of people went dove hunting this past weekend. I saw pictures and some videos from everybody, but it was fun. Get out with JC and have a good time.
Heck yeah.
Well, got home a little late, but I mean,
sure. Well, and here's the thing, and it's so hard because you love seeing the documentation of stuff. I've noticed, and y'all gonna have to help me with this because I try to keep up, where I can see things. I've noticed, and Speedy, you've become one of these people. So should I just look to this story stuff above Instagram now? Because nobody's just doing the thing where you go to an Instagram account and look at pictures.
Yeah,
it's all about the story now.
Why do you have two different feeds?
And the problem with the story is it just all flies by. Where if it was just on Instagram, I could look at the picture of JC and say, "Oh, that looks awesome! Look at that landscape. That's beautiful." But everybody's putting stuff on their story now, and then not on their Instagram. Where like, well, if you want to see what's going on, you got to look at the story. But then the story flies by.
Yeah, the story's good for 24 hours.
So is the story now preferred over just an Instagram?
Well, I think
post?
probably a story is almost like a location check. Like, hey, this is kind of what's going on today. It might not be post-worthy, but it's just a fun day, and here's kind of what's going on.
I notice you'll story, but you won't post.
I don't post a ton, but I'll story a lot because most people see those feeds.
So,
anyway.
and I learned if I put my thumb on it, I can stop it or something.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
I've been holding.
Yeah,
hey, look at you.
Would it kill you? Would it kill you for me to get a nice picture on your Instagram of the landscape? That
would it kill you? Do you want me to put something up?
Would you mind? I mean, the story thing. It's like, what was that? You know, and then it
flew by.
Yeah, then other people's, and I'm like, well, I got to go back.
Right.
And then sometimes it'll start over and give me something from a day ago. And or something older, and I'm just you know, I mean,
you're a mess, aren't you, buddy?
Well, would it kill you to post one picture? I mean, it's just,
Rick, I'm like, I don't like this.
The stories are just but that's become the thing now.
Yeah.
So I know.
Well, I did. Helmsy and I were Marco Polo.
Hey, let's not go against the thing now.
It's the thing now.
Helmsy and I were Marco Poloing a little bit yesterday, and I sent one from the dove chute,
right?
And JC tried to get on me a little bit, which it owned Helmsy, and he's coming along a little bit. We raise on each other.
Yeah.
He's getting there. His delivery's better.
He can tell a good story because I was buying into what he was saying.
Right. Then I stopped and I said, "Now tell the truth."
Yeah.
But you give me good lights. A working dog, camo, and guns.
Hey,
in a field.
Stuff.
We had a blast.
Don't make me go to the store for that.
We had a blast.
I mean, give me a picture I can really look at.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it still has not spun. Speedy here, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. Eddie Van Adler has RBTV.
Glad to be here.
Glad you're here, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
Here's this courtesy of
CNN as well as let's see here, WCCO.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Here's the story.
We're looking for holes, cracks, and crevices.
Oh, Bubba.
Typically, you'll find them along the siding.
This is a runway right here.
Like a couple of crime scene investigators,
That's an access point.
they treat the property like a puzzle, piecing together
Here we go. Here's one.
probably most homeowners' worst nightmare.
I'm okay here. Yeah. Yep.
Once you find the den, it's pretty easy.
The pest control
The
guys
den.
pull 5 snakes from hiding in less than an hour.
Think it's great that they're not in my house and they're there, right?
But today's find doesn't truly tell the hell Angie Whitley has been living through.
I hate that she's going through this. That's where we found the 2 today.
The evidence of that lurks in her basement, now torn apart and littered with snake traps.
Sorry, Bubba.
I'll be upstairs.
As a nurse and a single mom, Whitley spent years renting a townhouse in order to save enough for a down payment for a new start.
It was clean, new carpet, new paint.
This split level in Oak Park Heights seemed like the perfect neighborhood for her 2 kids to grow up in. Several walkthroughs and an inspection yielded no trouble. But 45 minutes after closing on October 5th, plenty of it slithered in.
I brought my first sort of box in downstairs to my bedroom, and I found a snake. And one quickly turned into 3, 4, 5. Oh, God. Today, it's 6 months later, and I'm about now 95 snakes that I found inside my house.
That's 95 inside.
You can see one that just came out now.
A few hundred more outside.
In the snake world, this is up there.
Angie Whitley now knows a garter snake den is somewhere under her property, which sits close to a marsh.
Water creates a big void underneath the foundation. That's where the corner of her house is.
The perfect location for a reptile attracted to heat and to each other.
They were in their little ball.
Whitley has spent more than $13,000 herself trying to rid her family of the problem, ripping up her finished basement to tightly seal off any potential cracks.
If you can fit a pencil through, they could fit through.
And pumping out 40 gallons of water from a large hole she found in the foundation.
We really thought that was the problem.
Still, the spring has brought the snakes back.
I love it.
Adams Pest Control has now donated their services to try to locate the snake den.
A lot of sleepless nights.
Well, Whitley now sleeps upstairs on the couch and stays out of the basement.
Bump in the road that I'm not quite sure how to solve yet.
She's upset, y'all.
Desperate for relief and for this sickening puzzle to be solved once and for all.
We're going to get it. It will be done.
Liz Collin, WCCO 4 News.
Burn it to the ground. Good gracious.
95.
Rick,
one answer here. Moab. Good night.
Y'all, I was listening to the numbers they were tallying up, and we got to around 300.
Golly, y'all.
Bubba.
At least they're garter snakes, but still.
And wads. You see them in there, wad. Just wads of snakes.
In my mind, that's exactly what hell will look like. You know what?
Good night. They were
Bubba,
they were
that's
everywhere.
the location.
They were everywhere.
Oh, I know.
Worked so hard to get you how you can't have nothing. You can't even have a split level.
I'd move right out of that baby. Let the lawyers handle it. You know.
Well, what I would do would get somebody to accidentally burn it to the ground. So at least I've got insurance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's awful.
That many in one place. Good.
Did you say 95 just inside?
Just inside, and the guy used the word hundreds outside. That's why I got to my 300 point. I figure hundreds is a couple hundred, and I've added the 95 inside, and then 5 that just came from somewhere. I'm at 300. 300 garter snakes.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Rick gave me his 300.
I mean,
that's a lot of snakes. That's a ton. I don't care.
Well, if it bites you, you'd like old briar scratch.
How about that? I don't like briars.
I don't like the way they move.
I don't want to be bit by
anything. That many of anything in my house.
I don't want to be bit by anything with teeth. Bottom line.
Thank you, Rick.
I don't want to be bit by any animal of any kind. Really, people. I don't want people to bite me either.
No, Rick, that's
anything with teeth biting.
Well, you just like old briar scratch. They bite you. You ain't gonna poison.
I don't want to be bit by a slithering, cursed animal.
No.
I don't care whether it shoots venom in or not. I mean, that's a nice little consolation, but I didn't like being bit by it.
Yeah, Rick, I mean, we're talking about an animal that Satan chose to bring down all of humanity, you know, the whole creation. Good night.
Good, just out slithering on its old cursed stomach.
Well, I mean, hey, snakes don't bother you if you don't bother them.
Well, tell that to the 300 moving in my tri-level.
I wish I had my 12 gauge right now next to me, just on the whole concept.
I would, like if somehow right now. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Looking for one." Yeah. Somebody say it. Somebody say, get it, get it. Oh, get it. Get a piece of the ride. All right, as we make our way back, new sponsor, big response. Are you in the loop yet? Have you gone to cleanpods.com/Bubba yet? If not, you need to. It's just a better, smarter way to clean. It doesn't get any simpler, and it's going to save you money. It is going to work more efficiently, and it couldn't be simpler. You just take the pod, you drop it into they're going to send you the sprayers. You get, and then you drop the pod in, add water, shake it up, let's go. And they've got every surface cleaner and bathroom cleaners and that you name it. If it needs to be clean, they have a formula and a pod, and whatever you're using now. Does it cost you less than $2 each? Probably not. So these are terrific products. Everyone in the audience can and use them, and our wives are loving it as well. If you need to clean glass, floors, I said bathroom, multi-use, high-quality spray bottles, they send those to you. Thousands of sprays. It's concentrate. Drop the pod in, add the water. Let's go.
Boom.
And if you can save 10% right now, and we're also going to get you free shipping. So go to cleanpods.com for 10% off and free shipping on any bundle you choose. I said that again, free shipping. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. Try these products and then send us your thank you email or call us. You'll find out that this is a great and a better way to do it. We call it a smarter way to clean. And you will too with cleanpods.com/Bubba. All right, so we have this terrifying video. Well, we have a couple of terrifying videos because we have a Biden video as well.
Right.
But this is, I've seen this ride called different things at different parks. Huntsville called it Space Shot. Six Flags over Georgia called it something else. I forget what it's called. Some kind of spider thing.
But it's basically the big donut that they shoot way up in the air and they drop you and shoot you up and all that. It's an exciting ride. I'll give you that.
But when you're coming down after it has shot you up, you pause. Then you know it does it's almost like a trap door goes out from under your feet and you start coming down.
Yeah.
It's supposed to stop.
Yeah.
Before it hits the ground.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in this video, a carnival ride in India, this ride does not do its final job, and that is stop when the people are crashing down to the ground.
Rick.
So
you talking about hard landing?
Oh, buddy. And watch people get thrown out of their seats when this baby lands. So here it is. It's doing a little spin at the top. Now, this is where it's going to drop you and then catch you right before you hit the ground, but it doesn't catch them.
No, it doesn't.
See, it's going up right now, getting ready for the big drop.
Yeah, and it's getting ready to get you up there and let you come down. I like the little spin ad. Some do that, some don't. Right. But when it comes down,
their night's about to change.
Yeah, and here they come, and it is not stopping. Bam! Good gracious! Whoa!
How somebody was not killed in that.
So nobody was killed?
The story we have says it's a lot of injuries, but no deaths.
Well, watch people come out. Now, they're in a safety harness, Rick. Watch how they bust through this and go up in the air.
Good.
Some of them turn and flip.
Good gracious.
Luckily, this one wasn't designed where you're hanging out of it.
Right.
Like the one the young man fell out of earlier.
Yeah. Same ride.
They actually sit on top of the flat.
Thank goodness.
If they'd been hanging off of it, it'd been bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
What about when you're coming down and you think you're just having the time of your life?
I know.
And you think it's about to catch you. It happens so fast. Oh my goodness. Good gracious.
Wow.
I mean,
no, thank you.
That'll make you think twice about getting on something again.
We got some spinal problems.
Yeah.
Well, you know what we're going to see from this? This is going to be somebody you're going to meet 20 years from now.
Right.
And they're going to say, so tell me, well, my back's been messed up ever since I had that carnival incident.
Right.
Yeah. What do you mean? What happened? I mean, and they'll deal with the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah. And I don't know how the legal system works in India, but well, that's it. All right, so let's continue with terror. Joe Biden, have you seen this one where he, God love him, he's just so unstable. He starts screaming in Wisconsin that we beat Pharma this year. What does he mean by beating Pharma?
He's like shaking. And
yeah, and we've seen all the pictures where he looks like he's standing at the gates of hell.
Right.
Yeah,
by the way,
setup.
Babylon Bee did about 20 headlines with that picture. They put them all together. So let's watch this right here. Okay, so
we beat Pharma this year. We beat Pharma this year, and it mattered. We're going to change people's lives. We beat Pharma this year. We beat Pharma this year, and it mattered. We're going to change people's lives.
Now, is he referring to the diabetic medicine that they put a price cap on? Is that what he's talking about?
Oh, maybe. Pharma.
But
I'm trying. I'm just trying to find something.
I'm sure he really doesn't know
I
either.
can't really. I mean, I have to find some attempt at logic in it. Well, it's all fine. It was too high. I don't know that this was the way to bring it down. But if the company decides they can't make a profit and quits making it, then did you beat Pharma?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, you can beat Pharma too far.
Oh, you can. You can get to where Pharma doesn't do research and development anymore, and then Pharma beats you back.
Yeah, because if there's one thing worse than having high price diabetic drugs, that is no drugs at any price.
Correct.
So just be careful with your celebration.
We also didn't beat Pharma back when they got a sweet deal on the vaccines.
Yeah. Now look, come on.
And with no accountability. Hey, if it goes bad, you can't sue us. That Pharma didn't take too big a beating on that one. All right, so now we get into Corrine, the press secretary. The problem when she gets to talking is it's like us. It's very much like us, especially if we're
She
not
doesn't know her words.
If we haven't read the story yet, which is just about every time.
Right.
Corrine Jean-Pierre, she looks down and she tries to tell us how many jobs the Biden administration has created, and she comes up with a really, really odd number known as 10,000 million. Which that's
10,000 million.
That's I think that's what is that 10 billion? I
don't think numbers work that way.
So anyway, here we go. If you're upset with the Biden administration, you need to know that they have created 10,000 million jobs. So here we go.
As you know, the good news is in August, the economy created 315,000 jobs, which is important. We have created nearly 10,000 million jobs since President Biden took office.
Wow, that's quite a number.
10,000 million.
Yep, since he took
jobs,
office.
which is important. We have created nearly 10,000 million jobs since President Biden took office,
10,000
which is the
million.
fastest job
10,000.
growth
How do
in
you-
history. So you're
Does
asking
anybody know
where's
how
the
you
success?
draw
Here
that
it
one
is.
out? Where's the comma at on that one?
That's like when my grandkids throw numbers out.
Right, yeah.
Do you think she was trying to say another ridiculous number like 10 million and she just got tangled up?
You know what I think?
Because there is not, and I'm not a mathematician.
No.
But I'm fairly confident without doing a Google search that 10,000 million is not a real number.
Right.
You think?
I think that it may be that she was going to say we've created 10,000, and she had a title for type of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, it just got away from her. And, like 10,000 labor jobs or, I'm just,
10,000 million.
Yeah, 10,000 million jobs.
If you had 1,000 million, that'd be a B.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I know that the far left has a childlike view of the world. I didn't know it was this childlike.
Right.
Because that's exactly what it sounds like.
We got bunches and bunches of jobs.
But he would.
Apparently, online education has also affected the press secretary.
Well, that's good. Hey, little fellow, what are you doing? How many of those do you have?
10,000 million. There was 10,000 million.
10 billion
Yeah.
gillions.
How many cookies would you like?
10,000 million.
Did you hear or see anybody raise their hand for a correction?
Well, it looked like they were trying to, and she kept going, no, let me finish. And you want to say, no, you're going to thank me for not letting you finish. Yeah.
We have created
Watch her
nearly
keep going.
10,000 million jobs since President Biden took office, which is the fastest job growth in history. So you're asking me where's the success?
especially-
Here it is. Wait, let me finish.
Especially since there is no such
Hold on.
number.
Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on.
No, we're trying to tell you that you said 10,000 million, and we want some clarification on that. Okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 10,000? Is it a million?
Mm-hmm.
Is it 10,000 million?
Right. Right.
And we wonder why everything's screwed up.
Yeah. How many times would you like to go to the carnival?
10,000 million. But not the one in India.
How many gifts you want for Christmas? 10,000 million.
10,000 million.
Would you
Start shopping now?
What'd you ask Santa for?
10,000 million things.
I want 10,000 million puppies.
Right. How many jobs did Biden do?
10,000 million.
We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topic you want to talk about, all 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Somebody would just say, God has decided to rid the earth of snakes. I'd say, hallelujah.
I know it.
Every single one.
I might raise my arms.
I wish everybody had one as a pet would find it dead today. Every one of them. Every little terrarium, every little cage, every little box you got them in, you went over and they're just dead as a wedge. Every single one of them. Eradicated from all existence.
Ireland gets about. Isn't it Ireland that doesn't have any snakes?
Well, we say.
They claim.
That's one of those things people say.
Well, I mean, they get along fine.
They do. Yeah, Jamaica, I don't think has any.
No, they don't. That's
Am I making that up?
No, that's what they told us when we stopped there.
Jamaica
on the Rick and Bubba
has
cruise.
no snakes. Really?
No,
No snakes, Mom.
There were holes everywhere big enough to fall into, and the locals told us it was mongoose holes.
Mongoose rid of
the
them.
mongoose get rid of them. They won't. They can't
Buffalo
never-
soldier.
Huh.
We got no snakes.
Everybody remembers Ricky Tikki Tavi.
We have a bunch of the holes in the ground, though, where the things that rid us of snakes have been
Break
burned.
your ankle.
But that's fine.
Rick,
A broken ankle ain't as bad as a snake bite.
Well, and
there's
funny,
your snake update, Rick.
Funny that we're talking about golf.
Snake update. Snake update. I'll take spiders all day over snakes. Now you on spiders.
I don't like them.
They bite too, Rick.
I don't want to be bit by any animal.
I don't want them on me, but I feel like I can handle that situation better than old no shoulders sometimes.
Spider or roach to crawl over you?
Roach. I got to go roach.
Really?
I may go spider.
Either one.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The wonderful will of meat. This will. All right, congratulations to all of our winners. Don't forget Mother's Day coming up. 1-800-Flowers.com. We got some great gifts for Mom. Go to the radio icon and enter the code Bubba. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to Columbus, Mississippi. Daniel standing by. Daniel, 30 seconds. Listen to 96.1. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas. How you doing?
Great.
Monkey grass, by the way.
Oh, thanks for the call. Appreciate that very much.
I heard y'all talking earlier about some of those the songs about the whole like the spider and the snake and stuff like that. And I was wondering, have you ever heard the song Amos Moses by Jerry Reed?
Yeah, Amos Moses. By the way, sadly, our interns said you a different title. It's Amos Moses.
Yeah.
The song they just put up on the board is
that's a whole nother song.
Yeah, I will say this.
That came from the Dark Side of the Moon album.
I thought that's actually what he said, guys. I thought that's what he said.
Yeah, it just.
I know it sounded, but what I'm saying, I can see how because I thought he said Amos.
If you didn't know,
if
the
I
song.
hadn't known that it was Amos Moses,
I thought he said that.
Yeah, if you didn't know the song,
Yeah, something else.
And they don't.
Amos
Moses.
And I don't either because the minute he said it,
Jerry
I thought,
Reed.
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, great song. Yeah, it's a good one. We continue. Yeah, that's not that other one she's talking about is actually from a Queen tribute band.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we go to Patrick in Conway, South Carolina.
Patrick, moving along.
Patrick, go right ahead.
How's it going, guys?
We're good. How are you?
Good.
So, I just wanted to tell you that I bought a set of mattresses yesterday, and if it hadn't have been for Greg Burgess and his love seat that flew out the back of the truck, I think I would have been in the same predicament.
Oh, no. Greg saving lives.
Tied it down, huh?
I loaded them up, and the guy says, "You need some rope?" And I had one little strap. And I literally said, "No." And then I thought about it, and I said, "Nah, yeah, give me some rope."
Yeah, you made the right decision.
Boy, you did.
Because I had that same. Oh, I got it, pal. I got this strap.
Yep. How about this, Greg?
Keep your bell entwined.
Hey, changing lives, Greg.
Changing lives, one life at a time.
Let's go to Ann, Meridian, Mississippi, 97.9 The Buzz. Enjoyed listening to you guys last weekend traveling, by the way. All right, Ann, go ahead.
Hey, I had a friend when he passed away. He was cremated and had his ashes put in Ziploc bags, and he passed them out at the funeral. They had them passed out at the funeral.
Wow.
All his friends.
So wait a minute. So in other words, this guy that we've all loved and we've been around all our lives, when he passed away, we were all handed something with his ashes in it that we would put chips in for a road trip.
A Ziploc bag.
I mean, this is a come on, man.
So I mean, we're.
It is 9 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. We're taking your phone calls now. Got plenty of lines available for you. By the way, we just heard another quote from President Biden. You heard that he beat Pharma. You heard he created 10,000 million jobs.
That's a lot.
All right. And you may not have known, and we have the audio now from his presser, that he also once outsang Brian Free from Assurance.
Well, this next and final song is going to be one that has made me pretty famous over the last few years. It has took me a lot of places I didn't think I would be at. But it was the first time on stage, New Year's Eve 2002, with one of the best quartets out there today, Brian Free and Assurance. And I was privileged to be able to sing this one with Brian Free. And I don't know if I beat him that night or not, but ever since then, we've had competitions. I've wore him out.
Oh, my goodness.
Not to make me look good or anything, but that's what happened. But this is one that also my friends at my hometown church, Gospel Light Baptist Church in Salisbury, North Carolina, has really made their top choice. So therefore, we're going to finish off with this one. It's called "Looking for a City."
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up. Chuck,
get up,
good
Chuck.
to see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
You know, my favorite part of that is the casual mention of, well, I wore him out.
I wore him out.
Pretty much.
Because we know a lot of people get on stage and sing, and someone is declared they're wore out by the other singer.
And my favorite is not trying to bring any attention to myself. That's just what happened.
But see, I've seen where rappers will battle. I've never seen gospel groups battle.
I never
he claimed that they had
I've
these
never seen
competitions.
tenors battle.
No, the battle of the tenors, and he claims he wore them out in all these competitions. I've just never seen the Southern gospel.
Do you get a trophy with that or a medal? How's that work?
Well, it's the tenor
throwdown in mismatch town between the tenors. I haven't seen.
Well, they just voted unanimously to take the tenor tournament to 12 teams. But anyway,
by the way, it did pass.
It did pass.
It's good.
College football going to 12 games. Might do it as early as 2024. Come on.
Yep. Sounds good.
To the phones we go. Tyler, standing by. Tyler, how about it? Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
How's it going, fellas?
Great. Thanks for the call, buddy. Glad you're working. Go with it.
I was just calling to make a comment about Saturday. I was at the Alabama game, and there's a highlight going around. I don't know if y'all have seen it on YouTube or whatever, but one of the Alabama defenders blocking a Utah State offensive personnel into the guy actually running the ball, causing him to make the own tackle.
Yes, I did see that. That's called taking on the block the appropriate way. And the receiver who was trying to block in way over his head. His body was propelled into the running back, which is the way you come up and take on the block. Yeah, a rotate.
Yeah.
That's how you get it done. Let's go to Ashley. Ashley, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Rick.
Yes.
Hey, I have got to hear y'all talk about California and the shenanigans going on over there. That you can't have a gas car. You have to have an electric one, but you can't plug it in because there's no power. And please turn your power off so that we can all have some power.
Yeah, we talked about that last week, and of course we were laughing maniacally.
I think it's genius myself.
Yeah, the genius of California, and my favorite is that their governor wants to be made president so the whole country can be run the way he's running California.
Boy, I tell you, that's something I hope for.
Yeah,
Rick.
boy. I mean, let's just all get excited.
Let me
about
tell
that.
you, I've heard a lot of discussion about this. I know some very nice people from California, but
Are they that nice?
If you keep voting in these goofballs, what do you expect? And I really am to the point I don't feel sorry for them. If you can't outvote the loony birds, move and let them go bankrupt and pick up their own mess. Just look, if you move from California to some of the free America, don't bring your ridiculous politics that got you in that mess.
No. California is really testing how far can weather take you.
Yeah.
I mean, just how far can our weather?
Yeah.
How
miserable must I be for a sunny, low humidity day?
I have no power. I can't plug my car in that they told me to buy. But wow, sure is pretty today.
Yeah. And it looks like the Trojans are going to be pretty good again.
Right. So anyway, we'll continue. Let's go to Robert in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. I'll be in Dothan Thursday night at Ridgecrest. Looking forward to it. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, you heard that guy asked Nick Saban about him winning the whole thing this year? He sat there and said 10,000 million to 1. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
10,000 million.
Roll
Y'all,
Tide.
keep in mind, too, the term 10,000 million is not. This was not something you'd hear on the Rick and Bubba show, which you might expect.
Right, yeah, sure.
This is not at some stump speech where somebody's screaming in a microphone. This is the press secretary of the United States of America that's supposed to be giving us the official word from the president.
Yeah, you didn't.
10,000 million.
You didn't hear it at your Sunday school
Probably
class?
got degrees all over the wall. You could use it for wallpaper. 10,000 million.
Yeah, you didn't hear it at children's church.
No,
Yeah,
no. Next, what are they going to say? How many are you? And they hold up fingers.
Right.
You know?
I mean,
You
So
do
what's
feel
that?
like the standard, you would expect excellence if you're representing, the president, you're speaking on his behalf, right?
Well, it all trickles down, Greg.
Well, Greg, it could get worse. We could let him talk.
Well, but compared to that, she looked really good.
Yeah, well, you're
compared
right.
to him trying to talk.
Let's go to an anonymous caller out of Aniana, Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Fired up, loving it.
Heard that, buddy. Hey, I just wanted to know if Greg was a negative Nancy like he is on his deer hunt, helping out to unload that wood, saying he's never going to get it done, going to make that ball game.
Yeah, were you negative Nancy?
No, I wasn't.
Was he, Adler?
I actually was. I had everything timed.
Was he positive?
Only when I'm pushed for time.
We really need to ask Little Lee Hubbard.
If he got about 5 minutes behind schedule, it might be a different Greg.
Well, we ain't gonna make the game now.
He wasn't going to do anything negative in front of Ruby.
That's true.
Okay?
That's true.
So we need to ask Little Lee.
That's
right.
Point.
That's true.
I wasn't negative, but if I had been, I would have faked it.
That's a good point, by the way.
You took a risk, though. I'm kind of shocked because that has the potential to go south.
Had good planning.
Well, and it was close by.
Exactly. All of it was in that little area there.
You had about a 5-mile radius you were working with.
And you weren't traveling with women. Let's just say it.
That's a fact.
Let's just say
That's
it.
the truth.
Let's get it out there.
Speak.
Go ahead and say it.
Truth.
You're right.
Bubba's not in this.
Bill in Alabama. You maybe say Bubba. Bill in Alabama. Go ahead.
Great point.
Yeah, but I called about the puppies that was stolen, and there was 10,000 billion puppies stolen off the exit 67.
Okay.
10,000.
That's so funny. I really need it.
I did too.
The 10,000 million things. It's got legs.
For some reason, he used puppies.
I know.
And his voice was
pretty funny though.
His voice was excellent.
I think 10,000 million's got legs for a few days.
It does.
I think it does. Next intern name 10,000 million.
That's good. 10,000 million people.
That's a lot.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is everybody supposed to go home and scatter them, or how does that work?
I guess it was your choice.
Probably do whatever you want to do.
I've heard divide and conquer, but that's a whole nother
I got
thing.
2 teenage boys still living at home, 18 and 16. Sherry and I, you throw a Ziploc bag with anything in it out there at our house, somebody's going to eat it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You took a little piece with you.
Right.
They'll think it's chocolate powder or
I
something.
got to tell you what, this doesn't taste good. These Oreos have crumbled up and they're not very good at all. We continue. Let's go to Tom Weaver, Alabama. Tom, welcome to the program. Listen to Z93.
Grass, fella.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, just want to say, if y'all get blackberry smoke up there, how do you go about getting a golden ticket?
Well, they're $100 a seat.
I play hooky from work.
Yeah.
I skip work to come see them.
I bet.
Well, you can always come outside the window here and watch.
Yeah, anytime you can come outside the window. Tickets to the golden ticket seats are free, but they have to be reserved. So we'll let you know what day they're coming. But you can come outside and watch as well.
No, I'll come in there to the golden seat.
Well, not if they're all taken.
I'm taking on work.
He'd break it to him.
Yeah, I'm coming in.
He likes him some blackberry smoke.
You ain't keeping
Okay,
me
just
out.
because you say it don't mean it's going to happen. All right. A Hillary update. Hillary kind of came back out into the. Oh, that's not Hillary. That is.
I like that song though.
Don't. Hillary update.
There it is.
Look what you've done. I'm melting.
She cannot believe that she lost the election. Has gone into hiding a little bit, but then decided she would come back.
Yes, we will.
And tell us why she lost. Tell us why she lost.
You crooked rat. Look what you've done. I'm melting.
It's like she wanted to tell us that she lost, and you thought for just a minute she was going to take responsibility for that she really lost the election for herself, but not quite. We're not quite going to do that. So if the election been in October, she'd have won.
Yeah.
So here are some of the excerpts from Hillary's whatever this was she did.
Yeah, Women for Women International.
Okay.
It's on the way to winning until the combination of Jim Comey's letter on October 28th and Russian WikiLeaks raised doubts in the minds of people who were inclined to vote for me but got scared off.
Clinton told CNN's Christiana Monpour she's writing a book about her loss, which she says has prompted some painful self-reflection.
Do you take any personal responsibility?
Oh, of course. I take absolute personal responsibility. I was the candidate, but I will say this. I've been in a lot of campaigns, and I'm very proud of the campaign we ran. And remember, I did win more than 3 million votes than my opponent. So it's like, really?
Shame that I will elect the president.
I see the tweet coming. Well, it's fine. You know, better that than interfering in foreign affairs if he wants to tweet about me.
The former secretary.
Okay. All right. So once again, as you see, I almost respond. Now, this is where we have to, when it comes to the Clintons, you have to have someone decipher what they're saying. I don't know how to break this to Hillary. The things that we found out in the leaks and in Comey's interview were the things you did. Okay. So what you're saying is I would have won if nobody found out who I really was.
Right. If I could have kept what I was doing secret, I'd have won.
Because if they would have hacked in and found nothing, they wouldn't have released anything.
Right.
Yeah, I promise you the Russians can hack Billy Graham today. I don't think we're all going to be aghast at what they're going to find. What happened here is whoever hacked you and released this and whatever Comey discovered in his investigation were the things you were actually doing. So you're saying that some people were going to vote for me till they found out who I really was. Okay, so but then just when she says, so will you take responsibility? Well, I was the candidate. However, now, but I did get 3 million more votes than Trump. Yeah, in places that don't care what you did. But you lost the way we elect a president, meaning the whole country got to have a say about it, not just your metropolitan cities that seem to be blind about you. The rest of the country had a say in it, which is why it was set up that way, and that's how you lost.
And if she would have won the same way he did, she would be talking about how the popular vote doesn't matter. That's not how we elect president.
Of course, latest survey, if the election was held today, same two candidates, Trump would not only win the college, he would also win the popular vote. So people have even...
If you trust polls.
If you trust polls. But at the end of the day, Greg said it, if the Clintons win with the college but don't get the popular vote, they talk about, well, that's not how we elect. That's not how we elect a president.
Rick,
you got to have the whole nation.
I have to go back again to the morning of the election. We all sit here. All the polls said he was going to lose anywhere from 3 to 8%. And we said, if Trump wins tonight, we have seen a modern miracle. We all admitted that. Saw it.
I'll go a step further the way we elect the president, because remember, he won the very conservative Pennsylvania and Michigan. But I mean, but if you go back to the college, the reason why Trump got elected was twofold. Yes, there were people that wanted a bulldozer and they wanted some change, but I think we're ignoring, and she wants us to ignore, he also won because he ran against Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
If he had run against a more formidable opponent, I don't know that he wins.
He don't beat Joe Biden.
With a cleaner record.
Right, with a cleaner record. Trump won them two things. He ran against the right person, and he was going to be the anti-political candidate. So that inspired those people, which I totally understand. But also there was the vote against Hillary that worked for him as well.
Yes.
That's how he won these states he shouldn't have won.
I agree.
So anyway, Hillary, you lost because of you. That's why you lost.
But, Rick, don't fear, a book deal is coming our way.
So
you'll be able to read all about it.
It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. Ready for another hour. Our number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Come on and join us. Not cowards. Welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so a couple of news stories we need to hit, go out of the celebrity world to begin with. So a little bit of celebrity news.
Rock singers, we got golden finger.
All right, so let's start with John Daly. John Daly, you know how sometimes, again, we refer to it here as the y'all come on out, they got us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's just when you just admit that it's over, you're busted, and you start to own it. And John Daly is probably
he's a character. Ain't he?
Well, I have been a health daredevil. I've seen people be health daredevils. John Daly is currently saying, "I'm going to see how unhealthy I can be and still be alive."
Yeah, like it.
And
he's gone with the Santa Claus look.
He is morbidly overweight. He is smoking and drinking and eating apparently whatever he wants. And he's talking here, some sort of interview or something.
Well, this was the SEC Network's kickoff game,
celebrity
game deal,
right?
And he was brought in as a celebrity picker.
Okay.
They actually had a giant beer pong set up for them to play while they were interviewing him.
Sadly,
yeah.
So Daly at one point just says,
he's on with Marty and McGee, I believe, during this part.
Yeah. I just got to tell you straight up, I'm drunk. So here he goes.
John, why don't you start us with the hillbilly headlines?
Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm drunk.
I'm not going to lie.
The headlines.
Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm drunk.
So thankfully,
so I think it's his way of saying I don't want to read that.
Right. I ain't going to lie to you. Before I get in this, just know I'm about to read it as a drunk.
Now, Rick, this was on pretty early on Saturday morning.
Well, it's tailgating.
Marty and McGee are the actual
Are they?
Tailgate show.
Are they?
Really?
They
do their thing,
and
then the tailgate show, which I can't remember.
Now this is
SEC Nation
is
what it's called.
So this is the SEC network.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
It's their college.
And they were in
SEC
Little
Nation.
Rock.
Yeah. Okay. And he said, "I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm already drunk."
But to Bubba's point, Marty McGee is prior to that actually show, so he was real early being drunk.
Yeah. Or it could
from the night before.
Or it could have been carryover.
Speedy's looking for you, Rick.
Yeah, I'm just not confident in that microphone.
What's that?
Go ahead.
One thing that the guys do on their weekend show on the SEC network is they read redneck headlines.
Hillbilly headlines.
Or whatever. Yeah. Was John Daly reading a headline?
Well,
Was he saying
they told him That you mean, is that one of the headlines?
Right.
I don't think
versus
so.
Him saying, "Hey, I'm drunk." Was he reading a headline?
That's a good question, but I think he was drunk. And he was just making a joke before he got into it.
It does look like it's edited, though.
But
like
you
they chop it real quick.
You make a good point, Speedy. We may be making it out like he's drunk when all he was doing was reading a hillbilly headline.
And maybe that's why they edited it the way they did.
I
Because
don't know.
it cuts off. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was
It's
reading
not
the headline.
a bizarre assumption that he would.
Yeah, that's the problem. When it comes to John Daly, you
never
really
know.
can land on either side. It could be either way.
He may have been reading it like it's supposed to be read and was drunk. A twofer.
It could be a twofer.
Well, before this part, they were standing up on the yard out there where they were doing it, playing beer pong with giant cups.
People are saying this was the first
but are they-
headline
are
on
they
the
drinking the
card
beer?
that he was supposed to read.
The hogs are it. It's.
I don't think there's really beer.
I've never played. This is like oversized. There you go. I feel like y'all might be throwing them at me now.
Daly might be drunk.
Yeah.
Looking at his
My
throwing.
jacket's so tight I can't get follow through.
Yeah. But, John, what is it about? I mean, we talk about the connection that Arkansas has with its fans, but what about the connection that you've had with your fans over the years, particularly in the world of golf that can be a little stiff? But what is it about from the time
we're about to get an
set foot
assessment
out
right
there?
here.
I remember the buzz. What is it about the
Did he say
connection
buzz?
that you have with what we call our people?
Well,
He's an everyman. He's
I've never been
relatable.
a guy to back down from saying I screwed up or whatever. I've been loyal, and they've been loyal to me. And the only way to explain fans of Arkansas and John Daly is they're loyal, because I'm loyal to them.
Yeah.
And that's just the way we are.
Yeah.
And we'll always be.
That's it. That's it.
I'll say this on the golf course with him and being around the putting green the next year. One of the nicest guys you'll ever run into.
Well,
always nice.
Well,
we did get an email that said Daly was reading the first headline he had on his card. If you play the entire clip, they show the headline.
Okay. All right.
Which is why the clip was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We didn't cut the clip off.
People
That's all
are
it was.
saying they watched the whole thing. He was not drunk.
But right, that's just the way he talks. Right. Right.
He looked pretty laid back.
He did.
Had his slides.
But
on.
that's kind of the way he does. So.
Yeah. It's really hard to tell.
It really is.
It really is. Because the reason why it's hard to tell is the way his meter always is, and the fact that it is not above the possibilities.
You're right. It's in the mix.
All
what you're
that's in
saying.
play. Yeah.
But I wonder about this. I haven't asked John personally, obviously, and I know a few others that kind of go with this. At what point do you go, I think I'm going with the Santa Claus look? Year round.
I found the longer clip.
Okay.
Let's see what happens here.
Men for John, why don't you start us with the hillbilly headlines?
Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm drunk.
It was a headline, but it also applied, it looks like maybe.
No, I had a few before that, but this is unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
You know, when a cop pulled me over, he said, "You've been drinking a little." One time I said, "No, I've been drinking a lot." But listen to this. Honest Florida man pulled over for speeding.
Okay, you know what? I think
it's a twofer.
I think it's a twofer.
I'm giving it a twofer.
I think he was about to read the headline, but he was applying it to himself first.
was.
Yeah. And because you heard him ask about the beer pong thing, he said, "No, I'd had a few before then."
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that comment? So I think it's a twofer, and that's what we're telling you. We're dealing with John Daly here.
Yeah.
I think it's a twofer.
I think you're right.
Yeah, and because the crowd is not clapping at him reading the headline, they're clapping at him saying, "Look, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm drunk." And then he said, "No, by the way, this headline is basically saying the same thing." He says it about himself first.
Is John Daly the Keith Richards of the golf world?
Yes, that's an easy yes. It's exactly what he is. Let me see because listen to it again.
Start us with the hillbilly headlines.
Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm drunk.
Is that my fault?
No, I had a few before that. But
See, there's the line. Is it my fault? No, I had a few before that.
So it's a twofer.
It's a twofer.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he says that he's
Everybody gets surprised.
and then he says he can relate to the headline because he's had to say the same thing before. Yeah, so it's such a twofer. Yeah,
That's your twofer.
that's your twofer. And when they first pitch him to talk about Arkansas fans, you see he has to ramp up just a minute. Let me gather myself here just a minute, then I'm going to talk about it. But when I first asked him, there's a little bit of a pause.
There is.
Get his
A little
legs under him.
struggle.
Get his
A little
legs under
struggle.
him. You can't get his legs under him. You know what? And you know what he's doing? Be cool now. Just be cool.
Everybody be cool.
Everybody be cool. Everybody be cool.
Everybody be
I'm
cool.
good. Just give me just a second, and I'm good. Well, let me tell you, they must be 10,000 million fans here today.
Yep, at least.
Mm-hmm. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cinco de Mayo. Go, Speedy, go, happy, hey. So, Bubba, happy Cinco de Mayo and Friday show and all that today.
Man, I am so excited. I know we're going to have a lot of great Mexican food today and talk about Cinco de Mayo. What time do the chips get here?
Well, yeah, that's
Anybody know?
as soon as somebody runs the store and gets them. We've got
we don't have chips coming.
No chips, no salsa,
no salsa,
no salt, none of that. Well, we might. You never know what the Golden Tickets might bring today. We got popcorn if you want.
Popcorn. We got plenty of popcorn. I brought in the box of popcorn.
Yes,
today,
Bubba did that. Welcome a lot of you all around the country. They're coming into Rick and Bubba Markets today. A lot of you in beautiful Louisville, Kentucky for the Kentucky Derby this weekend. And we welcome all of you to the great city of Louisville from all over the country and even around the world. And down toward Alabama, Talladega Super Speedway. That's coming up. A lot of people rolling in.
A lot of big events.
Into Alabama for that and the Birmingham metro area. So welcome all of you that are catching Rick and Bubba in those two markets that have people, just an influx of folks coming from all over for those big events this weekend. So two completely different environments.
Yes,
but
yes, it is. Now, there's some similarities.
They're
totally different in other ways.
Well, it's funny. Speedy was telling me we were getting started this hour about Patch, the one-eyed horse who is set to take the Kentucky Derby by storm, a 30-1 long shot, and people are just all about Patch, the one-eyed racing horse. So Patch, welcome.
Yeah,
to the Derby.
Yeah.
Patch, you made it to the Derby. Now, you're 30-1, but you made it.
You're there. Right. Celebrate that. Enjoy the moment. Right. Rick, as we mentioned, Cinco de Mayo, there's always controversy here on the show about what that actually is.
Oh, we cover it every year. I just never remember it.
And I think we just need to get that out of the way. It's actually a celebration in Mexico, celebrating and commemorating the Mexican Army's unlikely victory over French forces in the Battle of Puebla. I'm not even going to try to say it. Pablo. It sounds like the place you used to mail to get government printing. You remember they'd say send it to Pueblo, Colorado, whatever.
Pueblo.
How do you say it?
Pueblo.
So you
Pueblo.
Yeah.
Pueblo.
What's a
Pueblo?
That's a word your mouth just don't want to wrap.
Yeah, it's just
Pueblo.
your lips don't want to get around that.
It's Pueblo.
But
Pueblo, Colorado.
Pueblo.
And they say in Mexico it's largely symbolic and it has to do with military parades, while in America it has become more of a celebration of Mexican-American culture. It is sometimes mistaken to be Mexico's Independence Day, which is the most important national holiday in Mexico. That is not it. That is actually September the 16th.
Yeah. Now, what it is in America is people's. It is a day to try to get specials on margaritas.
Yeah, the bottom line,
that's
and
all it is.
I've noticed
We'll
really
make something up in a second.
Yeah, it's really just turned into a drinking holiday.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
Americans will take your St. Patty's Day, your Cinco de Mayo's, other countries, big deals, and we'll say, well, I'll tell you what, we might as well drink too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how that goes. And we'll even make them a bigger deal here than they are in their own country.
Right. I mean, when we do it upright here.
Well, you're right. Yeah, but it's just another excuse for people to hit the bars.
Yes, that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Right. So anyway.
But we will celebrate it in a way of, anytime we can get chips and salsa.
Yeah, so there you go. Excellent. We'll roll through another Rick and Bubba day. Kentucky Derby, Talladega, Cinco de Mayo. There's a lot going on. We had a big A lot going on with the U.S. government yesterday and concerning health care and trying to still get a budget everybody can agree on. And
fun times.
Democrats acting as bizarre as I've ever seen them act. We'll be back. And thank you very much, Golden Ticket Seats. Thank you for all the Mexican food you brought today. It means so much to us. Some of you who tried to bring beer in, I'm sorry that was removed from you.
Rick, would you play that again and not say anything?
You play that again and not say anything?
Yeah.
Cinco de Mayo.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It's 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So, continuing with celebrity news, and then we'll get to some other stories. But a lot of people, I'm like you, Adler. I was sent this, no telling how many times. And it is kind of a moving deal, just from nothing else, just daddies and sons. As some of you may know, and some of you may not know this, I'm not a huge follower of the Foo Fighters, but I know who they are. Their longtime drummer, just recently died, Taylor Hawkins. And he had on and off, it's a story as old as time, sadly, drug problems and all that. So he finally OD'd, right, from had something, his body finally was killed by the abuse of these drugs. But so they did is this some sort of tribute to the dad? Is that what is this about?
Yeah.
And so his son, Shane Hawkins, who is 16, set in to play drums where his dad sat for many, many years with the band Foo Fighters and performed one of their songs, correct?
Yes, and I'm with you guys. I got sent it a bunch this weekend, and every single time I watched this probably 5 or 6 times this weekend. But this kid can shred, and the fact that his dad was such a great drummer. He seemed like a guy that looked like he was always having fun behind the drum kit. They just kind of made you want to have fun with him. Taylor Hawkins, one of my favorite rock drummers, honestly.
Well, I noticed, and I know this is what's got everybody who is real familiar with this man emotional, and it's the thing with kids, it's such an interesting thing, his mannerisms, and he moves just like his dad did behind the drum kit, which is kind of...
it's funny how that'll go generation to generation.
Yeah, it's
and there's lots of videos of him as a real young kid with headphones on and just hitting drumsticks on a chair while his dad's on stage and stuff like that. So they've been showing a whole lot of stuff like that in this while this concert's been going on. But
let's take a peek.
Here he is. Rocking.
That right there?
Ugh.
Where's that venue at? On the clip.
So that's a great question. It was just an absolutely huge crowd.
It is.
Kid brings it, and then the fact that it's the song "There Goes My Hero," you're just like,
Greg, when Andrew gets hurt and he starts screaming with something hurts him emotionally.
Oh my goodness,
it's awful.
But look at that crowd. Yeah, that's maybe a huge stadium in California was what I guessed. But I don't know.
How about when
all else fails, just throw out big place in California?
Yeah, that's a guess.
Yeah, the song ended, and then they kind of held the note, and then all of a sudden he just went nuts on his own again on the drums.
Oh wow.
And he was worn slap
hits 'em
out.
hard.
Boy, he does.
Just like Daddy.
Yeah,
but you know me when he's up on top of it, he looks a lot like him, doesn't he? Yeah.
It looks like it was actually in London. That's right. I kept seeing a bunch of like Oasis joined them on stage and stuff like that.
London, California?
Yeah, London, California.
California. Why do we have to be exposed to Oasis?
It was Wembley. That's where it was. Wembley Stadium.
That was an unreal moment, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul McCartney, Liam Gallagher, a bunch of people joined on stage. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
Well, so that's a lot.
Unbelievable. Look at that shot. That's a big stadium.
Hey, a lot of folks there.
Wow.
There's a lot of people performing, too.
Yeah.
Well, now that Ozzy's moved, I guess he wasn't that far away.
I have some Ozzy news.
You have Ozzy news?
Is he changed his mind?
No, but I hear he's playing the halftime show in the NFL opener Thursday night.
No.
Come on.
Yes.
Speedy, you're throwing that in
No, I heard that coming in today.
Well, he can't do
I'll
that.
be watching.
Now, what channel is that on? Is that the Amazon deal?
Yes, I think so.
I guess so. Yeah, I haven't looked at it that much. I just heard that he was going to be the halftime show. I could have heard it wrong, but I think I got
You
that
talking about
right.
them playing in London?
No, this Thursday. Is that where they play this Thursday
Well,
night?
I think there's a game. Have they already had their game?
They
where
always
play,
do one of them.
But have they already played it?
No,
because I'm saying Ozzy can't play in the country that has all these guns.
Yeah,
Right,
well, yeah, it might be a gun.
Then he's got to leave.
LA Rams game.
Yeah.
Halftime, Ozzy to play.
And he can't go to Canada now because they're stabbing everybody.
Right. Didn't he just get out of the hospital or something?
Well, I thought. Well, the news that and that they were moving to back home, right?
Well, I mean, he said he was leaving here because of all the guns. I mean, he can't play in L.A. You talk about guns.
Thursday night's game will be on will be on NBC.
Yeah. Hey, if guns bother you enough, you need to leave the country. I wouldn't play L.A.
No, you can't do that.
7:20 Central Time kickoff on NBC Thursday night. The NFL starts.
You know they're going to have tracks behind him. There's no way they're just going to cut him loose and let him sing. No way.
No way. No.
Yeah, you're probably right. And then what was the stabbing thing that took place? We had a mad stabber.
Canada's had a.
You talking about the bastion of innocence and peace?
Well, it goes back to this again, and
we've said this how many times?
If you're dead set on doing evil,
right?
The instrument is just that's just the second part of the story. So, I think they have 10 dead, like 14 wounded. Last I saw on this,
and it was
crazy.
It was
spree.
like a mad stabber, right?
Yeah,
it was 2 of them.
It ended up being 2.
We organized and we're just on the stabbing rage.
Yeah, I guess so.
Gracious.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, right.
Going back to, I'm trying to figure out when the Amazon games happened because Amazon, they bought the rights for $1 billion for Thursday night football. And so with that being a Thursday game, I thought it would be that. But it looks like it's an NBC game, like you said. But is it a partnership between Amazon and NBC? What's going on?
It might
Is this
be.
when they play 2 games in one day in the middle of the week?
Well, no, there's only one game Thursday, but it could be the season opener is on NBC. I'm not really sure.
Okay, there you go.
But that's just what it says.
Would
here.
you rather Ozzy if he's going to
It
start?
looks like there's no. I'm sorry, Rick. There's no Sunday night football in America game
Ever.
Well, no, yeah, it is.
No,
I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, that
all
is
now.
weird.
I can't
NBC's
watch
got
NFL
2
on
games
Thursday.
on now, Thursday night and Sunday
Yeah, we'll come
night.
back with that.
You remember?
So
I can't watch NFL on Thursday. I can't do it.
No, well,
I can barely watch college on Thursday.
What I'm
I
saying,
just now got used to that.
Me too. If you're going to use Ozzy to start the season, do you use him with Crazy Train? Or do you use him, really, if you think about it, oh, no, here we go.
Flying high again.
Flying high again.
Which may be my favorite. I know everybody goes Crazy Train, but I'm kind of a flying high again.
If you're starting the season, here we go now.
Yeah, Flying High again. But
Of course, there's some
a good one.
You know.
But everybody wants that riff on Crazy
But when he's
Donna.
What about a medley? That'd be good. You guys a medley, and then when they change songs, they could be like, ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't see this one coming.
I think Ozzy's ability to do a medley, that window is closed.
That window's closed years ago.
All right, I pulled up Amazon Prime, and the new era of Thursday night football begins September 15th, only on Prime Video is what it says.
Gotcha.
The new era.
There we go.
I can dig him out and make him disappear.
And Rick, you won't believe you won't believe what's in the news today.
I know. I can't believe it. I almost look at the story. I almost don't want to do it because it confuses me.
Ivermectin.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I got that off of iTunes. How many years ago?
A long time.
And I get so many people asking who sang that, and it's Brave Combo. It looks like we'll put this in show notes.
Kind of an odd name for a group.
COMBO.
Yeah. All right, so,
Brave Combo, Cinco de Mayo. That's the name of the song.
All right. Helmsy will move that over into goodies where you can find all of our different bed music and themes and all that. If you ever wonder about some of the music you hear here, you can go find that there. All right, we're back. Speedy's here, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. Of course, Adler's got RBTV for you. He's doing another daily documentary for you again today. You can catch those in your Extreme Club membership and also on our YouTube channel. And also, we've got Maddie Light, and is it Twiggy Smalls in there too?
No, she's not here.
Just Maddie?
Maddie's by herself.
Maddie
today.
by herself at Rick and Bubba University getting her degree in common sense. And there's old Bill Bubba Bussy right there.
How about it?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, happy Cinco de Mayo.
We covered yesterday's almost, at least the next step for the healthcare. I wouldn't call it an overload. There's some changes to it, but it's not an overload.
Do you know what time the chips are getting here?
I do not. I don't think they are. But anyway, so there's plenty of popcorn in there, though, if you want to put some salsa on those.
Do we have salsa?
We got the hot sauce. You want to put it on there? Yeah, we got a lot of hot sauce. And then Greg's kind of spicy. You could just stand next to him. So we talked about that a little bit. Another thing that happened, we mentioned it briefly yesterday toward the end of the live show. Trump dropped an executive order yesterday that is freeing churches to back political candidates. He signed the Religious Freedom Order telling religious leaders that the threat against the faith community is over. Now, that is good news, but I told Bubba in the office today before we got started, but now let me tell you what that means for some of you that are pastors that are a little bit on the weak side. You don't have an excuse anymore. Well, I'd love to get into that, but, if I can get into that, our tax exemption status and the government could come down on us and show up out here at the door. So now that excuse has now been removed from your lack of boldness. So it will be interesting to see, as in my opinion, there's been too many pastors that have used this as an excuse not to get up and say what needs to be said and to be less bold in the pulpit. I wonder if you now will see that change a little bit. You don't have that excuse anymore. Executive order on that one. Mm-hmm. So that one's going to be done. So that's great news for religious freedom. It also goes on to deal with some of these other things we talked about as far as you being able to say, well, I don't have to compromise my beliefs because I am allowed the religious freedom to do that.
As a matter of fact, I would think the enemies of what's good and right would be are the ones that got this set up to begin with. I mean, I think the politics and who we vote for is very tied to our faith.
Yeah, because we were talking about, and I think we were headed this way when because the scriptures are now being deemed hate speech. And we have seen examples of that. Where this was headed, and I'm glad to see the Trump administration get in the way of it, is and I think this was going to happen when it came to, say, God's standard for marriage. It was going to get to the point where they were going to say, look, if you get in your pulpit and start saying that there's a standard that does not include people of alternative lifestyles, you may lose your tax exemption status. And the sad part is there'd be a lot of churches that would crumble to that. But now, when you pray for something, pastors, and we pray for something as people of faith, it looks like for the moment that the persecution against you in your own country has been lifted for a time. So the question is, what are you going to do with this freedom that God just allowed you? We'll see. That your excuse is over. So we'll see. Which, by the way, should have never been an excuse anyway if it was going to be the truth. You face the persecution, you don't compromise the truth. But anyway, so we'll deal with that going forward too. We'll just see how that actually turns out. In a bizarre story, does everybody remember the movie Blindside? And I don't want to get Greg started on this.
It's one of Greg's favorite movies.
Right. We know.
Well, it's so real.
Yeah, we do know though in real life the book The Blind Side.
Yes, that's all true. We've had
that Big Ears wrote. You ever stare at that guy's ears?
I never.
That used to be on the.
He got a big old set of ears.
What was that panel they would sit around on Sunday mornings before you went to church?
Oh, the sports reporters.
Sports reporters.
Oh,
Mitch
Album.
Yeah.
Rick, he's got something wrong with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, those aren't normal ears.
Straight up.
Yeah, I think it's some kind of defect.
Are you serious?
I think. If not, the boys are an ugly set of ears.
Well, I didn't know. You
just started drafting with him, and that's where it gets you.
Well,
I saw you.
What's his last name?
He does.
Mitch Friday. You got a little
Mitch
free.
Album has weird looking ears.
He does.
Album.
But you're saying that's what do you mean a defect? Big ears
Rick,
are.
that can't be.
All right, I'm going.
All right, so that's an assumption on your
That's an assumption.
Okay.
Yeah, Mitch's ears. I go.
Well, let's find out because he has very large, bizarre-looking ears.
There's a site that says Mitch's ears.
I think you're being extremely insensitive, Rick.
Coming from.
We're back. It's 35 minutes past. As we work our way back, we think that may be right, that Ozzy is going to play Thursday to kick off the NFL season.
Yeah, what's the date on that?
Does he know there's guns there?
September 8th. 2 days from today if you're listening live.
Well, okay, he may make it.
Okay.
Y'all are going to be really disappointed in me. I only know 2 Ozzy songs.
That's all right. That's nothing to be ashamed of.
Okay.
I'll say this. Got him.
He did. Now, which one's this one?
Flying High Again. I just like it riff.
Oh, yeah.
Outstanding riff.
That's a good one.
All right, so as we come back, mypillow.com/Bubba. I was just talking to young Scruggs about some of this. Young Scruggs was asking me in the hall, he said, I need some new sheets. Do I need to move to mypillow.com/Bubba, or is this sale over? No, it continues. These are the Percale sheets. They're made out of that plant. You're familiar with this, Adler, and when it deals with plants and hemp and things of that nature. But anyway, this is are you familiar with Percale? Do you know what Percale is? Adler, you have any idea what that is?
Never heard of that.
Yeah. Anyway, unfortunately, people get fired up about it, but don't know what it is. But the cool thing is it has the deep pockets on these sheets. Deep pockets, meaning it'll fit easily over the bed. Now, this sale is continuing. A variety of colors, all sizes, and you can get them right now. Here's some of the prices that we're talking about. So we're not exaggerating when we say big savings. Queen size would normally be priced at $89.98. It's now $39.98. So that's $50. So make the move now because this sale is continuing. You can stock up on these and even pick up some gifts. Start thinking ahead. They're breathable. They've got the cool, crisp feel, as you know, Adler. And so 60-day money-back guarantee like we always get with MyPillow, which we love. These are great savings. Go to mypillow.com/Bubba. Also, you'll find big savings. Yes, Speedy, my slippers, my sandals, my pillows, and my towels, all on sale. The link is also at rickandbubba.com. You'll find it there under the sponsors button. All right, update. The never-ending roller coaster ride that is ivermectin. Ivermectin, 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 ivermectin. We've had people claim ivermectin. Ivermectin is the end all. We've had other people say you backward hillbilly. Co-op invading
worm
deworming thing. And then this is what's happened since COVID started in 2020.
Okay, so
ivermectin is good, ivermectin is bad, ivermectin is good, ivermectin is bad. And I thought we were done. The last I heard, ivermectin didn't do any good. That's the last thing I heard.
This is a Blaze Media story we're going to share with you, and the fact that we're sharing it does not mean we endorse the findings of this or we disallow the findings of this. We're just telling you what the story says.
That's all we're saying.
A new peer-reviewed study has found that regular use of ivermectin reduced in the risk of dying from COVID-19 by 92%.
Good gracious.
The large study was conducted, and I'm not even going to try to hit these doctors' names. Good gracious. Anyway, they are board certified with master's degrees, doctorate degrees in clinical oncology.
What's that? Sorry?
No, that ain't it. Let's back up again. It's something else there, isn't it?
It's
clinical
like endocrinology. Endocrinology.
Yeah.
You know about that.
Yeah. The peer-reviewed study was published on Wednesday by the online medical journal Curis, and the study was conducted on a strictly controlled population of 88,012 people from a city in Brazil.
Pretty big sample.
Individuals who used ivermectin ahead of time and took the medicine before being infected by COVID experienced significant reductions in death and hospitalizations. According to the study, those who took ivermectin regularly had a 92% reduction in their COVID death risk compared to non-users and 84% less than irregular users. The hospitalization rates, Rick, now get this, were reduced by 100% in regular users compared to both irregular users and non-users, according to the study.
I don't know what to do with it. So 88,000 people. Now, am I right? Because I saw some people at the height of all this that were showing me countries, and I don't know if Brazil was one of them, where ivermectin was in a cooler like you would be going up and getting aspirin or anything.
Right. Well, Rick, we don't need river blindness.
Right. And people, and they were encouraging people to take it. It was cheap. It was it's been around for a long time, hoping that could help them in countries where access to the kind of medical that we have access to is not available, and they kept claiming that it was saving people's lives.
Okay, here are the undisputable facts about ivermectin. Okay, it is cheap to manufacture.
Mm-hmm.
It is safe for the most part. It has been around a long time now. And it was, by the World Health Organization, given Drug of the Year back in the late 80s because they were able to take it to a lot of these impoverished countries.
These what?
Impoverished countries.
Right.
And it was helping with a lot of the viral infections they were having, like river blindness.
Yep. Oh, the great river blindness.
They get a virus out of the river.
Nobel Prize.
And so all of that is not up for debate. Now, does it help with COVID-19? Don't know. The people who didn't want to believe in this or wanted to make fun of it started, well, it's a horse dewormer. Well, yeah, it's used for that too. And it is sold at the co-op for that kind of use, not the human consumption, but it's the same drug. So I don't know. I don't know if it helps or not. I think we're ahead on ivermectin. We know the risk factors involved with it because it has been around for so long.
Right.
But it is an antiviral type product, and some people say it helps, and we've had studies that said it didn't. So the latest one, this appears to be the biggest one. It is peer-reviewed, and they have it making a huge difference, a 92% survival rate if you're on it regularly prior to being infected.
Yeah, let me just kind of give you this study now that I read the whole article in Calhoun County terms. We had a city in Brazil, 88,012 people, and their suggestion was, because of their lack of access to the kind of medical we have, that every 15 days that the population used between 2 and 3 tablets daily for 2 days. They'd go 15 days that way. They drop off, let some time pass, they do it again. And what you did, and then that go now take that with the numbers that Bubba gave you. According to the study, those that took it as a prophylactic ahead of time, as instructed or suggested by the city, 92% of them they had a 92% reduction in COVID death in that bunch compared to the non-users or the irregular users. And when it came to hospitalizations, it was reduced by 100% in the regular users as opposed to those that did it some or didn't do it at all. I mean,
so those are pretty promising results. It's peer-reviewed. It's being published. Again, Donald Trump mentioned ivermectin, and immediately that put it in it where it was going to be divided. It was either going to be great or it was going to be horrible.
Yep.
And to the people that were saying it was horrible, I don't know. I mean, Joe Rogan is one of the people who famously said, "Hey, I took it," and he got a lot better.
Yep.
So I don't know. Jury's still out, but I do think we know the safety factors and the risk. You have a risk with anything. You have a risk with aspirin and Tylenol.
You have a risk with life.
Yeah, but I think we know a lot more about this. Like I said, it's been around. It's been given a Nobel Prize, and it has helped a lot of people in impoverished. I can't say that word today.
Poor places.
Yeah, places that are really poor and don't have good water. And so, I don't know what you make of that.
Well, it is what it is.
It appears it helps people. Don't overthink it.
Right, right. But when something like this becomes political, then everything, you might as well just leave the room. And because once it becomes political, and somebody who is politically hated, if they say something good about it, then those who hate him have to say something bad about it. Well, now we're leaving science altogether.
Well, if you're a big pharma company and you have billions of dollars on the line, had you rather wait for your new wonderful billion-dollar drug or have supplies of something that's out there proven and it's pretty cheap to make?
Now, there you go, conspiracy theorist.
Well, I'm just asking, though. I mean, I have to ask the question.
I
That's
know.
what I do here, Rick. I ask the hard question.
I know you do. You want to know what they knew when they knew it.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That one.
I'm just loving it.
Okay, the world just happened.
He circled around you. I think he outflanked you.
No,
Rick.
listen, guys. Based on what just happened, I've just realized something. I'm not awake yet.
Yeah.
The show has not started. I can't wait to tell y'all about this dream because what just happened here can't be reality.
I will say this. I haven't heard anything official. I made that assumption.
Did that, but they look like those ears you get for like a costume.
We had a couple of sets of plastic ears.
We sure
I
did.
remember.
Yeah, we did.
They're huge. We put them on.
And when I'd get Dad's blue jean jacket and be a hobo, I always
You draw a beard on yourself with Mom's eyeliner.
Yep, right. And
Let me ask you a question. Would you take his ears for his career?
Oh, I don't think so.
No, I like
Those
what
are
I got
bad
going
ears.
here. I like what I got going here.
No, I'm talking to Greg.
I don't know.
No, you're fine.
And he's also got a weird look in his. Rick,
believe me.
Rick, don't you? Yeah, Rick, you're out of this conversation.
Hey, let me be real clear. I dig my gig.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, we were talking to you.
Should I be seated in silent?
No, I will say this.
I'm just saying. Would you take that set of ears?
He's got
for
a strange,
his career.
He's got a strange jawline.
What a great scenario you just gave. That's good. That's really good. That's good.
I might.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's grown his hair down over.
Oh, that's not a real picture. You can't see him in that one.
All right, we come back.
Maybe he used to be an MMA fighter. You ever seen how their ears get the cauliflower?
They do like cauliflower ears. That's what they look like. He may have been a boxer. We come back. We'll tell you Michael Orr is in the news involving Uber, and it is bizarre.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're going to bring them in. Golden ticket seat people arriving today. All right, so we mentioned going to the break, but all of us were aghast because a unicorn ran through here, better known as Greg Was Kind. For just a brief moment, and asked me to back off on Mitch's album because he may have some sort of.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of it.
But there's no research to support that, Greg. I think he just has
ugly, really funny looking ears.
Yeah, I didn't go that far with
I
it.
couldn't find anything online about it other than a lot of people asking, "Hey, what's up?"
Right.
So I'm not the only one. Me and Rick.
No, of
Rick
course.
and I. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're Greg and I notice those things like
Yeah,
the sensitivity that is unbelievable.
Well, I've tried to ignore them, and because I like that show.
Well, yeah, I can't ignore them. It's kind of like you remember when.
And he usually has really good points. Rick.
When Michael Myers did the moly, and he didn't want to mention that big mole in that guy's head, and he starts going moly. Well, see, when I watch the sports reporters, I'm trying to listen to him. I don't hear one word he's saying. All I hear is ears, wow, ears. Yeah. So anyway, Michael, back to the original story. Michael Orr, who the book The Blind Side in the movie was about.
Who has excellent ears, by the way.
He does. He's now with the Carolina Panthers. Now, it's well established in the story of Michael Orr. Now, he's getting older, but he's been in the league for a long time.
How old is he now?
Now, keep in mind, it's going to sound young to us, but I'm talking NFL. I don't really know. But he just seems like he's 30 years old. Okay. So, anyway, he's 30, which is in the NFL getting older. But at the end of the day, we all established that if you saw Michael Orr, you probably would not want to mess with him.
Yeah, it's a big man, right?
Yeah, he's a giant.
I am a giant offensive tackle in the NFL at the highest level of this game with very large people. Right. And I've been battling them, and I'm gigantic, and I can handle myself. Well, he's accused of assaulting an Uber driver. Well, this Uber thing, there's just more Uber stories. But at the end of the day, when you look into it, and the guys were telling me about it before it started, the allegation is that the Uber driver at one point popped Michael Orr in the face.
Or he touched his face.
Put his hands on him, Rick.
Start pushing his face back.
Yep.
Why would you do that to Michael Orr?
I don't know.
I mean, can you imagine sitting around? I said, I'll tell you what, the next gigantic guy that comes by here that looks like he could lift a small car, I'm gonna put my hands in his face.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my hands on him.
Yeah, you wonder if he was already in a defensive position. I mean, that's the only thing you can come up with. Who knows? I don't know. It said that he picked up Orr and 4 other friends. Was that right?
Yeah, it said they were in Nashville, obviously, because he's pleased with.
That's got to be a big car to get all them in it.
And he said that he put his hands in Orr's face before Orr knocked him to the ground. The driver also alleges that Orr kicked him in the leg before he was restrained by friends, but he won't tell us why he put his hands in Michael Orr's face.
Yeah, there's a lot here we don't know.
You think Orr ran rush shot on him, when you lean over somebody like that?
Like we do
trying
here.
to intimidate like this, and that guy was like...
You talk about when Adler first started working here, and he said this is not normal behavior?
Yeah, it spooked him a little bit.
Right, yeah. And
All right, here we go. All right. And here, Rick, tell me if you said this because I was reading.
No, there's nothing
they're
in
going.
here.
They're going. All right. So the Metro Police said the Uber driver said that he had gotten into an argument when trying to get Orr and his friends to the Southern restaurant. The driver claimed Orr told him to follow the car ahead of them to the restaurant. The driver then told police that he had suggested to Orr that he take the lead because he looked like the driver ahead of them didn't know where they were going. So there's already this, hey, follow that car. I know where I'm going. They don't look like they do know where they're going. Right. So that kind of started the argument.
Follow this car. Wait a minute. They don't know where they're going. Get ahead of them.
Right.
Once you lead, you know where you're going better than they do.
Yes.
Ooh.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. We continue to update you on other stories. America, I don't know how many of these stories we have to do before the organization Black Lives Matter that took so many people, flim-flam, scammed them because they had a shield that protected them from any kind of negativity, and that is if you don't love us, you don't love black people. And once they positioned themselves behind that shield, there was not a whole lot you could do with it. And, of course, all the businesses and all the feel-goodism people out there, they just fell all over themselves to try to show that they weren't racist by just blindly supporting and bending to any demand. But we keep finding out that maybe things were not really on the up and up, and here is another one.
Well, Rick, a lawsuit was filed last week in Superior Court in L.A., by 26 grassroots Black Lives Matter chapters.
Yep.
And they are alleging that the leader of the national organization has siphoned off over $10 million in charitable contributions to pay for his own expenses. Now, including in this, they are filing in the court documents, they are claiming unfair business practices, intentional misrepresentation, fraud, conversion, and what is the other charge here on the next page?
Bunch of charges
stuck together. Unjust enrichment, and they are demanding a jury trial.
Mm-hmm.
So Black Lives Matters in the calendar year they're talking about of 2020 took in $90 million.
Yeah, now keep in mind that this is not the first one that was in the leadership part of all this that we're discovering this kind of stuff on. This is just the latest. It is interesting that one of the pictures they have here shows some of them that have been accused of mishandling of funds, posing for a portrait that they're going to put up for their incredible work with Black Lives Matter. And Black lives do matter. But that doesn't mean the people who took advantage of the situation didn't try to siphon off a lot of money. And that part can't be ignored. Doesn't mean the sentiment is wrong, but it might mean the organization was corrupt.
Money for Black lives also matter.
Yeah, it does. You talking about what it was supposed to be for?
Right.
But these people need to be held accountable, and everybody needs to take a note before we all fall all over ourselves because we feel like that we're being basically blackmailed, no pun intended, that if we're going to make trouble for you if you don't give us money and you don't start telling everybody to siphon money to us. Of course, we should have been a little concerned when you started realizing that the URLs were also raising funds for Democratic candidates, including Biden's campaign.
Yep.
That should have been concerning. And so anyway, just always know that when something horrible like the George Floyd case happens, unfortunately, I know we all don't want to think this, there are people that will take advantage of the situation.
Yes, always. Also, Rick, a very bizarre story. Bed Bath & Beyond CFO, 52 years old, was identified as the man who jumped to his death from an 18th floor high-rise in New York City, known as the Jenga Tower.
Mm-hmm.
This all happened 2 days after the firm announced plans to lay off 20% of staff and close 150 stores nationwide.
You know, this guy, they think the reason he jumped to his death had certainly a little to do with that, but more to do with the fact that he knew this was coming, had a little insider information. He also siphoned off money to himself, which is going to be illegal. And he knew that this was closing in because they say the new CEO actually has Bed Bath & Beyond heading in a little bit of a better direction.
Right.
Of course, you know, you can't help but notice that they plummeted after they decided to go after Mike Lindell.
Yeah.
Again, not knowing their audience.
So this person we're talking about who jumped, Gustavo Arnold. Am I saying his name right?
Yeah. Arnold or whatever.
He had previously worked in high-level management at Avon, Walgreens, and Procter & Gamble.
He sold, allegedly, 42,000 shares in the company as a meme stock for $1 million when he knew some of this was coming.
Greg told me off air he don't think he jumped.
Greg?
Well, you never know.
You think it's a
lot
fake?
of people losing money.
You think it's a fake death?
So
Could be.
he basically sold off $1 million worth of stock 2 weeks before major cutbacks that he was going to be involved in. So
Correct.
it's classic insider trading.
Correct.
He had information the general public didn't have, took advantage of it to make $1 million before these layoffs. And this looks like it would be pretty easy to prosecute.
Correct.
So he jumped.
So he said,
Yep. So
I don't know how he thought this was going to turn out.
Yeah. So anyway, and you said that we do have an update on the Memphis story too. That they think
Yeah, they did find the young lady that had gone missing. She's an heiress to a fortune, but it appears she is one of these people that like to go out for an early morning jog, and it looks like she was stalked by a guy that just got out of jail. They timelined it together and say that he followed her for about 20 minutes before he decided to grab her, but they have found her remains, so she is now deceased.
That's horrible.
Yep.
So
and his uncle said he was. This was before they charged him that he was 100% sure he did it because his whole family's crazy.
Oh, really?
That was his statement. He said, "I'm 100% sure he did it."
Wow.
Said my whole family is crazy.
Do we have this guy again?
Yes.
Have we have him in custody now?
Matter of fact, he appeared in court earlier this morning.
Okay. Yeah. So there you go. So that story's been out there, and it has a very unhappy ending. And we did mention in passing just big stories of the day. This one much more positive than the road we've had to take you on, unfortunately, but these things have happened, and they are big stories. But if you love college football, much lighter note, college football playoff we mentioned in passing, but want to be sure you got that information. The 12-team format did pass with a unanimous vote.
I can't believe it went already 12.
And that will start in 2024.
Yeah.
So we'll have this year, next year, and then we go to the 12.
And those of you that wonder what the change of heart was,
yeah.
This is one of those things where somebody who was with the purist said, "Hey guys, can y'all shut that door? Are you out of your mind? Have you seen the money?
I think
the 14 playoff is bringing
If
in?"
a year ago when they voted on it the first time, they would have said, "Okay, let's do it." We'd already be down the road there.
No.
Yeah. And Harbaugh came out and said that he thinks the players ought to get a cut of this. All the TV
and
contract
that's a great recrooting move on his
what
part.
I was finna say.
There's no way that's going to happen right now, and good move on his part.
Yeah.
Because that will help him with recruits, no doubt. But it's the same format they voted down before, but I think after a briefing from ESPN on how valuable this could be,
correct,
and the fact that the NIL deals are starting to siphon off college donations a little
correct.
bit, they thought, we might ought to cash in on this.
Yep. Always follow the money. Thanks for being with us. Have a great day if you're leaving us right now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.